The Rise of America 1620. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 351: Iron Fishing Boat appears. What are those boats? They look like small craft. Could it be that the Song people intend to use these small fishing boats against us? The iron fishing boats finally arrived at the battlefield, appearing before the pirates' eyes. Initially, the pirates paid them little attention, assuming the Song Empire's fleet was out of ships and had therefore dispatched these small vessels to counter them. However, one pirate soon noticed something different about these iron boats. First, they had no sails. Yes, these were ships without sails, yet capable of sailing on the sea. This was completely beyond their comprehension. After all, in that era, ships were powered by wind. How could a ship without sails sail on the sea? In modern terms, it was sheer nonsense. If someone had told others at that time that a ship could sail without sails, they would have been laughed to death. There was no way around it. It was a generational gap in understanding, a lack of knowledge. Yet, now, these ships had actually appeared before the pirates' vanguard fleet. Strange. The charging pirates were at a loss for words to describe what they saw. Aside from the word weird, what kind of ship was this? Why didn't it have sails? How could a sailless vessel navigate? These questions eluded the pirates. After all, the technology was centuries behind them, so it was a miracle they could even understand. Furthermore, the appearance of these iron fishing boats didn't give the pirates much time to process. Prepare. Enemy warships ahead, bazookas ready, close in. The rapid reaction fleet of iron fishing boats entered the battle zone, and the captain shouted orders. Sailors from every iron fishing boat took to their feet. They carried their knockoff disposable bazookas from the cabins and lined up at the bows. Kill them. Trying to use these small boats to fight us as a joke, the iron fishing boats quickly approached the pirates, and the pirates could see the actions of their sailors in the moonlight. To the pirates, the Song Empire sailors on these small vessels were carrying an iron-to-black object. Who knows what it was? Were the Song Empire's people planning to use this junk to attack their fleet? The pirates found the Song Empire's people quite amusing. However, their laughter soon faded. 200 yards, 150 yards, 100 yards. Fire, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The iron boats moved at breakneck speed, closing in on the pirates' vanguard warships in a flash. Tongues of fire shot out from the iron tubes and shot towards the pirates' warships. These flames, trailing long, flaming tails, were a beautiful sight in the darkness. There's a saying in nature that beautiful things are often poisonous and deadly. And now, this saying was proven true here. Boom! The Dutch pirate ship, leading the charge, was struck head-on by 3 rockets. The massive hull began to tilt and tremble under the powerful impact of the explosions. A massive black hole had been blasted across the front of the pirate ship. Almost 1/5 of the hull had been completely shattered by the bombardment. Captain, our bow is completely destroyed, and seawater is now flooding into the cabin. We estimate it won't be long before our ship sinks. What should we do now? The pirates attacked first were the most devastated. They had never imagined they would face such an attack. The geneticists on the iron fishing boats paid no attention to the pirates' affairs. They observed their target's condition with stern expressions, assessing whether it was incapable of combat. Captain, the enemy warship's front has been completely destroyed and is incapable of action. It's expected to sink within 5 minutes. Should we continue the attack? No. Let's quickly infiltrate and attack the pirate ship behind us. Be careful of sniper fire and avoid being hit by the unfortunate muskets. Okay, sir. The geneticist in the cockpit sped past the unfortunate pirate ship. The genetically modified sailor who had earlier launched the knockoff bazooka tossed a fired steel pipe into the sea, then returned to the cabin, carrying another one and standing at the rear of the group. What's going on up ahead? That flames are shooting up into the sky, and several warships are on fire. Did the Manhattan fleet already retreat? Who attacked them? Behind the pirate vanguard, Blackbeard Jack saw flames rising up into the sky in the sea ahead, illuminating the entire area in a crimson glow. But they couldn't understand what the Vanguard fleet had encountered. The Manhattan fleet had already retreated, so they shouldn't be encountering an enemy now. Unfortunately, the pirates didn't have walkie-talkies, so they couldn't quickly obtain any useful information. Sir, the Rapid Reaction Fleet has entered the battle area. The Manhattan fleet has withdrawn completely, and the Rapid Reaction Fleet is now engaging the pirates. Sitting in his office in Manhattan City, Zhang Tai breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this news. The Rapid Reaction Fleet had finally arrived. With these iron ships, the pirates currently attacking them would be no more. The gap in technology and weaponry would give Manhattan the upper hand. What are our losses? I mean the losses of the Manhattan fleet, Zhang Tai asked. We lost 23 warships of various types, 15 were severely damaged, 3 were slightly damaged, and 16 are still capable of combat, hiss. After listening to the secretary's report, Zhang Tai sucked his teeth and took a deep breath. Such losses were truly severe. Manhattan's fleet only had 57 warships. And these warships were recaptured through various means, using the pirates who had cooperated with them. This cost the Empire a considerable amount of money and 6 months of their time. Now, after this battle, only 16 of the 57 warships are still operational. The rest were either destroyed or severely damaged. Those that were severely damaged are no longer worth repairing. It can be said that the Manhattan fleet has lost approximately 60% of its warships. This loss is enormous. These warships cost the Empire a fortune, and I put a lot of effort into them. It's heartbreaking to see this battle end up like this. The secretary standing before Zhang Tai heard this and comforted him. Sir, in fact, we will have 30 heavy battleships ready to launch in a while. With these battleships, the safety of Manhattan waters will be more than guaranteed, right? Besides these heavy battleships, our Manhattan shipyards are also ready to launch 300 Dutch-style dual-purpose merchant ships. Hearing the secretary's words, Zhang Tai's mood finally improved. In fact, the ships currently used by the Manhattan fleet were merely temporary warships. After all, Zhang Tai and Song Hu had built numerous shipyards while constructing the city. The shipyards are now fully operational, and over half a year has passed. It won't be long before Manhattan will have its own warships. Therefore, the current loss of ships in the Manhattan fleet is nothing to Zhang Tai. A 4-deck, 108-gun heavy battleship, coupled with 15 Dutch-style dual-purpose merchant ships, would form a replica aircraft carrier fleet. By then, the waters off Manhattan would be completely safe. The heavy battleships would be launched in 2 months, before autumn, so Zhang Tai had nothing to worry about. 30 replica 17th-century aircraft carrier formations could not only protect the waters off Manhattan, but even the mouth of the St. Lawrence River. You're right. In just 2 months, we'll have our own warships. Only then can we truly be considered powerful, Zhang Tai nodded and said to his secretary. Now that the Rapid Reaction Fleet has arrived, the destruction of the pirates is only a matter of time. Once we defeat them, we'll have 6 months to spare, and no one will dare to attack us again. All of this was part of Zhang Tai's plan. In his view, as long as the pirates weren't defeated, they would be gone. The pirates, having suffered heavy losses, would no longer have the strength to seek advantage in Manhattan for a long time. By the time the pirates had recovered, Manhattan would have its own powerful fleet. By then, even if hundreds of pirate ships arrived, Zhang Tai wouldn't be afraid. Your Excellency is right. After these pirates are defeated, they won't cause trouble again for a while. During this time, we will have a fleet of heavy battleships and Dutch-style warships. By then, we will be the most powerful naval force on the east coast of North America. Zhang Tai smiled. I think after we have these warships, we can consider the Spanish colonies in the Caribbean, right? Zhang Tai had long coveted Central America. On this point, Zhang Tai and Zhao Hongai were completely aligned. According to their plan, their goal was to take control of the entire American continent, to be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 352 The Pirates Retreat. Song Army. Quick, retreat. The battle for the fort was over. A squadron of 500 soldiers dispatched by Manhattan completely routed the pirates, besieging the fort with a single charge. The pirates' equipment disadvantages were starkly exposed against the fast-firing and highly accurate flintlock rifles. Furthermore, during the close-range charge, the bayonets inflicted heavy casualties. The genetic soldiers formed an attacking formation resembling the musket formations of the Napoleonic era. Faced with this hedgehog-like formation, the pirates were completely helpless. Therefore, after leaving a trail of corpses, they finally retreated. However, the genetic soldiers did not let them go, pursuing them. Who knows if those 2,000 pirates will ever make it back alive? After all, the genetic soldiers of the Manhattan Army were trained to take no prisoners. This same situation also occurred around the forts on Manhattan Island. Unlike the forts on Manhattan, Manhattan Island was inhabited by Mohicans, so the pirates were dealt with by Mohican militias. While these pirates weren't facing genetic humans, they faced a similarly miserable fate. The Mohicans used a variety of tactics to inflict casualties on the pirates: blow darts, throwing axes, flintlock rifles, exploding bottles. Pirates were also scalped when they died or were seriously injured. True, if they were dead, it wouldn't be a big deal, but most of the time, seriously injured pirates weren't dead yet they would see gleaming Mohicans approaching them with daggers in hand. The agony of having a large scalp cut off while still alive was truly unimaginable. The tragic pirates faced a series of counterattacks. However, both the genetic forces and the Mohican militia on Manhattan Island achieved a miracle: 0 casualties. Admittedly, this was a bit bizarre. Compared to the casualties suffered in the naval battle, the Army's losses were truly incredible. Regardless, the pirates' attacks on the forts were gradually dismantled. Meanwhile, the battle on the surface, with the addition of 120 ironclad fishing boats, began to tilt the tide in Manhattan's favor. "Sir, we're running low on rocket launchers. Should we return now?" The commanders of the several ironclad fishing boats conducting the assault were faced with this dilemma. While they had achieved impressive results, their imitation rocket launchers were also depleting rapidly. As a result, their fleet was nearly depleted. If they ran out of rockets, they would become sitting ducks. They would be powerless against the pirates. "Alright, return. Let's leave the rest of the battle to our brothers back there. They still have plenty of weapons, right?" After a brief deliberation, the commanders of the ironclad fishing boats decided to retreat. Continuing the battle would improve the situation. After all, they were out of weapons, weren't they? But they still had many companions behind them. Therefore, the rest of the battle would be theirs. And they could avoid being put in danger and suffering any losses. And so, the iron boat, having exhausted its rocket launchers, quickly turned and headed back. The iron boats behind took over their attack position, continuing to advance and attack the pirates. Compared to the ease of the quick reaction fleet, the pirates seemed a bit panicked. "Fire! Fire! Sink these guys!" Seeing the iron boats armed with strange weapons approaching them, the pirate captain shouted orders. Boom! Boom! Bomb after bombardment landed at a considerable distance from the iron fishing boat, completely unable to hit its hull. First, the iron fishing boat was small. Furthermore, the pirate ship's guns were not very accurate, so it was understandable that they couldn't hit it. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, it depended on luck. Moreover, the pirate warships were mostly double-deckers, each armed with only about 20 guns. The most heavily armed warship was Blackbeard Jack's flagship, the Deep Sea Ghost, which boasted 36 8-pounder guns. After all, this was only the 17th century, 3-decker warships wouldn't appear until the 18th. By then, the number of shipboard guns could have increased. These pirates didn't have the tools Zhao Hongyu had to build a 4-deck, 108-gun battleship. By this calculation, a pirate ship had 11 or 12 guns capable of firing from its sides. These guns, mostly 8-pounders or 12-pounders, didn't have a very long range. It's important to note that bigger isn't always better, as a wooden hull needs to be able to withstand the recoil of the gunfire. Large caliber guns are certainly powerful, but the recoil problem is also a problem. A single shot would often cause the entire ship to shake. If it encountered a shoddily built warship, the deck could even collapse from the recoil of the guns. In that case, the entire ship would be doomed. Had this happened in the Atlantic, it would have been a disaster. Therefore, 8-pound and 12-pound guns became the norm. Over 100 years later, after Europe had resolved some of the keel issues, heavy shipboard artillery was gradually installed. But that was over 100 years later. Zhao Hongyu's 4-deck heavy battleship was not one of them. After all, he had solved many problems with external mounts. And with 108 24-pound guns, he was a formidable force at sea. "Captain, those ships are too small. We can't hit them." The pirate fleet's leading ships continued to suffer from rocket launcher fire. Flames shot up from these pirate warships, then slowly sank into the sea, engulfed in flames. Countless pirates, wailing and flaming, leaped from their ships, hoping to save their lives. At that moment, the sea had become a hellish battlefield. After the fleet of iron fishing boats joined in, they destroyed over 100 pirate ships in just 2 hours. The waters, just 15 nautical miles from Manhattan, were littered with the wreckage of warships and the lucky pirates who had survived. Some pirate ships had not yet gone silent, but sat ablaze on the sea, illuminating the surroundings in a crimson glow. The loss of over 100 warships was a significant loss for the pirates. This wasn't serious damage, but complete destruction. Although the bazooka was a knockoff and could only fire once, the immense explosive force could completely destroy a wooden warship in just 5 or 6 rounds. It was precisely because of this that the pirates suffered such heavy losses. The earlier melee with the Manhattan fleet had already cost the pirates a significant number of warships. Now, after the onslaught of the iron fishing boat fleet, the pirates' losses were even greater. The Pirate Alliance, which originally boasted over 400 warships, now had over 280. Over 50 iron fishing boats, having exhausted their rocket launchers, had begun returning. But this still left over 60 or so to fight the pirates. "Jack, let's retreat. Manhattan has a secret weapon. We're no match. If we continue like this, all our ships will be destroyed." At this moment, some were already urging Blackbeard Jack to retreat. This was a departure from their earlier excitement. The pirates were now filled with fear and regret. Yes, they had suffered heavy losses this time. But they hadn't even seen Manhattan's harbor. Blackbeard Jack's face was gloomy, his face dimly visible in the intermittent glow of flames on the distant sea. Retreat? Blackbeard was reluctant. After all, the battle had reached this point. Wouldn't retreating just like that mean all their efforts would be wasted? However, Blackbeard knew that if they didn't retreat, they might actually die here. He had sensed something was amiss, and now he finally knew what was wrong. He had oversimplified things, assuming Manhattan was an undefended, fabulously wealthy city. He assumed Manhattan, like the Spanish colonies in Central America, would be impervious to his attack. But he was wrong, utterly wrong. The people of the Song Empire were fundamentally different from those Europeans. They possessed formidable weaponry, even unknown to themselves. Furthermore, they possessed small boats capable of navigating the seas without the aid of sails or wind. All of this hadn't been mentioned in earlier intelligence reports. Clearly, the Song Empire still held many formidable hidden treasures. To avoid further complications, retreat seemed the only option. They had already suffered significant losses, and their plans for Manhattan were untenable anytime soon. Retreat. After gritting his teeth for a moment, Blackbeard finally gave the order. The pirate ships behind them began to slowly turn, preparing to flee. Faced with such a golden opportunity, how could a rapid reaction fleet let it slip? They all knew that turning around a sailing ship in this era was extremely slow and time-consuming. And taking advantage of this opportunity, they could definitely continue to destroy a lot of pirate ships. Right, to be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 353 Aftermath. The sky began to turn pale, and the night finally ended. After a night of fighting, the Song Empire's fleet had finally repelled the combined pirate fleet. Blackbeard and over 130 pirate ships fled Manhattan waters, heading deep into the Atlantic. In this battle, the pirates lost over 300 warships in Manhattan waters. Blackbeard and his men wouldn't have lost so many ships, but the rapid reaction fleet seized the opportunity to attack them as they turned to flee, resulting in such heavy losses. Almost 100 ships were destroyed during the turnaround. This was something the pirates hadn't expected. Upon hearing the news, the people of Manhattan cheered at the docks and harbor. The merchants and Europeans working in Manhattan cheered the loudest. With the pirates defeated, they could resume their work and earn money. After all, if the pirates had captured Manhattan, their losses would have been devastating. A combined pirate fleet of over 400 ships had been destroyed by the Song Empire in a single night. This gave some a new appreciation for the Song Empire's power. The European offices in Manhattan recorded this incident and prepared to report it back home immediately. However, they were unaware of the Song Empire's use of iron fishing boats and shoulder-fired rocket launchers during the battle. Therefore, everyone was extremely curious about how Manhattan had defeated the pirates. However, many pirates had escaped, and it seemed likely that news of the Song Empire's weapons and sailless ships would spread throughout Europe soon. However, this matter was not Zhang Tai's concern right now. His priority was to immediately restore Manhattan to its original state and get everyone back to work. The battle had severely damaged the pirates. They wouldn't dare attack Manhattan for at least a few years, but as for other European colonies, that was beyond the Song Empire's consideration, wasn't it? What business did they have with their own lives? Furthermore, after this battle, the Song Empire had captured a significant number of pirates. Some had attacked the fort but were intercepted and captured, while others had been rescued from the sea. Altogether, these pirates numbered approximately 10,000, Zhang Tai wrote with a flourish, and these unfortunate pirates were sent to the gold mines in the forests outside Manhattan to work as laborers digging for gold. The gold mine fortress had now expanded, making it easy to hold over 10,000 pirates. Furthermore, the fortress's walls were high and thick, so there was no need to worry about the pirates escaping. Furthermore, underground mining was about to begin, so these pirates could be used as workers. They didn't need to be paid, and even casualties wouldn't matter. It would be a shame to leave such a valuable labor force unused. Thus, over 10,000 pirates became the toilers of Manhattan's gold mines, never leaving until their deaths. Later scholars studying the history of the Song Empire, and some inconsiderate historians from various European provinces, would often use this as an excuse to attack their overlord. According to observation reports, the pirates only managed to escape with a little over 100 warships, and they've been severely weakened here. Military assessments indicate that after this battle, the pirates won't be able to attack Manhattan again within 5 years. Zhang Tai's secretary was presenting the military assessment to Zhang Tai. Very good. This battle exceeded my expectations. I never imagined such brilliant results. Zhang Tai was very satisfied with the outcome. Tell the shipyard to speed up the construction of the warships. After our battle with the pirates, many people will think we've been severely weakened. I'm worried some fools might try to take advantage of us, Zhang Tai reminded his secretary. The secretary picked up her ballpoint pen and wrote it down in her notebook. Sir, are you worried about the British? After completing the note, the secretary asked curiously. We need to be on guard against the British in Virginia and Pennsylvania, but we also need to be on guard against the Spanish and Dutch in Central America. This time, we suffered an attack on Manhattan, but why didn't the British colonies? Why didn't they attack Central America? This is a question we need to consider carefully. Zhang Tai's eyes occasionally flashed with a gleam of light. Yes, it's really hard to say what pirates are like in this era. Normally, they would engage in ocean trade like legitimate merchants. But when the need arises, they would become pirates. This pirate alliance may not have been without the involvement of the British, Spanish, and Dutch. Otherwise, it would be completely impossible for a pirate named Blackbeard to gather so many pirates. Sir, are you suggesting that the recent pirate attacks on Manhattan are motivated by the British, Spanish, or even Dutch? Zhang Tai's expression darkened. I think it's highly likely. After all, we're incredibly wealthy here, and we're growing stronger, which is very disadvantageous to them. Therefore, they're likely to use pirates to cause us some trouble. The secretary pondered for a moment, believing Zhang Tai's suggestion to be highly likely. Sir, then, should we take action against the British colonies? After all, Pennsylvania and Virginia are obstacles to a quest for hegemony and unification of the North American continent. Zhang Tai smiled and said, of course, now that the pirate problem is solved, my next step is to deal with the British, right? But we'll have to wait a while. Once our heavy warships are launched and the waters around Manhattan have the power to defend themselves, we can then send our army to conquer the British colonies. The secretary calculated that, according to Zhang Tai's suggestion, they wouldn't be able to begin operations until autumn. That was a good thing, though. Summer's heavy rains wouldn't be conducive to large-scale military operations. But winter would be a different story. The Song Empire's army was well equipped with winter clothing, eliminating the need to worry about the cold. Furthermore, the rivers all froze over in winter, making large-scale military marches much less cumbersome. Okay, I'll notify the military headquarters and have them draw up a plan for autumn military operations, the secretary replied, reflecting. After dealing with the pirates, I feel a lot more relaxed. Now we just have to wait for the warships to be launched from the shipyard, and then we can focus on dealing with the British. Quebec, to the north of Manhattan, was already under its control. Construction on the Iroquois and Great Lakes regions to the west was also underway as planned. Manhattan, on land, had no further concerns. The threat of pirates on the eastern coastline had also been resolved. Once the warships were launched, Manhattan could focus fully on dealing with the British to the south. While the Empire and the British were not at odds, if the Empire desired to control the entire American continent, the British colonies must be taken. What moral or immoral issue is this? Zhao Hongyu had said that there could only be one voice in the entire American continent, the voice of the Song Empire. As for the other nations, let them die. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu had been in Lisbon, Europe, planning to destroy Spain. At that point, the war in Central America would require the participation of the army. However, the road to Central America lay blocked by British colonies. This was a truly daunting situation. Precisely because of this, in preparation for the future conquest of Central America, Zhang Tai had to drive the British out. Only then could he open the door to Central America. When war broke out in Spain, he could send troops both by sea and land to seize the Spanish colonies. He could then seize the Dutch territory as well. After eliminating the Spanish and Dutch, the entire Americas would essentially become the domain of the Song Empire. All he had to do then was focus on development and construction to increase the population, right? Instruct the intelligence department to monitor the public's psychological dynamics and help them resume work and life as quickly as possible. Although we won this war, it still had an impact on everyone, Zhang Tai instructed his secretary. The secretary nodded as he wrote down his orders. Don't treat the captured pirates too well. Group them in groups of 10, each with iron shackles and collars. Don't feed them too much, lest they become overly imaginative. The fortress's armaments must be strengthened, and if necessary, strong measures can be used to deal with these arrogant individuals. Sir, does that mean we can just feed them bran and water? Right, the secretary asked. Moldy black bread, expired pickles, and the like will do. Are we even going to feed them meat? Zhang Tai let out a look of disdain. They are our enemies, and we're not running a charity. We don't need to treat them too well. Besides, there's no Geneva Convention in this era, right? So we don't need to be too cautious. Zhang Tai didn't have a particularly favorable impression of these pirates. While Manhattan had the means to allow the pirates to live a life of captivity with meat every meal, Zhang Tai wouldn't be so foolish as to do so. You know, if they hadn't defeated these pirates, once Manhattan was captured by the pirates, not only would all their efforts have been in vain, but they wouldn't have received any preferential treatment from the pirates. Therefore, Zhang Tai wouldn't treat these pirates with any preferential treatment either. This was perfectly normal. Okay, sir, I'll make a note of that. Technically, the secretary didn't have a favorable impression of these pirates. So, Zhang Tai's order didn't particularly resonate with him. When dealing with the enemy, one should be as ruthless as the cold winter, right? We can disband most of the militia, and at the same time, strengthen patrols in the surrounding areas. I'm worried about some pirates stalking around Manhattan. These are just a few isolated incidents, but we can't be careless. They still pose a serious threat to some estates, so we must protect the safety of those estate owners, Zhang Tai said after a moment's thought. Although a small number of pirates had been repelled, those who fell into the sea or landed near the coast still needed to be watched. Furthermore, not all of the retreating pirates had fled into the Atlantic. After all, their ships lacked sufficient supplies, making it impossible to sail the ocean. Therefore, restocking supplies along the coast became a necessity. So, where could these repelled pirates go to resupply? After much thought, the only possible places were the coastal villages near Manhattan. The Indian villages there held ample supplies, allowing the pirates to restock and embark on their ocean voyages. Therefore, to prevent such a situation, Zhang Tai felt it necessary to strengthen patrols in the Manhattan area to ensure the safety of those villages. Remember to send people to the surrounding villages and warn the Indians there to be wary of white people. They could very well be pirates, so they need to be extra vigilant. These were just post-processing matters. Once the pirates were dealt with, this wouldn't be a major problem. I'm sure the Rapid Reaction Fleet used up quite a few of those bazookas, right? A lot of them, Zhang Tai asked, remembering this. The secretary flipped through the intelligence documents sent by the intelligence department, which contained relevant data. After understanding the situation, the secretary replied, 80% of all the knockoff bazookas have been expended in the battle. The Rapid Reaction Fleet has now lost its ability to continue fighting, Zhang Tai sighed after hearing the report. If the pirates had held out any longer, the situation would have been reversed. Fortunately, the pirates had never seen such a weapon and were completely disoriented by it. Ultimately, Their fear led to their failure to retreat. Otherwise, the outcome of this war would have been truly uncertain. Ask Song Hu if these knockoff weapons are difficult to manufacture, and how long it would take to replenish them. The secretary glanced at the documents and replied, "Here are the data. It takes about 5 days to manufacture one knockoff shoulder-fired bazooka. Based on this data, it would take at least a year to restore the weapon stockpile." Zhang Tai wasn't entirely satisfied with the secretary's figures. However, he also knew there was nothing he could do. After all, their current technological and industrial level was not very high. The fact that Song Hu had been able to tinker with such a knockoff bazooka was truly incredible. He couldn't expect too much, or demand perfection. It'll take a while, but it's not a big deal. After this failure, the pirates won't be coming to Manhattan waters for another year, Zhang Tai said after a moment's hesitation. To be continued. Chapter 354 Intercepted Letter. Zhao Hongyu, who was in Marseilles, France, hadn't learned of what was happening in Manhattan. He was currently preoccupied with dealing with the Duke of Orleans. "Queen Marie, let's get this straight. I believe you want to use me to eliminate the Duke of Orleans." Zhao Hongyu approached Marie one day and said something that shocked her. "Don't deny it yet," he said, raising his hand before Marie could begin to deny it. "No matter what you think, I will not let the Duke of Orleans and his worthless son go. After all, I came here sincerely, hoping to cooperate with you, and I don't want the Duke of Orleans to ruin our upcoming collaboration. But I'm thinking that since the Queen wants him dead, she certainly doesn't want any accidents to happen. Therefore, I believe we need to work together to ensure that the Duke of Orleans survives this duel." A few days ago, after the old lady of the Samuel family had analyzed Marie's plans for Zhao Hongyu had decided to talk to Marie. After all, neither Marie nor Zhao Hongyu wanted anything to go wrong in this duel. They both longed for the Duke of Orleans' death. Only with his demise could he and she each reap their respective rewards. Zhao Hongyu wanted to vent his anger. Who had allowed the Duke of Orleans' worthless son to be so audacious as to provoke Emma? Therefore, Zhao Hongyu was determined to teach the Duke of Orleans a lesson. Marie, on the other hand, would be able to remove a major obstacle and seize his territory after his death. In short, they shared a common goal, so they should be able to come to terms. Marie watched Zhao Hongyu speak, her thoughts turning. Yes, as Zhao Hongyu had said, she did want the Duke of Orleans dead. Only then could she reap the benefits. Moreover, the Duke of Orleans now had undue ambitions that threatened her rule and interests. But for some reason, Marie had never had the opportunity to eliminate the Duke of Orleans. But now it was different. Now she had a very good opportunity to let the Grand Duke of Orleans die in a legal manner. And after his death, she would not be blamed. His followers, and some of the small and medium-sized nobles who had defected to the Duke of Orleans, would not attack her because of the Duke of Orleans' death. Even if they were angry at that time, they could only vent their anger on Zhao Hongyu, the crown prince from America. Therefore, when Zhao Hongyu finished what he wanted to say and looked at her with a smile, Mary shrugged her shoulders, showing an expression of "you are really good," and then said to Zhao Hongyu, "I don't know what basis you have for saying these things. Is it just your guess?" Zhao Hongyu still kept smiling and did not speak. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's expression, Mary continued, "But I have to admit that your guess is accurate. I do want him dead. The Duke has already developed thoughts he shouldn't have, and his ambition has inflated. This duel is a good opportunity to resolve this problem, so I intend to make the most of it." After saying this, Mary looked at Zhao Hongyu seriously and said, "Then I want to know, how can we work together?" This was exactly what she had been waiting for. Zhao Hongyu knew Mary was a smart person. She wouldn't hide anything on this matter. After all, there was no conflict of interest between them, and the Duke of Orleans was the only one who posed the greatest threat to her. "I need to know what the Grand Duke of Orleans is planning. I don't think he's stupid, he probably has a backup plan. I'm worried he might resort to underhanded tactics. Therefore, we must all be on guard. However, my status prohibits me from approaching him, so I'll have you, Queen, go and inquire." Zhao Hongyu stated his purpose. Mary nodded. This wasn't a difficult matter for her. Seeing Mary's agreement, Zhao Hongyu's smile deepened. "Our cooperation will ensure that nothing unexpected happens. I want to kill the Grand Duke of Orleans and vent my anger. As for what you stand to gain from it, that's not my concern. But I believe that after the Grand Duke of Orleans' death, the royal family's control over France will be greatly enhanced. This will be of great benefit to our future military cooperation, won't it? Zhao Hongai mentioned the upcoming cooperation. He was talking about joining forces with France to fight Spain. The reason Zhao Hongai brought it up now was to test Mary's attitude and see if his cooperation with her would be affected by the incident involving the Grand Duke of Orleans and his idiot son. Fortunately, Mary's answer put Zhao Hongai at ease. After hearing Zhao Hongai's words, Mary solemnly replied, "I can guarantee that after we deal with the Grand Duke of Orleans, the cooperation we discussed earlier can continue. After all, it would be of great benefit to France, wouldn't it? Furthermore, I'd like to own a private royal estate, and I think it would be very nice to have one within Spanish territory." "Very good, beautiful queen. I think it would be even better in Madrid," Zhao Hongai complimented. A faint smile spread across Mary's face, a smile that was reserved, unlike Zhao Hongai's brashness. "Your Majesty, I must warn you. Although we all want the Duke of Orleans dead, we must also be on guard against him plotting against us before the duel. To him, I'm his enemy, and you're his obstacle. While we're using this opportunity to eliminate him, he might also use it to eliminate you and me." Just yesterday, Zhao Hongai received Wang Shan's report. Wang Shan had been keeping his gene searchers on the Duke of Orleans' movements. They discovered that the Duke had sent his guards away from the estate, so Wang Shan intercepted one of them. He found a letter on the guard's body. Written in French, Wang Shan couldn't understand it. Finally, the letter was handed to Zhao Hongai. Zhao Hongai had a language hack, so he had no problem understanding French. The letter, found on the Duke of Orleans' guards, contained a simple message. It instructed his die-hard supporters to bring the guards to the estate, and to secretly mobilize soldiers to surround it, awaiting his orders to eliminate both Zhao Hongai and Marie. Once Marie was eliminated, her death would be Zhao Hongai's responsibility. Zhao Hongai would be killed anyway, so who would stand trial against him? It was precisely because of this letter that Zhao Hongai sought Marie out that day. Marie's smile faded, and she frowned as she looked at Zhao Hongai. "What's up? Your Highness the Crown Prince, do you have any news?" Mary felt that Zhao Hongai's words were not targeted. He must have known something, otherwise he would not have said these words to her. Zhao Hongai nodded, took out the intercepted letter from his arms, and handed it to Mary. Mary took the letter, then lowered her head and read it quickly. Her face became more and more ugly, and her body gradually trembled. "This bastard," Mary finally couldn't help but cursed out loud. Zhao Hongai said to Mary with a relaxed look, "Queen, there are still 3 days before the duel. I guess the Grand Duke's supporters are already on their way here. But he underestimates my elite guards. Does he think that he can defeat us by mobilizing more than 1,000 musketeers?" Zhao Hongai showed a very disdainful look. "As long as you can ensure the duel goes smoothly, I can ensure the Duke of Orleans dies in the fight. As for his supporters among the lesser nobles, I'll also eliminate them in the duel. I can even deal with the musketeers," Zhao Hongai said to Marie, giving her a deep look. "Is that all you want me to do?" Marie asked, taking a deep breath. At this point, she had no choice but to cooperate with Zhao Hongai. What else could she do? It was obvious that the Grand Duke of Orleans wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate her as well. Moreover, little Louis Zhao was here. If both she and little Louis Zhao were dead, the Grand Duke of Orleans would surely ascend to the throne of France. As for that useless Gaston, who would care about him? After becoming king, he could have any woman he wanted. He could just work hard to cultivate another one. This Gaston incident gave Marie a chance to eliminate the Duke of Orleans, but it also gave him an opportunity. For both her and the Duke of Orleans, fate was perfectly fair. "I expect you to do more than just make the duel go ahead. I also need you, Queen, to provide me with some intelligence. The more information on the Duke of Orleans, the better." Zhao Hongai now grew serious. "I also want you to make preparations. It would be best if you could send someone you trust to gather loyalists and prepare them now. Once the Duke of Orleans and his cronies are dead, you must seize his territory as quickly as possible," Zhao Hongai reminded Mary. Mary nodded solemnly. Indeed, the current situation meant she could no longer wait. Originally, Mary had planned to prepare these matters after the duel. But now, it seems, plans can't keep up with the pace of change. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please vote on Kidian.com or subscribe to our monthly subscription. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 355 Advance Arrangements. Night. Summer cicadas chirped incessantly, and fireflies danced and swirled in the darkness. In the sycamore forest at the northern end of a manor on the western outskirts of Marseilles, a knight in black clothes and black pants, riding a black steed, passed through the trees and approached the manor. When still some distance from the manor, the knight stopped with his reins. He dismounted, led the horse to a secluded spot, and tied it to a sycamore tree. After surveying his surroundings, he crept towards the manor. Quickly, the black-clad knight quietly slipped into the manor and disappeared behind the flower bed. He thought his movements were so discreet that he had gone unnoticed. But what he didn't know was that, after infiltrating the manor, not far from where he dismounted, a small mound of earth gave way, and a dark figure emerged from it. These were the genetic sentries stationed outside the manor by Wang Shan. Every night, they would dig pits in trees or the ground to guard the area. Therefore, it was not surprising that the black-clad knight hadn't noticed. After he got up, he followed the black-clad knight's path and entered the manor. Following him all the way, he arrived at the Duke of Orleans's quarters. "Your Excellency, we have fulfilled our mission. Everything is complete. We are now stationed 3 kilometers outside the manor, awaiting your orders." The black-clad knight was one of the guards sent earlier to contact supporters. Upon seeing this guard, a look of pride emerged on the Duke of Orleans's face. The sadness he had previously worn was completely gone, as if it had never appeared. "All right. This is the day I've been waiting for. Today is the 4th day, and tomorrow at sunrise it will be the 5th. We must paralyze Mary and the Americans. I plan to launch a surprise attack on them during the duel on the 6th day," the Duke of Orleans said to the guard. The hidden genetic sentries recorded their conversation word for word. The Duke of Orleans had no idea that his conversation with his men had been overheard. He was now very excited and said to the guard, "You will leave the manor soon and tell everyone my plan. Let them rest for a day, and then launch the attack on time the day after tomorrow morning. You must solemnly instruct them on this. Don't forget it when you go." "Okay, Duke." Then, the Duke of Orleans discussed some details with the guard. At this time, a guard affiliated with the Duke of Orleans came over from a distance. By this time, the Gene Man had heard enough about the Duke of Orleans. So, he left the place before being discovered. This news was immediately reported to Wang Shan, who in turn reported it to Zhao Hongyu. "Wang Shan, it seems that the Duke of Orleans wants to wipe us out," Zhao Hongyu said with a grim expression after listening to Wang Shan's report. Wang Shan nodded. "Yes, that old fellow has a big appetite, and he's not afraid of breaking his teeth. So, Your Highness, should we send someone to take out all those people outside?" Wang Shan felt that they should strike first. Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and said to Wang Shan, "If we take action, will it alert the enemy?" He was worried that if they sent troops over, the sound of gunfire would alert the Duke of Orleans. Then things would become complicated. Wang Shan understood His Highness's concerns. He smiled and replied, "Your Highness, you are worried that if a fight breaks out over there, the gunfire will alert the Duke of Orleans, right?" Zhao Hongyu nodded, admitting that he did have this concern. After Wang Shan confirmed Zhao Hongyu's concerns, he smiled and said to him, "Your Highness, your worries are completely unnecessary. The genealogists report that the Duke of Orleans's men are stationed 3 kilometers from the manor, and the sound of flintlock gunfire wouldn't carry that far. Therefore, we can eliminate them silently, and Old Orleans won't even notice." Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment and felt that Wang Shan was right. He had been worrying too much. After all, it was unrealistic for the sound of gunfire to be heard from such a distance. In that case, let's prepare and give the Duke of Orleans a great gift. Having put down the burden on his mind, Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan with a grim expression, "Your Highness, here's my plan. We shouldn't act too soon, we must keep time," Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongyu. "When do you plan to attack them?" Zhao Hongyu asked curiously. Wang Shan smirked, "Let's take care of those people tomorrow night. Isn't Duke Orleans planning to attack us the day after tomorrow morning? So, let's just finish them off tomorrow night. I'm sure he'll be very pleased when he realizes his preparations are useless this morning." Zhao Hongyu pondered the idea and agreed to Wang Shan's offer. "Your Highness, we can also launch a surprise attack at night, eliminating them before they even know they're ready," Wang Shan explained. "The Duke of Orleans is being naive, actually wanting to eliminate us before the duel. He's a very clever plan, but it's a shame he's targeting us." At this point, Wang Shan curled his lips in disdain. "I have to tell Emma about this. Now that the Duke of Orleans has broken the rules of the duel, there's no need for us to abide by them. If he does it on the first day, I can do it on the 15th. I don't believe I can't defeat this old man, Zhao Hongyu said bitterly to Wang Shan. Wang Shan nodded. Yes, if he can do it, so can we. It's just a matter of who has the better methods. It's just that it's not just us who want the Duke of Orleans dead, but Queen Marie as well. And this time, he's not just going after us, he's even got Queen Marie in the mix. So, he's essentially fighting alone, isn't he? Even though this is France, with 800 elite guards, it won't be easy for the Duke of Orleans to deal with us. Alright, send more people to keep an eye on the Duke of Orleans. Also, investigate the periphery. It's best to confirm the exact locations of his supporters so we don't miss anything. I'm going to find Emma now, and then tell Marie about this. After Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan finished their conversation, they both left. Following Zhao Hongyu's instructions, Wang Shan secretly dispatched his geneticists to disperse from the manor to investigate and confirm the locations of Orleans' subordinates and the exact situation in the surrounding area. After Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan separated, they went straight to Emma. Emma and Sarah were still awake, chatting. Emma's maid, Papa, the protagonist of the duel the day after tomorrow, sat beside her, resting her eyes. Zhao Hongyu opened the door and entered. Emma and Sarah paused, and Papa opened her eyes and looked over. Hey, you look troubled. Is something wrong? Emma asked first. Sarah looked at Zhao Hongyu questioningly. Papa ignored him. When she saw it was Zhao Hongyu, she closed her eyes again. Zhao Hongyu walked between Sarah and Emma and sat down. That old man, the Duke of Orleans, is playing dirty. He's planning to send troops to kill us before the duel. His actions have violated the rules of the duel, and I intend to retaliate. After sitting down, Zhao Hongyu told them everything that had happened. Emma's face turned cold, and she said in a harsh tone, "It's unforgivable. This is a shameful act. If that's the case, I won't ask you to continue to abide by the sacred rules of dueling. For someone like that, it's best to teach him a lesson." Zhao Hongyu had said earlier that if the other party broke the rules first, then he wouldn't have to abide by the rules of dueling either. Emma agreed with this. Moreover, for Emma, breaking the sacred rules of dueling was extremely despised. Sarah said to Zhao Hongyu with some concern, "After all, we are in France. This is French territory. If we go too far, won't we get into big trouble?" Sarah was not aware of the deal between Zhao Hongyu and Mary. So, it was normal for her to have such concerns. Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu smiled. It doesn't matter. The Duke of Orleans doesn't just want to eliminate us, he also wants to take care of Queen Marie. So, we can get Marie's support on this matter. And what you don't know is that Queen Marie also wants to use this duel to eliminate the Duke of Orleans as well. Zhao Hongyu then revealed everyone's plans to Sarah. I can't believe this chaos, Sarah sighed. But if Queen Marie is on our side, we won't have to worry so much. I'm just telling you this, you don't have to worry about dealing with that troublesome Duke of Orleans. But just in case, I plan to send you, Sarah, and the widows of Samuel to the ship tomorrow night when we make our move. That way, if anything goes wrong, you won't be in any danger. Zhao Hongyu planned to send Emma and Sarah to the Sea Monarch in Marseilles before the action. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Gideon. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 356 Meeting Mary. I won't leave. As your wife, I must stand by you in this dangerous moment. When Emma heard Zhao Hongyu say he was going to send her, Sarah, and the widows of Samuel's family to the warships in Marseilles, she immediately disagreed. Sarah was also somewhat reluctant. To the two women, one large and one small, Zhao Hongyu was their husband, and they were his wives. How could they leave him at such a critical juncture? However, no matter how much they resisted, Zhao Hongyu ultimately prevailed. After much persuasion, Zhao Hongyu managed to convince them both. Then, Zhao Hongyu left Emma's place and went to Marie's. When Zhao Hongyu arrived at Marie's, little Louis Zhai happened to be studying sonnets with his mother. He and Marie were surprised but also somewhat pleased to see Zhao Hongyu's late-night visit. Your Highness, how come you have time to visit us tonight? Little Louis Zhai stood up enthusiastically. Marie nodded to Zhao Hongyu. She knew Zhao Hongyu must have something to do so late. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come so late. Although Marie was confident in her looks, she wasn't so infatuated as to assume Zhao Hongyu was interested in her. Your Highness, I just received some bad news from my men. Several small forces have appeared north of our estate. They've gathered and camped there. I suspect they're most likely the Duke of Orleans's men." Marie's expression changed, but it quickly faded. She understood Zhao Hongayu's meaning perfectly. However, little Louis Zhao didn't know this, so he looked very curious. Why is the Duke of Orleans gathering his troops? Could they be here for a duel? Unlike little Louis Zhao, his captain of the guard, D'Artagnan, frowned. "Your Majesty, I understand what I mean. I want to know exactly how your preparations are going. Since the Duke of Orleans is now breaking the rules and resorting to underhanded tactics, we must act now." Zhao Hongyu didn't waste time, but directly addressed Marie with his thoughts. Marie said, "My men will march to the Grand Duke of Orleans's territory tomorrow and, under some pretext, arrest his supporters and the nobles, and bring them under control." Zhao Hongyu nodded. Marie simply needed to take action. In that case, all he had to do was trap the Duke of Orleans here, or even kill him outright. At the same time, those who had followed his instructions and camped 3 miles outside the manor would be dealt with, and all would be cleared. "Queen Marie, how many men do you have here?" Zhao Hongyu asked after a moment's thought. Marie turned her gaze to D'Artagnan. Seeing Marie's gaze fixed on him, D'Artagnan quickly replied, 35 musketeers. From today on, you will be guarding the Queen and the Dauphin at all times. We must ensure that no harm comes to you and the Dauphin. As for the Duke of Orleans, I'll handle that," Zhao Hongyu said to Marie. "How many men has the Duke of Orleans assembled?" Marie asked with a sullen expression. Zhao Hongyu shook his head. "I just sent someone to investigate, and there's no exact number yet. But I estimate it should be no less than 1,000. Marie and D'Artagnan's expressions darkened even further. It was clear that the Duke of Orleans had no good intentions by sending so many men. Little Louis Zhao now sensed something was amiss. "Mother, does the Grand Duke of Orleans intend to harm us?" Marie raised her hand and placed it on little Louis Zhao's shoulder, but she didn't answer. "Sometimes. Not answering is the best answer. I have 800 elite guards here, and I can easily deal with the Duke of Orleans's troops. The Queen and your Highness don't have to worry too much about this. The Song Empire's army is formidable." While Zhao Hongyu was confident in the Song Empire's army, that didn't necessarily mean Marie and little Louis Zhao were. After all, in today's European mindset, numerical superiority is still the ultimate determinant of victory or defeat. "I will launch an attack on those men tomorrow night. But it's best you don't show any signs of it, so as not to alert the Duke of Orleans. We'll hold the duel the day after tomorrow as scheduled, and then legally eliminate him." Zhao Hongyu explained his plans to Marie. The development of events was now beyond Marie's control. At least, within the manor, Marie had no say. After all, Zhao Hongyu had more troops under his command. Therefore, Marie could only comply with Zhao Hongyu's arrangements. "Your Highness, why are we going through so much trouble? We can actually kill the Duke of Orleans tomorrow night. My mother and I can then testify that he died in a duel." At this point, little Louis Zhao offered a suggestion. In his opinion, Zhao Hongyu's insistence on killing the Duke of Orleans in a duel was completely unnecessary. Since the Duke of Orleans was going to die anyway, they might as well just kill him tomorrow. He and his mother, Marie, could easily come up with a false conclusion. There were no outsiders here, so they had the final say. It was a shame that little Louis Zhao wasn't aware of this complex issue. If it weren't for his mother, why would Zhao Hongyu have waited until tomorrow? He could have taken action days ago. "Little Louis, you don't understand. The Crown Prince is doing this to keep me out of this and avoid being blamed. We owe him a great favor. I want to seize the territory belonging to the Duke of Orleans for the royal family and you. Therefore, the Duke of Orleans must die legally, and his death must be in the presence of other nobles," Mary explained to little Louis Zhao. Only then did little Louis Zhao understand the problem. It turned out that this Crown Prince from America had reached an agreement with his mother at some point. "I estimate that the nobles will arrive at the estate tomorrow morning. These nobles will witness the Duke of Orleans' duel, and then we can kill him in the duel, so no one can say anything. And if they want to hate someone, they can hate me. If they want revenge, they can come to America, right?" Zhao Hongyu tilted his head and gestured to Mary. "Your Highness, are you truly confident you can handle the troops the Duke of Orleans has assembled? While time is short and he won't be able to muster a large force, I'm sure there are significant numbers stationed 3 miles away," D'Artagnan addressed Zhao Hongyu. "Do you have any other options besides trusting me?" Zhao Hongyu countered. "D'Artagnan, we must trust your Highness. The Duke of Orleans's current target includes us, Marie said, glancing at D'Artagnan. Indeed, Marie had obtained accurate information about the Duke of Orleans's plans through her own channels. She knew exactly what he was planning. And precisely because of this knowledge, she knew she could only trust Zhao Hongyu now. From now on, everyone, keep your mouths shut. Leave everything else to me. You'll all receive good news the day after tomorrow morning, when the duel begins. After explaining the current situation to Marie, Zhao Hongyu turned to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Marie. Wait a moment, Zhao Hongyu paused and turned to look at Marie. What is it, Queen? Marie approached gracefully, her back to little Louis Zhao and D'Artagnan, and lowered her voice. To ensure everything goes well, I have a potion for you. If you have the chance, you can mix it into the Duke of Orleans's food. That way, he'll be guaranteed to die in the duel. Marie pulled a small bottle of blue potion from between her breasts and pressed it into Zhao Hongyu's hand. Wow! What a strong perfume! As the bottle was removed, a pungent scent assaulted Zhao Hongyu's nostrils. The French don't like bathing, but they do love to spray perfume to mask their body odor. I wonder if Queen Marie is the same way. Taking in the scent of the perfume, Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but wander to his thoughts. Marie hadn't noticed what the young man standing before her was thinking. She looked at Zhao Hongyu seriously and said, I'll leave everything to you. Zhao Hongyu put aside his wandering thoughts and nodded seriously to Marie. I'll say it again, leave everything to me. I'll have no problem dealing with the Duke of Orleans's men. All you have to do is keep him calm, making him think victory is assured, while also protecting you and little Louis. As long as you're safe, I'll be safe too. Faced with Zhao Hongyu's earnest instructions, Marie nodded solemnly in agreement. After this matter is resolved, as long as you have the funds, I will immediately organize an army and march to the Spanish border. For Marie, the only way she could repay Zhao Hongyu now was his desire to cooperate with her. Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu smiled at Marie and said, We'll discuss this matter after we've resolved the Duke of Orleans issue. I have great confidence in our cooperation. Then, Zhao Hongyu pocketed the blue potion Marie had given him and turned to leave. After Zhao Hongyu left, D'Artagnan approached Marie with a serious expression and asked respectfully, Your Majesty, what should we do now? Should we leave immediately to avoid any danger? To be honest, D'Artagnan didn't want Marie and little Louis to stay any longer. From her conversation with Zhao Hongyu, it was clear that the Duke of Orleans had assembled a group of men specifically to harm the American Crown Prince. This would also threaten Marie and little Louis. Therefore, as the captain of the guard, D'Artagnan's first thought was to get Marie and little Louis out of this dangerous place. To his surprise, Marie glared at him and shook her head. No. We can't leave here. I don't want to appear weak. Besides, if we leave, the Duke of Orleans will undoubtedly alert him, making things even more complicated and difficult to control. Your Highness, the Duke of Orleans is clearly targeting the Americans. It would be unwise for us to get involved. You know, the Duke of Orleans is incredibly powerful. If we're not careful, we'll be in big trouble. D'Artagnan wasn't entirely clear on the key issues at play. He was only looking at the situation from his captain's perspective. Therefore, he believed that Marie and little Louis were best served by leaving the estate and getting away from the chaos. Little did he know that this current situation and opportunity were incredibly rare for Marie. If they missed this chance, who knows if they'd ever find another opportunity to deal with the Duke of Orleans again. After all, if they killed the Duke of Orleans in a fair fight, no one would be able to say anything. Furthermore, the attackers were Americans, and had nothing to do with Marie. Was he going to let her forego this opportunity and hire assassins later, once she'd fallen out with the Duke of Orleans? Besides, Marie herself didn't know what the future would hold. Perhaps there wouldn't be another opportunity like this. She and little Louis might even be killed by the Duke of Orleans. After all, in France, the Duke of Orleans wielded far greater power than the royal family. I'm prepared. The Americans are a sharp knife. What's even more remarkable is that this American crown prince, knowing he's been wielded, is still willing to help me deal with the Duke of Orleans. I'll never get such a good opportunity again. Seeing D'Artagnan's confusion, Marie explained. Furthermore, the Duke of Orleans's ambitions are growing, and I can no longer control him. Rather than letting him grow stronger and use him against us, it's best to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. And if the Americans take action, the nobles who follow the Duke of Orleans won't turn their attacks on us, will they? Tomorrow morning, The royal guards will begin secretly arresting some of the Duke of Orleans' die-hard supporters and imprisoning them. The day after tomorrow, as soon as the Duke of Orleans dies, Baron Senko's army will enter the Duke of Orleans' territory. I must keep the Duke of Orleans here at the manor, so he won't notice anything. Little Louis Zhao, listening to his mother and D'Artagnan's words, was thrilled. Aha, his mother was finally breaking with Orleans. Great, to be continued. Chapter 357, Prepare to take action. Young Louis Zhao was thrilled, for he had always disliked the Grand Duke of Orleans and his idiot son. The reasons were complex, involving rumors and deeper reasons. But regardless, his mother's decision to take action against the Grand Duke of Orleans was the perfect opportunity for him. Furthermore, with the American Crown Prince on their side, the Grand Duke of Orleans was practically doomed. He hadn't considered what would happen to him and his mother if things went wrong, perhaps due to his youth. Young Louis Zhao hadn't considered such matters. That night, everyone spent the sweltering summer night with their own differing feelings. The next morning, Marie approached the Duke of Orleans. Without revealing a single detail, she chatted with him about family matters, as usual, and suggested some precautions and a duel. Damn you, woman. If I take care of you this time, I'll be king of France. I'll let you boast for a few days, and then I'll see how you end up. The Duke of Orleans, feigning indifference with Marie, kept reminding himself of this. Marie was no different. Both harbored ulterior motives, yet they maintained a perpetual smile, oblivious to their true intentions. Marie's actions had indeed lulled the Duke of Orleans into believing his actions had remained undetected. Little did he know that Zhao Hongayu's forces had already learned of the details of his actions and had informed Marie. It was already the 5th day, and the duel was to take place on the 6th. The Duke of Orleans planned to dispatch his troops early in the morning of the duel, the 6th, to swiftly eliminate Zhao Hongyu and Marie. After all, everyone's attention would be focused on the duel, and they would be oblivious to the surrounding situation. Who could have imagined that a massive army would descend upon them during the duel? Therefore, the Duke of Orleans believed they had a 90% chance of annihilating them all. But he didn't know that not only had his schemes been discovered, but even his own team had been discovered. It was just that he was still being kept in the dark. Zhao Hongyu and his men were eager to exploit the Duke of Orleans and capture him in one fell swoop. That day, several nobles who had a good relationship with the Duke of Orleans arrived at the manor. They were all fair-minded individuals who had come to duel at home, and to cheer the Duke on. Seeing more and more nobles arriving, Marie couldn't help but sneer inwardly. To her, the more people came, the better, so they could be dealt with all at once. In other words, the Duke of Orleans, his forces, and his supporters would be eliminated right here by the Crown Prince of America, and she could easily take over their territory. Marie watched the Duke of Orleans chatting and laughing with the nobles watching the duel, and she kept complaining in her heart. Little Louis Zhao followed her closely, and D'Artagnan, accompanied by over 30 musketeers, provided protection. Your Highness, the scouts have returned. We've determined the size of the troops assembled by the Duke of Orleans, and their locations. That morning, the geneticists sent out the previous night gradually returned to the manor, bringing back their intelligence. The Duke of Orleans has assembled approximately 1,500 troops, stationed in 3 areas, all north of the manor. Given the numbers, we can easily handle them. Zhao Hongyu chuckled after hearing Wang Shan's report. Only 1,500. That's ridiculous. Thinking you can take me down with just this small number of men is sheer fantasy. Indeed, Zhao Hongyu still had 800 elite genetic guards at his disposal. Their weaponry was far more advanced than the French. Therefore, it was truly unlikely that the Duke of Orleans could defeat him with these 1,500 men. After all, the geneticist troops under Zhao Hongyu's command were known for engaging in tough battles. Using a small force to defeat a larger force was commonplace. Besides, the Royal Guard's genetically modified humans possess even more terrifying combat power. These are warriors of the Chinese genetic lineage, personally selected by Wang Shan, and they are all mass-bred. Fearlessness is their fighting style. The French simply cannot compare in this respect. Your Highness, we only need to send 3 squads of 200 men each to defeat the Duke of Orleans' troops stationed in 3 regions, and we can still retain 200 men to deal with the manor, Wang Shan proposed to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu paused, then said, You mean, we should split up our forces for the night attack? Wang Shan nodded and said, The troops stationed in these 3 regions each have about 500 men. If we divide our forces into 200-man squads, that should be more than enough to deal with them. Besides, we still have bottle bombs, which are powerful weapons. Zhao Hongyu thought about it and felt that Wang Shan's proposal was not a bad idea. After all, he still had confidence in the genetically modified humans' combat power. 200 men against 500, that's child's play for a geneticist, isn't it? Alright. Just as you planned, we'll split up into 3 teams tonight and attack the Duke of Orleans' troops separately. I have no other requirements, I just hope they'll be completely wiped out. Zhao Hongyu made a request to Wang Shan. Wang Shan replied with a serious face, "Don't worry, Your Highness. The royal guards will carry out your orders to the death, don't be so serious. You're usually so carefree, but now you're so serious." "I'm not used to it," Zhao Hongyu chuckled at the serious Wang Shan. Wang Shan scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. "I'm just cooperating with Your Highness. I'm not one for being serious." Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan chatted and laughed a little, easing the tense atmosphere. Alright, quickly select the candidates and pass on the orders. And remember, the 200 remaining guards must enter a first-level combat readiness state from now on, to guard against the Duke of Orleans. "Okay," Zhao Hongyu finally instructed Wang Shan. Wang Shan smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Your Highness. We've been keeping track of the Duke of Orleans' movements. Strictly speaking, the nobles who came to the manor today are all here for the Duke of Orleans. Some of them even support him or are members of his camp. I think if things get out of hand at the manor, the Duke of Orleans, with the manpower of his supporters, could get Mary and the others into trouble. I've observed carefully, and each of these nobles is accompanied by 7, 8, or even more than 10 musketeers or knights." After listening to Wang Shan's story, Zhao Hongyu curled his lips, a hint of disdain on his face. Sometimes, having more people is useless. The Duke of Orleans has a good plan, but he doesn't know that our hands. Zhao Hongyu snorted and said to Wang Shan, "Find an excuse later to bring Queen Marie to our side so that we won't be unable to take care of her if something goes wrong. Emma, Sarah, and Samuel's anxious widows should be sent to the Sea King in Marseilles immediately. We can't let women hold us back." Obviously, the Duke of Orleans was already making preparations. It could be said that the conflict was imminent. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu also had to prepare well now. "Then we will face the Duke of Orleans' storm, right?" "Okay, Your Highness, do you have any other orders?" Wang Shan asked. Zhao Hongyu raised his right hand and waved it, saying, "That's it. You should hurry and do it. When everything is done, you can come back. Oh, by the way, prepare a steak for me, I'm hungry." Dividing line. "No. I won't leave. I want to stay with my husband." Mohawk women are very brave. When executing Zhao Hongyu's order, Wang Shan encountered a little trouble. That was Zhao Hongyu's wife Emma. When little Emma heard Wang Shan say that Zhao Hongyu still wanted her and Sarah to go to the Sea King, she immediately refused. Zhao Hongyu had made such a suggestion to her earlier, but Emma did not agree at that time. It's just that Zhao Hongyu did not argue with her too much on this issue, so Emma thought that Zhao Hongyu would not mention it again. Unexpectedly, Wang Shan is here now. "Your Highness, you must go. Although we all know your bravery and courage, Sarah and the women of Samuel's family are not all like you." Wang Shan comforted her kindly, and brought up the women of Sarah and Samuel's family in the hope of persuading Emma. "In that case, then you can let Sarah and those women go. I can definitely stay." Emma rolled her eyes and said to Wang Shan. Seeing Emma's determination, Wang Shan's eyes flickered as an idea occurred to him. He said to Emma, "His Royal Highness's intention is this: we're asking you to accompany these women to the Sea Sovereign because we need you to protect them. We also anticipate the Sea Sovereign might come under attack, so we need someone like you to command any potential battles." After much deliberation, His Royal Highness feels that only you are qualified and capable of taking on the responsibility. "But you don't want to go, so what should we do?" Wang Shan feigned a dilemma. "Alice, the Sea Sovereign is very important. If it's destroyed by the French, we won't be able to return to America." Wang Shan's words finally took effect. Emma fell for it. To be continued. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Delicious Captive. "Your Highness, everything's done." Emma, Utterly cajoled by Wang Shan's persuasion, finally, driven by a sense of duty, agreed to protect Sarah and the women, as well as take on the responsibility of the sea monarch, and left. Their departure went unnoticed. Therefore, the Duke of Orleans was still unaware of Zhao Hongayu's actions. "You're quite capable. You actually persuaded Emma." After listening to Wang Shan's account, Zhao Hongyu looked at him with a mixture of amusement and tears. Wang Shan chuckled and said, "Emma is still a child after all. A little coaxing will do, and even resorting to some tricks occasionally is fine. As long as we can achieve our goal, isn't that enough?" Zhao Hongyu nodded. Then, looking at Wang Shan, he said, "I wouldn't have remembered it if you hadn't mentioned it. Do you think there's trouble with the sea monarch?" Indeed, the mention of the sea monarch made Zhao Hongyu worried. This heavy warship was currently docked at the port of Marseilles. They were currently in a manor 3 kilometers from the port. Considering what the Duke of Orleans was about to do, if he truly wanted to eliminate them as well, he would undoubtedly send men to destroy or seize the sea monarch. If the sea monarch was captured or destroyed, Zhao Hongyu and his men would be completely trapped here, unable to leave. Then, wouldn't they be at the mercy of the Duke of Orleans? Therefore, this matter required careful consideration. Hearing this, Wang Shan was silent for a moment. Then, he spoke, "Your Highness, your concerns are not unfounded, but I don't think we need to be overly concerned. The sea monarch is no ordinary warship. It would be difficult for the Duke of Orleans to seize it. Besides, Chelsea and his over 200 genetically modified sailors aboard are no mere decorations." Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, as Wang Shan had said, the sea monarch was not without resistance. With over 200 genetically modified sailors still aboard, they were no mere decorations. Therefore, even if danger arose, the sea monarch could withstand it and avoid a swift fall into the hands of the enemy. Furthermore, the sailors on the ship were all genetically modified humans, well-equipped and powerfully armed. Without thousands of men, it would be unrealistic to attempt to seize the ship. It's best to send someone to inform Chelsea and have him prepare. Although Emma has already passed, we should still be cautious. If anything unexpected goes wrong, the Sea King is our guarantee of escape, Zhao Hongyu said seriously to Wang Shan. Wang Shan understood that this matter couldn't be taken lightly. Zhao Hongyu's concerns were not unfounded. Their genetically modified warriors were indeed formidable, but the world was unpredictable. Unexpected events were beyond anyone's control. If an unexpected situation truly occurred, ruining all their plans, then they would have no choice but to retreat. And to retreat, they would have to travel by Sea King. They couldn't travel overland across the European continent, could they? Besides, where could they get there by land? With the Atlantic Ocean in between, could they swim back to America? This was a highly unrealistic scenario. Therefore, they had to ensure the safety of the sea monarch. Wang Shan nodded emphatically and replied, "I'll send someone to Marseilles to notify Chelsea to enter a state of alert." Then, Wang Shan went outside, called over a geneticist, and whispered something in his ear. The geneticist then hurried away. Having done this, Wang Shan returned to Zhao Hongyu. "Now, let's wait until nightfall. Then we'll begin our action. The Duke of Orleans wants to act tomorrow morning, so we'll surprise him tonight," Zhao Hongyu said sinisterly, waiting for Wang Shan to return to his presence. Zhao Hongyu then found an excuse to bring Marie, little Louis Zhai, and the others to his protection. D'Artagnan, the captain of the guard, also came along. For the time being, the Duke of Orleans remained in the dark about what was happening within the manor. "The Duke of Orleans will launch an attack tomorrow morning, and I plan to attack him tonight. First, I'll deploy troops to destroy the forces he summoned. I'll leave 200 guards at the manor to defend against the Duke of Orleans and the nobles who have come to enforce justice. Once we've dealt with those troops, it'll be time to take care of Orleans." It was already evening, the sun slowly setting in the sky. Night was fast approaching. A hint of tension enveloped Mary and the others. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan, on the other hand, were different. They appeared calm and relaxed, seemingly unfazed by what was about to happen. "A surprise attack tonight? How confident are you?" Mary asked. Zhao Hongyu chuckled and replied, "I say I'm completely confident. Do you believe me? So for now, don't ask. We just need to wait and see." Mary thought about it and felt that Zhao Hongyu was right. If they were 100% confident, she wouldn't believe it. But if she said less, she would get nervous. In that case, it's better not to ask and just wait for the results. Seeing the American Crown Prince so confident, I figured the outcome wouldn't be too bad. But Mary was completely wrong. The reason Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan were so calm and relaxed was because they knew they had a fallback plan. If anything unexpected or went wrong, they could just run to Marseilles and board the Sea Monarch and leave. With the genetics cover, this wouldn't be difficult. After all, it's only 3 kilometers from here to Marseilles harbor, isn't it? 800 genetics guards are more than enough to accomplish this. It was precisely because of this confidence that Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan were so calm and relaxed, appearing so relaxed in Queen Mary's eyes. However, there were some things Zhao Hongyu couldn't tell this woman. Little Louis Zhai, at this moment, was enjoying his milk tea in a delicate little cake. Your Highness, if possible, I hope you can give me a chef so that I can enjoy such delicious food every day. I really can't imagine how I will live after you leave France and I can no longer eat such delicious food. At this time, little Louis Zhai spoke, diluting the silence a little. He, the famous Louis Zhai in history, is still a greedy little brat. Zhao Hongyu heard this and set his eyes on little Louis. Then, he smiled and said to little Louis, "Oh, do you like our American food so much?" The net did not jump. In response to Zhao Hongyu's inquiry, little Louis nodded. "This milk tea is delicious, and this cake is also delicious. I love sweets the most." Mara gave Zhao Hongyu an apologetic look. She felt that her son was a little embarrassed. However, Zhao Hongyu didn't take it seriously. He said to little Louis, "Actually, this isn't exactly a delicacy. If His Royal Highness could go to Manhattan and experience it for himself, he'd know. There's a lot more delicious food there." Then, Zhao Hongyu told little Louis about all the delicious food in Manhattan. There was ramen, barbecue, grilled seafood, all sorts of delicious stir-fries, grilled fish, and the like. The vegetables planted on the reclaimed land on Manhattan Island are ready to be harvested now, right? There's a lot of information online, Zhao Hongyu said, suddenly turning to ask Wang Shan. Wang Shan silently calculated the time and replied, "Almost. Those vegetables have a very short growth cycle, so they might already be on their 3rd crop by now." Zhao Hongyu nodded, then turned to look at little Louis, who was drooling with envy. In America, the same dish can be prepared in many different ways, each with a unique flavor. Fried, grilled, steamed, poached, in short, there's nothing we can't make, except what you can't imagine. Zhao Hongyu's words were a bit exaggerated, but little Louis Zhai had no idea. So, he was genuinely fooled. You see, in France, food is either boiled or steamed, and salt is minimal. Desserts are even more out of the question. While sugar cane was shipped back to Europe from Central America, even a royal like little Louis Zhai wouldn't indulge in such extravagances. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken to cake and milk tea the moment he arrived at Zhao Hongyu's place. It goes without saying that Europeans of this era had a crazy obsession with sweets. "If I get the chance, I'll definitely go," little Louis shouted to Zhao Hongyu. "Wang Shan, do we have any extra cooks here? If so, let our crown prince hire one." Zhao Hongyu winked at Wang Shan imperceptibly, and Wang Shan immediately understood. At the same time, Wang Shan completely understood the meaning of His Highness's words. Zhao Hongyu wasn't talking about giving little Louis a cook, but about hiring one. This was different. In other words, the cook was a free man, not a slave who was given away. Therefore, he had a lot of personal freedom, which was completely different from being given away. Moreover, Wang Shan could take this opportunity to plant a spy in the French royal family. Although it was just a cook, it was impossible for him to have any contact with anything. But after all, this was a good start. God knows whether this person will be of great use in the future. Therefore, thinking about this, Wang Shan pondered for a while and nodded. There are 2 more people, to be continued. Chapter 359 The Tragic Grand Duke. Can cook, and cook well. Wang Shan actually has 2 such candidates. Therefore, he immediately told Zhao Hongyu. Having such people is enough, Zhao Hongyu would not ask for too much. Besides, fooling these Europeans who have never seen delicious food is a piece of cake. The Europeans of this era have never seen Chinese food. So, he is not afraid of revealing any flaws. Besides, the 2 people Wang Shan gave are indeed real chefs. You know, before they were trained, these 2 guys worked as odd jobs in small restaurants in urban and rural areas. I dare not say anything else, but it is not a problem to make 4 dishes and a soup. For Europeans, Even ordinary dishes like those in later generations of China are definitely delicious. Your Highness, I do have 2 chefs here, but I can't give them to you. They're both freelancers, so you'll have to hire them. As long as you offer them a sufficient salary, I think they'll be happy to work for you. After receiving Wang Shan's response, Zhao Hongyu turned to little Louis. Indeed, Zhao Hongyu couldn't do such a thing as giving away people of the Chinese genetic lineage like slaves. He might have been okay with other races, but Zhao Hongyu wouldn't say it out loud. Deep down, he was a great admirer of the greater Chinese lineage. While not as radical as Song Hu, Wang Shan, and Zhang Tai, he had his limits. Little Louis was delighted to hear this. Being able to hire them wasn't a bad idea. Therefore, he set his sights on his mother, Mary, hoping for her approval. After all, the financial power now rested with her. Although little Louis was the crown prince, he still depended on his mother's approval for spending. As the saying goes, without money, there's no confidence. Mary actually enjoyed American food. Ever since arriving at the manor and tasting the food, she had fallen in love with this delicious, yet distinctly different European cuisine. So, when she felt her son's pleading gaze, she nodded in agreement. Oh, great! From now on, I can enjoy this delicious food every day, little Louis cheered happily upon seeing his mother's nod of agreement. Don't be so happy just yet. Even if we get a chef, we won't have any American ingredients here, will we? Mary, who saw things more broadly than little Louis, immediately made him wilted. Yes, his mother was right. A chef alone wouldn't be of much use, given that we don't have any American ingredients. Zhao Hongyu laughed at Mary's words. Your Majesty, once we've dealt with the Duke of Orleans and begun our subsequent cooperation, I can grant Manhattan a special trade quota for ingredients specifically for the royal family. That way, there won't be any problems. For Zhao Hongyu, this was a trivial matter. But the point of his words to Mary was, as long as we continue to cooperate, expanding France's trade share in the Americas won't be difficult. Although he was referring to the trade share of ingredients, that encompasses a vast array of other things. Grains, spices, and even more. How could Mary not understand the implication? So, she gave Zhao Hongyu a knowing smile and nodded. We'll hire the chefs for 15 gold livres a month. They'll become head chefs. I think they'll be satisfied with this arrangement, right? Mary was in a good mood and offered a high salary. Satisfied, of course. 15 gold livres was a staggering salary in France. It was enough to rent a 3-story detached house in the filthy, smelly city of Paris, employ a dozen servants, and support a mistress. After all, the salary of a servant in France, including food and lodging, was only 3 silver livres a month. 1 silver livre was enough for 3 meals a day at a small inn, with 2 dishes and a soup for each meal, for 10 days. And 1 gold livre could be exchanged for 13 silver livres, which shows how high a standard 15 gold livres was. Even a minor French noble wouldn't earn that much in a month. Of course, after defeating the Grand Duke of Orleans, Marie would annex his territories. The royal family's income would increase significantly, and she would be a wealthy woman. At the same time, Zhao Hongyu would also need to cooperate with France to fight the Spanish. He would also need to provide France with 1.5 million silver livres in aid, as well as other supplies. Clearly, the wool comes from the sheep, so this little money is nothing. It's no wonder Marie was in such a good mood and offered such a high salary. When do you plan to attack the Duke of Orleans' troops tonight? The atmosphere was finally less tense, and Marie took the initiative to inquire about the evening's military plan. Zhao Hongyu saw that it wasn't too late, so he thought they could begin the operation after a while. So there was no need to hide it from Mary, so he told her everything. 2 o'clock in the morning is when people are most sleepy, and in order to launch the attack in the morning, the Duke of Orleans' troops will certainly need a good rest at night. This gives us an opportunity to easily surprise them, the northwest suburbs of Marseilles. Night fell, and the summer night was extremely hot and humid. The constant chirping of insects in the grass added a touch of heat. Zhao Hongyu's 3 human troops quickly left the manor and began to march towards their destination. The Duke of Orleans did not notice the 3 groups' departure. At this moment, the Duke of Orleans was drinking and chatting with the nobles. In his mind, he had already won the battle. He never thought that he would lose one day. Sometimes, when people are too proud, unexpected things will happen. The Duke of Orleans was too proud, and too careless. Zhao Hongyu had no idea. How did he become a duke? In truth, Zhao Hongyu had no idea that the title of Duke of Orleans was hereditary. If it weren't for his appearance, the useless Gaston would have become Duke in the future, and would have caused trouble for little Louis. Everything had been changed by Zhao Hongyu's presence. The very fabric of history had been shattered by his influence. In the sycamore forest, the geneticist team marched swiftly. The occasional breeze rustled through the trees, masking the sound of the geneticist's footsteps. 3 kilometers wasn't a long distance. The geneticists, who had set out at midnight, arrived at the outskirts of the military camp at 1 o'clock in the morning and set up an ambush. They were waiting for the enemy to be at their weakest and most exhausted. The surrounding sentries had already been eliminated by the geneticists. Therefore, the entire camp was unaware that they had become prey. The same was true for the other 2 camps. The next morning, Zhao Hongyu, Marie, little Louis, and the others washed up and headed outside the manor. There, the Duke of Orleans and his companions were waiting for them. Upon seeing Zhao Hongyu and his companions, an air of arrogance spread across his face, as if he were a supreme ruler, while Zhao Hongyu and his companions were merely lowly beings. "This guy is quite arrogant," Wang Shan muttered quietly behind Zhao Hongyu. It seemed he was very displeased with the Duke of Orleans. "Let him have some fun for now, he'll be crying soon, won't he?" Zhao Hongyu said nonchalantly. At this moment, a geneticist ran up from behind Zhao Hongyu and his companions. He came to Wang Shan's side and whispered something in his ear. A smile then broke out on Wang Shan's face. After sending the geneticist away, Wang Shan lowered his voice and said to Zhao Hongyu, "Everything has been done. The Duke of Orleans' troops have been completely annihilated, leaving no one alive. Our troops have now surrounded the manor, and the Duke of Orleans hasn't noticed yet." For Zhao Hongyu, this was the first good news of the day. "It's done." Zhao Hongyu clapped his hands. He then walked over to Marie and told her the story. Marie's heart, weighed down by the weight of her anxiety, finally settled. She had been worried all night. Now that the result was finally in sight, she relaxed completely, no longer as tense as before. Today is the day for the duel between the Duke of Orleans and the maid of the wife of the Crown Prince of America. We hope it will be fair and just. As Zhao Hongyu and the others stood still, Marie stepped outside and began to speak loudly. However, she was interrupted by the Duke of Orleans. "Fair? Fair? Who said that? When did I ever say we wanted a fair and just duel?" The Duke of Orleans emerged from the crowd and shouted at Marie with a sly grin. "Duke of Orleans, have you changed your mind?" Marie demanded coldly. The Duke of Orleans ignored Marie and fixed his hateful gaze on Zhao Hongyu. "You damned Native Americans. You actually harmed my beloved Gaston and crippled him. I must avenge this, but not in a duel." Zhao Hongyu chuckled. "So what do you want to do? I want you dead. You'll all die here today," the Grand Duke of Orleans roared with a smug laugh. He then turned sharply to Marie, "And your highness, you'll die here too. But it won't be me who kills you, but these Americans." The Duke of Orleans, who had boasted of his victory, now cast aside his hypocritical mask. Marie simply glared at the arrogant Duke of Orleans. "Come out, my legion." The Duke of Orleans raised his hand and shouted. How could this be? The nobles around the Duke of Orleans were being led aside one by one for execution. Their dying cries and pleas were heard incessantly. The Duke of Orleans, with a look of dejection and disbelief, lay bound on the ground. He kept muttering to himself, completely disbelieving what was happening before his eyes. This had all been planned, and nothing had gone wrong. But why, at the crucial moment, had his own troops not appeared, while the American Crown Prince's royal guards had? He was puzzled. The nobles who supported him were being slaughtered in a river of blood. The enemy didn't kill him immediately, apparently saving one last person for later. Mary read the full text of Xian Mo Xiansheng. "You bitch. You're going to get what you want. Ugh. Ugh. Snap. Snap. Snap." A genet, as the Duke of Orleans was cursing, darted over and slapped him in the face. Like father, like son. When he summoned the army, didn't he know to attack immediately? If he did that, we'd definitely be in trouble. Not far away, Zhao Hongyu, watching the beaten Duke of Orleans, whispered to Wang Shan and Mary. "He has no special abilities, the territory was inherited. If he has any, it's his ancestors, not him. If he had, his son wouldn't have been raised like that," Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongyu with a curled lip. Marie looked at the Duke of Orleans coldly, showing no sympathy for his fate. Had Zhao Hongyu not taken control of the situation earlier, the Duke of Orleans would have spared her and little Louis. Marie witnessed the Duke of Orleans draw the musket from his waist and point it at her, clearly intending to kill her immediately. Marie had no sympathy for someone who wanted to kill her. "We killed these people, Your Majesty. You can declare that to the outside world. But that's something you need to consider. It has nothing to do with me. I'm willing to take the blame, it's nothing to me anyway," Zhao Hongyu said to Marie. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have been killed by the Duke of Orleans." Marie's gratitude was truly heartfelt. Zhao Hongyu sensed this clearly. "Your Majesty, now is not the time to thank me. What you need to do now is to immediately integrate these nobles and the Duke of Orleans' territories, bringing them under the royal family to strengthen its power." Marie nodded. "We're already working on it, but I need to return to Paris to take charge." Marie thought for a moment, then said, "I'll leave little Louis here. Once I've settled everything, I'll be back to discuss the partnership with you." Zhao Hongyu knew that Marie truly needed to go to Paris in person for this sort of thing. So, he didn't try to persuade Marie to stay. Furthermore, Marie wisely left little Louis behind as a hostage with Zhao Hongyu as a token of her sincerity. What else could Zhao Hongyu say? "A month, at most, I'll be back," Marie said earnestly. "Your Majesty, what about that useless Gaston?" Wang Shan, with a mischievous glance at the pig-headed Duke of Orleans, asked loudly. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Hearing them talk about Gaston, the Duke of Orleans, whose head was beaten like a pig and his mouth was gagged with rags, began to twist his body and make a mumbling sound. Praying? Begging? No one knows. To be continued. Chapter 360 Heading to Alexandria. Whether the Duke of Orleans was willing or not, liked it or not, he was now a prisoner, unable to control what was happening next. Gaston, now a useless creature, had regained consciousness and was brought before him by the genetic soldiers. The Duke of Orleans was completely devastated, tears streaming down his face. Unfortunately, even shedding crocodile tears was too late. Ultimately, Gaston II was shot in the head by Louis Zhao with a musket right before his eyes. Next, the Duke of Orleans was also executed by D'Artagnan. Thus, the Duke of Orleans' rebellion, so confident, was finally put to rest. Marie announced to the public that the Duke of Orleans had died in a duel. The nobles who had participated in the duel at the Duke's invitation, reacting to his death and violating the rules of the duel, attacked him and broke the rules. This led to a fight with the American Crown Prince and his entourage. Most of the nobles perished in the fight, and the Crown Prince and his entourage also suffered considerable casualties. Marie felt deep regret for this. By the time Marie announced the news, Zhao Hongyu had already reached an agreement with her on the Spanish issue and boarded the Sea Monarch, departing Marseilles for Alexandria. It could be said that Zhao Hongyu bore the blame for the Duke of Orleans' death. Marie largely reaped the benefits. However, Zhao Hongyu was unconcerned, as he had no significant interests in France. Therefore, taking the blame was of little consequence. As long as France could attack Spain as promised, the blame wouldn't matter. Just as Zhao Hongyu was heading for Alexandria, Egypt, Marie, in France, moved with lightning speed, dispatching her trusted aides to rapidly annex the territories of the Duke of Orleans and other nobles. Since the Duke of Orleans and Gaston had died in the duel, and all the nobles who had followed the Duke of Orleans had perished as well, Marie's actions were unimpeded and proceeded smoothly. Thus, the power of the French royal family skyrocketed in a short period of time. Marie controlled two-thirds of France's actual territory, and the remaining opponents had essentially silenced their initial opposition. The French royal family benefited the most from this period. Marie had laid a solid foundation for Louis. When he ascended the throne, there would be far fewer problems. At the very least, people like the Duke of Orleans were no longer a concern. The royal family's voice was also significantly strengthened, allowing them to effectively implement many policies at the local level, free from the constraints of the nobles. After all, the royal family now controlled two-thirds of France. If any aristocrat still opposed Marie's governing philosophy, Marie would immediately send troops to suppress them without hesitation. The nobles were no fools. Seeing the royal power Marie represented, how could they possibly oppose her at such a time? Therefore, Marie and Louis now lived a peaceful life, something they had never experienced before. Of course, Marie hadn't forgotten her secret agreement with Zhao Hongyu. After Zhao Hongyu's departure, she took control of the territories of the Duke of Orleans and his noble followers and immediately began a round of conscription. As for the funds, she sent someone to Lisbon to obtain them from the consul of the Song Empire's concession in America. 1.5 million silver livres was enough to pay a year's wages for 50,000 soldiers. Zhao Hongyu also promised to provide food subsidies. This meant that France wouldn't have to pay for the 50,000 soldiers. How could Marie refuse such a good offer? Furthermore, if these 50,000 soldiers survived a few battles, they would become experienced veterans. Such veterans were far more valuable than those without combat experience. After the war, the best of these soldiers could be selected and deployed as private armies within the royal territories. Therefore, the cooperation with Zhao Hongyu had only one disadvantage and only one benefit. The French actions attracted the attention of neighboring countries. Spain, which borders France, and the Holy Roman Empire both expressed caution regarding French conscription. After all, Spain was currently embroiled in the war in the Netherlands, while the Holy Roman Empire, seemingly powerful, was in reality on the decline, just like the Spanish Empire. Furthermore, France appeared to support the Dutch in the Dutch War. Therefore, France's sudden military expansion had them apprehensive. To counter the threat of French expansion, the Holy Roman Empire, which had previously remained silent, relying solely on the Spanish to deal with the Protestant coalition, finally dispatched an army of 80,000 men and stationed them in Bavaria. Bavaria was originally Germanic, and would later become part of the empire. However, at this time, it was still part of the Holy Roman Empire. Of course, if nothing unexpected happened, the end of the 30 Years' War would have fractured the vast Holy Roman Empire, fragmenting the Germanic region into numerous principalities. However, this would not happen for more than 20 years. The Holy Roman Empire had always carefully planned to allow the Spanish to take the lead against the Protestant princes. He himself remained inactive, even profiting from the war. The poor Spanish, under the guise of being the protectors of Christianity, were forced to fight for the Vatican, straining the empire's weakening strength. Sadly, the Holy Roman Empire could never have anticipated the French actually taking action. Even before the war in the Netherlands began, the Holy Roman Empire had sent envoys to France to threaten it against joining the Protestant coalition. If the French supported the Protestant princes, they would face attacks from both Spain and the Holy Roman Empire. Meanwhile, envoys, well versed in the French domestic situation, repeatedly visited the Duke of Orleans and Marie's opponents. Who knows what they discussed behind the scenes? In short, Marie and France stayed out of the 30 Years' War. At most, the royal family secretly provided military funds to the Protestant coalition. But that was the best the French could do. Now the situation was completely different. Marie was in control of the French situation, and the opponents and ambitious individuals had vanished. It could be said that Marie's policies throughout France could continue smoothly, with nothing to worry about. Coupled with the military funds provided by Zhao Hongyu, Marie could completely disregard the earlier threats from the Holy Roman Empire. Consequently, Marie's conscription campaign made the Holy Roman Empire extremely nervous. They repeatedly sent agents to France to gather information and falsely congratulated Marie on clearing domestic political obstacles. Of course, these envoys, bearing the name of the Holy Roman Empire, also secretly spread rumors that were detrimental to Marie. Why did the Duke of Orleans die in the duel? Where were the witnesses? Why did the nobles who watched the duel also die in the duel? Why did Queen Marie seize the territories of the Duke of Orleans and other nobles after the duel? These questions began to circulate among the French aristocracy. However, the situation in France was now completely under Marie's control. Rumors were irrelevant. These days, the key was the strength of one's power. As long as one's power was strong enough, even a few rumors would have no impact. But Marie no longer harbored any affection for these Holy Roman Empire officials, who came from the Vatican. Furthermore, given their disgusting actions, Marie decided she had to teach them a lesson. The perfect way to do this was to deal with the Holy Roman Empire's best henchmen, the Spanish. If, as Zhao Hong had planned, the Spanish Empire were destroyed and its territory divided, the expression on the face of the puppet emperor of the Holy Roman Empire would surely be quite impressive. And the expressions of those in the Vatican, the true masterminds behind the scenes, would surely be equally striking. Of course, the Vatican would undoubtedly deny Spain's destruction and division. However, once the situation was established, even objections were pointless, wasn't it? Marie had always detested the Vatican's constant tendency to dictate the affairs of other nations, or to secretly control them. They sought to interfere in the affairs of every nation, a conflict of authority. Furthermore, the Vatican would intervene and comment on every king's coronation. What business did the coronation of a king have on your side? Marie was deeply displeased by this. What a bullshit divine right of kings. You can't possibly represent God. Marie was well aware of the goings-on in the Vatican. She was particularly disdainful of the lifestyles of those in the upper echelons. Their behavior was truly deplorable. Yet, these very people, constantly referring to themselves as Lord and God, presented themselves as God's representatives on earth throughout Europe. Little Louis also sensed his mother's attitude toward the Church and the Vatican. A seed was planted in his young heart. This was why, in later history, little Louis Zhao constantly delighted in teasing the Vatican's top brass, toying with them to their utter ecstasy. Historically, Louis Zhao had always shown little regard for the Church. When he ascended the throne, he crowned himself without any church representatives. This was a slap in the face of the Church. Consequently, the Church declared its non-recognition of Louis Zhao. Of course, Louis Zhao retaliated, waging a series of wars that crushed the Church's armies. Ultimately, the Church had no choice but to resign. Of course, this was the original course of history. But with Zhao Hongai now in the picture, whether history would have continued in this way remains to be seen, to be continued. Chapter 361 Wang Shan's Trouble. At this time, Zhao Hongai and his companions, who had left Marseilles on the Sea King, were on their way to Alexandria, Egypt. In the stern loft of the Sea King, a group of widows from the Samuel family sat on the sofa, enjoying the pleasant sunshine of the summer afternoon. The young girls were playing poker with Emma. Sarah was talking quietly with the old lady, while Zhao Hongai was talking to Wang Shan on the deck about the next plan. The French have reached a secret agreement with us and signed the cooperation clauses in black and white. But I think Mary needs to recruit and train soldiers, which will take some time. Leaning on the railing, Zhao Hongai let the sea breeze blow on his face and said to Wang Shan. Wang Shan nodded and replied, yes, conscription can't be completed immediately. Furthermore, the recruits still need training, so it will take at least a year. This means we still have a year to relax. Once things get chaotic in Spain, we can return to America and launch our offensive against the Spanish colonies. Zhao Hongai exhaled deeply after hearing Wang Shan's words. It's been 4 months since we left America. I don't know what the situation is like in Manhattan. Indeed, due to the relatively inadequate communication of that era, Zhao Hongai couldn't get real-time information from America. However, he still managed to get a glimpse of the situation through the space-time trader. Today, thanks to the efforts of the village heads, the population under Zhang Hongai's control, generally referring to genetic people, has reached 180,000. Of these, 30% are of the Huaxia lineage, and 70% are of other lineages. While the number of Huaxia people is still small, it has increased significantly compared to a few months ago. Zhao Hongai also gained some understanding of what Song Hu was doing in the virtual world. Zhao Hongai also knew about the tin fishing boats and the knockoff shoulder-fired rocket launchers. However, due to restrictions, Zhao Hongai had no way of knowing whether these things Song Hu had created would actually work. Of course, he also knew nothing about the recent naval battle in Manhattan. Your Highness, we can spend some time in Alexandria, and then we can return to America. The major European cities these days are just so-so. The urban development isn't even as good as Manhattan. Zhao Hongai nodded and said, yes, the dirty city streets, the filthy environment. Only Europeans can live in European cities in this era. I can't stand it. Thinking of the urban conditions in Lisbon and Marseilles, Zhao Hongai complained bitterly. Compared to Manhattan, European cities are like toilets. No wonder Europeans who go to America generally don't want to return. I wonder if this is partly the reason. European, African, and Arab ships are often seen in the Mediterranean. Compared to the Americas, the Mediterranean shipping is still very developed. During the several days of sailing, Zhao Hongai often saw ships common to the era passing near the Sea Monarch. He was even fortunate enough to witness a genuine pirate raid. Perhaps due to the Sea Monarch's formidable hull and the intimidating 108 cannons, the pirates, seemingly on the verge of victory, retreated upon seeing the Sea Monarch's appearance. However, a Spanish double-decker, flying the Venetian flag and carrying olive oil, escaped. After departing Marseilles, Zhao Hongai visited Genoa, Syracuse, and Crete. Due to the route, he did not visit Venice and Greece. These three cities were essentially no different from the Lisbon and Marseilles Zhao Hongyu had encountered. They were all typical 17th century European cities. Dirty, stinking. This completely put an end to Zhao Hongyu's desire to travel around Europe. After all, who wants to swim in sewage? That would be a very different experience. Besides, Zhao Hongyu had essentially achieved his purpose for coming to Europe. So, after seeing Egypt in this era, he planned to return to America. For Zhao Hongyu, America, not Europe, was his true home. Emma, a Native American Indian girl, had been a real eye-opener for Zhao Hongyu. She had seen the customs and diverse architecture of Europe. Although she was disappointed by the filth and messiness of European cities, she had at least seen a different kind of American culture. Therefore, the girl was nonetheless happy. Sarah was also in a good mood, knowing her family had escaped danger. She had nothing to worry about now. All she had to do was live a good life with Zhao Hongyu in America. The widows of the Samuel family had also been noticeably more cheerful since leaving France. Perhaps it was because they had left a country that had always been so depressing and dangerous. Zhao Hongyu couldn't detect any unhappiness on their faces. The widows didn't seem to object to the idea of living in America. But come to think of it, they weren't without support in America. At least, they weren't completely blind. Sarah, the Crown Prince's consort, could provide them with some assistance within her capacity. Furthermore, Sarah owned a large private estate in Quebec, which could easily be allocated for these women. With land, they could grow crops, which they could sell. They could also build villages and even open small shops. This way, these women wouldn't have to worry about their livelihoods. And through Sarah's status, they could also choose prominent genetic partners within the Song Empire for marriage. In short, their future in America held great promise. It was precisely because of this hope that Zhao Hongyu saw in their faces a yearning and longing for a new life. Your Highness, the daughter of the widow of the Samuel family has been pestering me these past few days. What do you think I should do? During their casual conversation, Wang Shan quietly told his prince about something that had been bothering him. Oh, who is it? I guess she's interested in you. If a European woman is suitable, you could accept her. If you can really be together in the future, your child will at least be a mixed-race child, right? Zhao Hongyu said with a smile, looking at the distressed Wang Shan. In fact, Zhao Hongyu still hoped to see such a thing. Finding a European woman was not a big deal. And if it really worked out, a mixed-race child would not be bad either. At least, mixed-race children are beautiful, aren't they? And I heard that mixed-race children are also very smart because of their good genes. The bitterness on Wang Shan's face deepened. It's Anais. Don't you think she's too young? And I think her mother might have some intentions behind this. They might be attracted by my status, which is why this happened. Zhao Hongyu almost laughed out loud when he heard this. He knew the little girl Anais Wang Shan was talking about. She was a little girl of only 11 years old. She looked delicate and fragile, and always blushed when she spoke. With long, slender blonde hair. She looked like a Barbie doll. You're lucky. Who cares if her mother is behind this? It's actually quite normal. They want a backer, but Sarah alone isn't enough. So they're hoping to find someone of status within the empire to marry into. Zhao Hongyu was well aware of the little tricks these women were taking. You're the person I trust most, so it's only natural they were interested in you. And once they've found someone of status, they can also potentially help Sarah deal with any future problems. You know, Emma has the support of the Mohican Indians, primarily the Mohicans, so Sarah is very vulnerable within the empire, and those widows of the Samuel family who went to America must have relied on Sarah. So they need to find some support for Sarah to strengthen her power, Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongyu with a wry smile. Your Highness, this is your family matter. If you have any worries, they should be yours, not mine. Besides, that little girl is so young. I'm not a beast. Zhao Hongyu's words made Wang Shan understand the implications of these women's actions. And I'd like to marry a Chinese woman. I don't want my child to be mixed race, Wang Shan said shyly to Zhao Hongyu. Indeed, as a radical and angry young man from Greater China, how could Wang Shan tolerate his child being mixed race? And now that he's following Zhao Hongyu, he'll surely become a noble, owning his own territory. By then, his heir must possess pure Chinese blood. After hearing Wang Shan's words, Zhao Hongyu shook his head. Why are you so radical? I've already told you that mixed bloods are smart. Finding a European woman can be considered genetic improvement, which is of great benefit to the empire. Besides, there are very few Chinese women in the empire, and even if there are, they're generally already in relationships. Are you really going to just break someone up and fall in love with them? Wang Shan pouted, feeling a little aggrieved. Your Highness, you can cultivate a female genetic human. I'm not picky, Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongyu after a few grunts. Zhao Hongyu looked at Wang Shan with a look of disappointment, cursing, you bastard. Don't you know the problems women face in later generations? You insist on being a henpecked husband, don't you? Wang Shan's expression changed when he heard Zhao Hongyu's words, to be continued. Chapter 362, Fight the Tyrants and Divide the Land. Modern girls are certainly wonderful, but you should also be aware of their inherent flaws. Wang Shan's expression changed as soon as Zhao Hongyu said this. Yes, he completely agreed with Zhao Hongyu. It wasn't that modern girls were bad, but marrying one would inevitably lead to a henpecked husband. This was something the somewhat chauvinistic Wang Shan couldn't accept. In Manhattan, males who married females experienced a similar situation in their family lives. It was a bloody reality. Seeing Wang Shan's expression change, Zhao Hongyu continued, while there's a generation gap in thinking between you and European women of this era, you can slowly cultivate her. Your youth is an advantage, you can just teach her. Raising a lolly, wouldn't you be tempted? Zhao Hongyu said, looking at Wang Shan with a grin. Your Highness, if she's so good, then why don't you take action against Emma? Wang Shan asked after a grunt. Ugh. Zhao Hongyu choked at Wang Shan's words. I have moral boundaries. Zhao Hongyu finally found this excuse. Wang Shan rolled his eyes. Your Highness, I have moral boundaries too. I can't harm an underage girl, Wang Shan said righteously. Forget it, then. You can handle your issues with that Anais on your own. Don't ask me about this again. Zhao Hongyu helplessly spread his hands, shrugged, and said to Wang Shan. Brother Wang Shan, you're here. We were playing cards, and the sisters asked me to find you to play. At this time, the little girl named Anais came over with a blushing face and shyly invited Wang Shan. Your Highness, when she saw Zhao Hongyu was also there, she lifted the hem of her skirt with one hand and gave a ladylike salute. Look, what a polite little girl. Zhao Hongyu exclaimed in admiration. Wang Shan knew that His Highness was deliberately teasing him, so he could only reply. Oh, you're here to see my royal guards general, Zhao Hongyu said kindly, then I won't bother you. Go play with her. There's something to talk about on board. Zhao Hongyu left with a sly grin, leaving behind the blushing girl and Wang Shan. In the end, Wang Shan couldn't refuse Anais's invitation and joined her in a card game on the attic at the stern. The girls chuckled softly upon seeing Wang Shan arrive, creating a momentary air of ambiguity. They all knew Anais had taken a liking to Wang Shan and hoped to develop a relationship with him. As for the age issue, they hadn't considered it. After all, many aristocratic girls were married off at the age of 7 or 8. After all, personal will was often overlooked for the sake of family interests. Besides, Anais was a precocious young woman, quite mature. She had a strong interest in Wang Shan. It was precisely because of this relationship that her mother had somewhat encouraged her daughter to pursue the crown prince's confidant. Meanwhile, the women of the Samuel family knew that if successful, Sarah's position would be further protected. Therefore, given that the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, everyone was happy to see it happen. Zhao Hongyu then arrived in the attic and sat next to Sarah. The general is a bit troubled. I think he's getting a bit tired of it. Why don't I go talk to them and tell them to stop pestering General Wang? Sarah whispered to Zhao Hongyu with some concern as he sat down beside her. She had actually been observing little Onaz's actions for the past few days. The old lady had also reminded Sarah of the benefits to both Onaz and the women if she and Wang Shan were to marry. Therefore, she hoped Sarah would help, but Sarah, who knew Zhao Hongyu somewhat, was a little worried. First, regardless of whether Wang Shan would agree, the woman's little thoughts wouldn't be hidden from her husband. Furthermore, this matter could potentially lead to harem strife, something her husband didn't want to see. At the same time, she was also worried that a relative's actions would upset her young husband, leading to serious trouble for them. Zhao Hongyu, upon hearing this, raised his hand and gently patted it on the back of Sarah's hand, as a gesture of comfort. No need, I understand your concerns. But as long as you're sensible, I'll be fine. And I'd love to see my subordinate get married, Considering he's still single, Zhao Hongayu's words reassured Sarah. At the very least, he didn't dislike her. But as Sarah had suspected, her relatives' plans hadn't been hidden from her young husband at all. "I'm so sorry to have put you in such a difficult position," Sarah lowered her head apologetically. "I told you it's okay. I understand their concerns very well. They're just looking for an extra layer of security. How could I be so suspicious? Even if the old lady is thinking ahead, considering me and your child, it's only natural." Zhao Hongyu kept a smile on his face as he whispered to Sarah. "In fact, I've told you a long time ago that as long as you don't have any inappropriate thoughts, then everything will be fine. And if I have a child with you, I would have already made plans and arrangements." Yes, Zhao Hongyu had told Sarah this long before his identity and status were confirmed. His and her children would not become the masters of the empire in the future. Because of the existence of Indians and people with Chinese genes, the future heirs of the empire can only be Emma and his bloodline. This is also to avoid causing unrest. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu decided to give Quebec to his and Sarah's child, allowing him to live a life of worry. As for what will happen in the future, that is not Zhao Hongyu's consideration. Anyway, the turmoil in the empire after his death is none of his business, right? After all, he won't be able to see it. "Do you think the general will fall in love with Anne?" Sarah asked. Actually, Anne is a pitiful child. This time, it had nothing to do with her mother. She was the one who approached the general. I couldn't imagine such a shy girl taking the initiative to approach the general. But it also shows that she truly loves the general. Zhao Hongyu smiled upon hearing this. Children of noble families are so precocious. She's only 11, and she's already thinking about striving for happiness and finding a man she loves. Sarah didn't object to Zhao Hongyu's teasing. "I think if Anne were bolder and more passionate, Wang Shan wouldn't be able to reject her," Zhao Hongyu said to Sarah with a smile, seeing Wang Shan sitting there somewhat stiffly, his ears blushing from the constant teasing from the girls. At this time, Emma also came over and plopped down between Zhao Hongyu and Sarah. "That little girl named Anne seems to have taken a fancy to Wang Shan." Emma's words made Sarah feel a little embarrassed. Sarah knew that Anne was pursuing Wang Shan. Perhaps the women were hoping to win over powerful figures to counter Emma's presence and secure some status and benefits for Sarah. Yes, Anais has her eye on Wang Shan. She's pursuing her own happiness, Zhao Hongyu replied. Upon hearing this, Emma glanced at Anais, who was occasionally chatting with Wang Shan, with admiration. What a courageous young woman. Although she's younger than me, I admire her for pursuing her own happiness. I wish her success and hope she and Wang Shan become a couple. Emma turned to look at Sarah sincerely. Sarah felt a little ashamed after hearing Emma's words. In front of the innocent and simple-minded Emma, she felt like a villain. She had actually been encouraged by her family to win over some of the empire's higher-ranking officials to oppose Emma. I think I should teach Anais a few tricks so that Wang Shan won't be able to escape her clutches, Emma said to Zhao Hongyu and Sarah, returning her gaze to Anais. I must never let Emma down again. She's such a simple-minded girl. I can't turn her into someone like Mary. Actually, I have a good relationship with Emma now. There's no need for me to confront her. I guess I'll have to find a chance to talk to the old lady about this. Sarah thought to herself, looking at Emma, who seemed innocent. Neither Zhao Hongyu nor Emma could possibly know Sarah's inner thoughts. After hearing Emma's words, Zhao Hongyu asked, How are you going to teach Anais? Emma said proudly, If you break into Wang Shan's room at night, and he's asleep, Wang Shan will definitely be held responsible, right? Puff. Zhao Hongyu choked on his own saliva. He had never imagined that Emma's so-called trick would be this. But at the same time, Zhao Hongyu was also imagining, if Anais really did that, would Wang Shan be able to resist such temptation? Aha, I really want to know. Zhao Hongyu felt like a bit of a scumbag now. What on earth are you thinking about all day long, little girl? You're saying things like that. You're not even a little girl at all. Zhao Hongyu feigned anger and smacked Emma on the head. Ouch! Emma clutched her head, then turned and pouted at Zhao Hongyu. I've told you many times, I'm not a child anymore. What's so great about what goes on between men and women? I've known about it for a long time. Emma's words were shocking. What? You know about what goes on between men and women? Suddenly, Zhao Hongyu remembered Emma saying that when his father-in-law lived in a tent, he and his mother-in-law never had their affairs from the children. So, Emma had seen this kind of thing before. So, Her claim of knowing about things between men and women wasn't entirely unfounded. Zhao Hongyu blushed. I saw what you and Sarah did tonight, too. Don't think I don't know. Seeing Zhao Hongyu blush, Emma blurted out an even more shocking statement. What? Did you see me and Sarah doing that last night? Zhao Hongyu felt like he was almost speechless, his tongue a little tied. Sarah had finally come to her senses, her face a flush as red as a monkey's bottom, a pink tinge running from her ears to her chest. It was clear Sarah was extremely shy. You were so engrossed last night, I peeked in from the door and you didn't even notice, Emma said, looking at Zhao Hongyu with a smug look on her face. It's just two naked people hugging each other. It's nothing big at all. At this point, Emma's face lit up with disdain. She believed she already knew the ropes of sex. Hugging could produce children, it was no big deal. Her husband always called her a child, but in reality, she had known all this for a long time and was old enough to be a grown-up. The Sea King sailed towards Alexandria. On board, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shen each had their own little troubles. However, these little troubles brought both amusement and happiness to them. At this time, unrest was brewing in Portugal. Those who had, through cunning tactics and plundering the land and wealth of ordinary people in Portugal, had risen from Spanish thugs to lords of land and vast wealth, were being attacked by the Order of Sardalis. These lords were kidnapped by the order and brought to the countryside for trial. With the testimony and evidence of those they had assaulted, they were hanged alive. The plundered land and wealth were then redistributed by the order to the original owners and the surrounding poor. The Portuguese should unite and rise up against the greedy Spanish. We are not sheep to be slaughtered. We too must bare our fangs and show the Spanish our might. Why can Spanish ruffians plunder the land and wealth passed down from our ancestors? We should wield our swords and make them know God's wrath. Do you want your own land? Yes, very well, then, join the Order of Sardalis and defend the reclaimed land. If you don't fight, the Spanish will retake the land and wealth allocated to you. Then, you will be bankrupt just like before. This campaign, known as Strike the Landlords and Divide the Land, took off in full swing in the rural areas of southern Portugal. For a time, the Order of Sardalis rapidly expanded in the rural areas of southern Portugal, attracting the attention of the Spanish Governor-General. To be continued. Chapter 363 The Knights in Action. 50 miles northwest of Lisbon lies the small village of Lodoals. Its population is modest, only about 500 or 600. The villagers survive by farming for the landlord, the dagger. While they can't quite afford to eat or wear warm clothes, they're not starving. Once, the villagers lived a decent life. However, after Portugal was annexed by Spain, the dagger arrived and, leveraging his Spanish identity, seized all the village land, transforming it into his own. Consequently, the villagers went bankrupt and became his tenants. They lived a life of farming for the dagger. However, with the rise of the Knights of Sardalis, that life seemed to be coming to an end. Near a small river outside the village stood a luxurious two-story house, where the dagger lived. Unlike usual, the house, usually bustling with activity, was now remarkably quiet. Yes, Dagger, once a scoundrel in Madrid, arrived in Portugal and transformed himself into a wealthy landowner, living a life of luxury. It was a world of difference compared to his former life. Having become rich, Dagger spent lavishly, inviting his former Spanish friends to his estate for fun. After all, the money didn't have to be earned, so Dagger felt no pangs of regret. He figured if his money ran out, he'd just resort to his old tricks and extort money from the Portuguese. But today was different. Dagger's bustling mansion was strangely quiet. It was always bustling, and the sudden silence was almost unbearable. However, the reason for this was something only Dagger himself understood. In the living room, a middle-aged man dressed in Spanish fashion, a clown costume, the landowner, Dagger, wore a look of rage. Damn it! The Sardalis Knights, they took the men I sent to the countryside to collect rent and hanged them all in the woods. I'm going to report them to the Lisbon sheriff, have them captured, and behead them. Dagger's body was trembling slightly, whether from anger or excitement. In the living room, besides Dagger, only a middle-aged woman of some appearance accompanied him. The friends he had invited from Spain were gone. Only this woman knew that Dagger's trembling wasn't from anger or excitement, but from fear. The Sardalis Knights had killed the rent collectors he had sent to the countryside and sent back a message with a bad word. The Sardalis Knights sent him a message through someone else, saying they would come after him soon. They also listed all his crimes. It was precisely because of this that his friends, who had been feasting and drinking at his place, found excuses to leave, leaving him alone. Dagger was well aware of the character of these scoundrels. They were his old friends from his days in Madrid, but they were nothing more than hooligans and ruffians. Now that he was a landlord, he invited them to his place simply to show off. And these guys could eat and drink for free, and occasionally even have sex with women for free. With such a good opportunity, why wouldn't they come? They had to compliment Dagger from time to time to satisfy his vanity, but that didn't matter. It was precisely because of this that, when this incident occurred, none of these scoundrels could be relied upon. Dagger knew very well that these guys were absolutely adept at giving him free food, drinks, and women. But if they were asked to solve a problem, they would run away faster than rabbits. Now, he faced such a problem. However, he didn't hate these scoundrels, but the members of the Satellus Knights. He believed that it was the Satellus Knights who had ruined his current life. But Dagger hadn't considered that he had arrived in this village several years ago, using cunning tactics to seize the common people's land and wealth, ruining countless lives. Furthermore, the evil he had committed over the years, the girls he had raped, the men he had murdered, was enough to send him to hell 100 times. No. He didn't dwell on such things. People are so selfish, aren't they? Now, by his side, only the woman he had been with for many years remained. But it seemed she wouldn't stay for much longer. Dagger, I'm leaving too. I hope you won't blame me. After all, the Satellus Knights have become quite famous lately, and your idea of going against them seems unrealistic to me, the middle-aged woman said to Dagger. They're just thieves. Thieves who destroyed my life. Why should I be afraid of them? Dagger shouted. The woman clearly didn't want to argue with him any further on this issue. It was pointless. Come with me and give up everything here. We can return to Madrid and start a new life there. Nothing here belonged to you in the first place, so there's no regret in giving it up. The Knights of Satellus are true to their word. If you don't leave, they'll really kill you, the woman urged. I'm not leaving. Everything here belongs to me. I've earned it through hard work. I won't give it up, and I'm not afraid of the Knights of Satellus. Dagger raised his voice again, as if that would dispel the fear in his heart. The woman shook her head, a look of disappointment on her face. Dagger, I've been with you for so many years. I don't care whether you have wealth or not. I just want to live a normal life with you. But after all these years with you, I haven't even had a legitimate status, and I'm tired. So I'm leaving. Go. Go. All of you go. I'm staying here alone. You're all heartless people, Dagger interrupted the woman, yelling like a madman. Seeing Dagger's state, the woman knew that any words she said would be pointless, so she simply gave up on nagging him. So, she stood up, walked to the side, picked up a small suitcase, and left the room without looking back. The servants in the room all lowered their heads. Why don't you leave, you bastards? You lowly creatures, if I hadn't given you a bite to eat, you would have starved to death long ago. After the woman left, Dagger began to vent his anger at the servants around him. Although the servants lowered their heads, they gritted their teeth and tried hard to suppress their anger. Actually, these servants who worked for Dagger were once landowners. However, their land had been taken away by Dagger through some shady means. Dagger even sent these people to serve him in his own home. It was undeniable that Dagger was truly wicked. He relied on the Spanish backing, knowing that these people wouldn't dare to do anything. So, after robbing others of their property, he still forced these people to serve his archenemy. Seeing these people forced to serve him every day gave him a perverse sense of satisfaction. You have to admit, Dagger is a deeply twisted individual. After venting his frustrations for a while, Dagger muttered to himself as he left the living room. HMPH, I've already reported this to the Lisbon sheriff. I imagine Lisbon will send someone here soon. Then I'll see what the Satellus Knights will do. Just some thieves, how dare they act so arrogantly? But what Dagger didn't know was that the servants behind him, who had been lowering their heads, were now glaring at him fiercely, as if they wanted to devour him. After Dagger left the living room, certain he wouldn't return, the servants gathered together and whispered to each other. Haha, damn, Dagger is actually scared. He didn't say it, but I can tell he's shaking with fear, one of Yuja's maids said excitedly to the others. Yes, I saw it too. Are the Satellus Knights really coming here? If so, that damn Dagger will probably be hanged. He deserves to die. I don't know how many girls in this village have been harmed by him, and he's taken all the land. He deserved 100 casualties, nothing to regret. Letting him die like this is a bit of a bargain. But no matter what, I still hope the Satellus Knights arrive soon, so we can get the land evacuated. Right, 3 miles outside the village, on a small hillock, under cover of night, a group of around 1,000 knights marched towards this area. Leading the charge was none other than Pedro, the second in command of the Satellus Knights, who had been promoted by the geneticists. Captain, according to our plan, our group is heading northwest. We're also recruiting all willing groups to join us, and we're fighting against the local tyrants and dividing up the land. So who's our next target? Asked a man dressed as Zorro beside Pedro. Dajder, the Spaniard who caused the most trouble in this region. Pedro said a name, to be continued. Chapter 364. What are they going to do? Oh no. Attacking Dagger's estate was a breeze. Pedro and his men successfully charged without even encountering resistance. As for Master Dagger, he naturally became the knight's captive. Master Dagger, who had initially tried to struggle, saw the slapped and bound boy Pedro had dragged from behind him, and a look of despair immediately crossed his face. You can't do this. He's still a child. Pedro curled his lips. Although you hid your child well, our order of Satellus is truly undeserved. You say he's young, but Andrew, Pippin, and Liliana are much older? Why didn't you consider that when you toyed with and killed them? Pedro's words gave Dagger a clapback. Kill him. Cut him into pieces. Revenge. Revenge for my child. The villagers had now arrived at Gatter's estate. Upon seeing the arrogant Gatter, their fury erupted. Almost everyone here had suffered at the hands of Gatter, either having their land and property taken away by him, or even having their children harmed by him. In short, everyone held a grudge against him. The reason Dagger had lived so comfortably was because he had the support of the Lisbon lords. But things were different now. The Lisbon lords were overwhelmed. With the arrival of the Order of Satellus, requests for assistance were everywhere. Consequently, the Lisbon lords could no longer care for Dagger. His child is in your care. Pedro had no fondness for the Spanish. Although Dagger's 11-year-old son had been hidden in Madrid, he had been found and abducted and brought here. The boy screamed, as if he knew his impending fate. Unfortunately, his father's sins were too numerous to count. This meant that his own fate could not change. Please, let him go. He's just a child. If you want revenge, come to me. Seeing his son about to be thrown into the midst of the villagers, Dagger knew with a flicker of his mind what would become of his son, whom he had protected so well. Facing Dagger's desperate pleas, Pedro remained indifferent. Many people have begged you like this before. But did they ever receive your kindness? Pedro's words sent flashbacks through Dagger's mind, like a movie clip. Yes, there was once a little girl whose parents had begged him just as earnestly. They hoped he would spare their daughter, but what had he done? The girl had committed no crime against him, she was simply so cute that he had tempted him with lust. In the end, he had abused her and then given her to his cronies. Ultimately, the girl died. He had stabbed her father to death, and her mother had become a plaything for his cronies, ultimately dying tragically. Dagger had done many things like this. How could he possibly ask others to be kind and let his son go? This was karma. Some things he could do himself, but after they happened to him, he expected others to be more generous. Dagger was just like that. Don't you have a conscience? You're a human being, not an animal. Let the child go. Hearing Dagger's words, Pedro couldn't help but laugh. Did everyone hear that? The knights surrounding Pedro shouted in unison. Yes, the villagers echoed their cry. Then, Pedro said to Dagger with a cold face, you must taste the bitter fruit you sow. Remember, you sowed all this. Then his men threw the boy into the midst of the villagers. The boy only managed to scream twice before he was silent. All that remained was the dull thud of something being struck. Dagger roared in pain and then fainted. Pedro sneered and waved his hand. One of his men brought cold water and poured it over Dagger. Enjoy it. This is just a pre-dinner treat. You will pay for what you've done all these years. Dagger, slowly waking up, shuddered at Pedro's words. But when he tried to bite his tongue to commit suicide, he found his jaw had been removed. Now, even suicide was impossible. Pedro had little interest in how the villagers ultimately treated Dagger. He had seen such scenes so often that they had become numb. So, he handed Dagger over to the villagers, and had his men retrieve Dagger's property and begin distributing it fairly. Pedro threw the loan receipts into the fire. For Pedro, Dagger was merely the first casualty of his northwest expansion, dividing line, Lisbon City Governor's Palace. The administrator who had previously dealt with Zhao Hongai resigned after securing the sugar agency rights and began focusing on business. Consequently, Spain was forced to appoint a new young man to the Lisbon office. This young man, named Alfonso Pace, belonged to a prominent Spanish family. His appointment was secured through considerable political and financial resources from his family. The original plan was simple: leverage the administrative power of the local administration to engage with the Americans and see if there was any benefit to be gained. After all, the minor nobles who had previously engaged with the Americans were now quite wealthy, weren't they? Seeing the potential benefits, the Madrid nobles were naturally drawn to the opportunity. Upon arriving in Lisbon, Alfonso Pace first established the American consul general within the concession. The relationship between the two sides was quite positive, and both sides felt very positive. Just as Alfonso was looking to strengthen relations, an organization called the Order of Sardalis emerged in Lisbon. This organization constantly attacked Spanish landlords in the villages and intercepted tax collectors sent down. The transports of some Spanish merchants were also looted by the knights. For a time, the entire Lisbon region was in chaos. Because of this, Alfonso was forced to temporarily put aside his plans to establish relations with the Americans and focus all his efforts on dealing with the Knights of Sardalis. Sir, the Knights of Sardalis recently defeated our troops sent to siege them and occupied the villages outside Lisbon. This poses a serious threat to the city of Lisbon. Alfonso had been receiving a constant stream of bad news for the past few days. He had never imagined that this suddenly emerging knightly order could possess such formidable power. Capture Nerid and imprison him. How could he be a military commander? A band of 500 men could be defeated by a band of bandits. This is a disgrace. Alfonso decided to punish the military commander. What are these bandits trying to do? They've even occupied the villages outside Lisbon. Do they think they can resist the Spanish Empire? Suddenly, Alfonso thought of the other party's plan. But he immediately dismissed this speculation from his mind. After all, this matter seemed too impossible to him. At the same time, in the eyes of many Spanish officials, the Knights of Sardalis were actually just a bandit gang. What did a bandit gang do? That is, they robbed houses and sold their lives for money. Sir, we need to pay attention to this night group and mobilize heavy troops to encircle and suppress them as soon as possible. This night group occupied a village in the suburbs. It is obvious that they are different from ordinary bandit groups. Maybe they really want to go against us, the Spanish official who was reporting to Alfonso reminded Alfonso. Alfonso heard this. He narrowed his eyes and thought. After a while, he asked, after the Knights of Sardalis occupied the village, did they take any other actions? The network did not jump words. The Spanish official reporting the situation nodded and told Alfonso, yes. They've distributed land to the people. Wealth has also been evenly distributed, and they've called on everyone to protect the land from being taken again. I hope everyone will join the Knights. A glint flashed in Alfonso's eyes. Indeed, unlike ordinary bandit groups, the Sardalis seem to have grand ambitions. How strong are the Sardalis Knights now? Can Lisbon alone handle them? Alfonso sensed that he had to deal with the Sardalis Knights. If he didn't, there would likely be serious trouble ahead. According to our intelligence, the Sardalis Knights now have 3,000 men, and they're well equipped. It's unlikely our Lisbon army will be able to annihilate them. Indeed, Lisbon only had 800 troops, 500 had been annihilated recently, so the remaining force was clearly no match. Alfonso gasped. The sheer number of 3,000 men truly astonished him. He could never have imagined that a bandit group could actually number 3,000. Even if most of these 3,000 were improvised soldiers with little combat effectiveness, the sheer number of people alone was too much for Lisbon to resist. Oh my God, maybe I should ask for help from nearby. What are they going to do with so many soldiers? Are they going to attack Lisbon? Alfonso muttered, to be continued. If you like this work, please vote on Kidian.com or vote for it monthly. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Arrival at Alexandria. Are you planning to attack Lisbon? Just as Alfonso was speculating about the Sardalis Knights' intentions, another leader of the order, Rano, arrived at the Song Empire concession outside Lisbon. He met with the consul in charge of the concession, left behind by Zhao Hongyu, and explained his purpose. His intention was clear: to seek support. Muskets, weapons, armor, pay, food. With this support, he could launch his attack on Lisbon. Lisbon's military forces had been largely depleted by the Knights' deployments abroad. Therefore, the order, now swelled to 3,000 men, gave Rano a bit of ambition. Since he was going to resist the Spanish, he had to make a clear display of his strength and show it to everyone. Besides, Lisbon's military was weak, making it easy to capture it by attacking at this time. With a city as a base, wouldn't it be easy to raise the banner of resistance? So, he came to the Song Empire concession to seek support. The head consul of the concession didn't immediately respond to Lano's request. He asked Lano, after occupying Lisbon, "Do you have any plans? I need to be clear that this isn't a whim. After all, if you raise a banner, it will surely attract a frenzied Spanish counterattack." Lano nodded. "Of course I have a plan, otherwise I wouldn't be so reckless. I also know very well that if I had taken the city, things would have been very different. The Spanish won't pay much attention to bandit gangs, but they will certainly send a large army to crush any rebels who threaten their rule. Well, since you know all that, I'd like to hear your plan. That way, I can confidently support your next military operation. Please forgive my caution, but I don't want our supplies to end up being wasted by the Spanish." The consul's words were a little hard to accept. It seemed as if he wasn't very optimistic about them. Could these supplies eventually become Spanish spoils of war? Although he felt a little uncomfortable, he still needed to ask the Song Empire for help, so Lano suppressed his dissatisfaction. "After occupying Madrid, we will quickly seize the surrounding areas, including Amadora, Lurs, Alcave, Sesimbra, and Setúbal. We will control them all." Lano explained his plan to the consul of the concession. "Then I will quickly consolidate our military forces and gather more soldiers. We will launch an attack eastward and capture the Spanish border city of Badajoz." Upon hearing this, the consul asked curiously, "Do you mean to attack directly eastward, towards Madrid?" Lano nodded. "That's not impossible, but Lisbon is located in the middle of Portugal, with Spanish troops stationed to the north and south. If you ignore these forces and attack Madrid directly, your troops will be in great danger. If the Spanish retake Lisbon, your team will be in danger." Rano smiled and said, "No, the Spanish from the north and south won't care about us. I will cause chaos in both places, and even all of Portugal. How will they have the energy to care about us in Lisbon then?" Rano's face was filled with strong confidence. "I have only one enemy, the Spanish army to the east. So, before they react, I will directly capture their border cities and use them as strongholds to fight the Spanish." At this time, a geneticist approached the consul and whispered something in his ear. Only then did the consul understand Rano's plan. It turned out that the geneticist was affiliated with the intelligence department and had just received a tip. This message was a report on the movements of the Knights of Sardalis. It clearly explained Lano's confidence, his assurance that the Spanish armies to the north and south of Portugal would not take action against him after he captured Lisbon. He had already dispatched 2 teams to the north and south to implement the strike the landlords and redistribute the land policy. This policy, currently in place near Lisbon, was widely supported by the lower classes. It was precisely because of this policy that the Knights of Sardalis expanded rapidly and reached their current strength. Understanding all the reasons, the consul nodded and said to Lano, "All right, if I'm willing to provide 3,000 fire tongs, along with a corresponding gunpowder and lead, as well as food, I can also provide 300,000 silver pesos as an initial payment. The subsequent supply of supplies will depend on your performance. The better your performance, the greater my financial support will be, ensuring you have absolutely no worries." Lano was overjoyed to see the other party willing to provide funding. He happily thanked the consul and inquired about Zhao Hongyu's whereabouts. "Please convey my gratitude to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I also hope he can inform me of the French's attitude. I want to know if the French are interested in attacking the Spanish." Lano was aware of Zhao Hongyu's desire for French participation. After all, relying solely on the Knights of Sardalis to fight the Spanish was unrealistic. Even if Lano restored Portugal's independence, so what? Portugal was a small country with a small population. Compared to Spain, it was a tiny country. The Spanish could defeat the Knights of Sardalis with just a little effort. Therefore, without Zhao Hongyu's plan to draw the French into the war, the Knights of Satellus would have had no hope of achieving final victory. Only by drawing the French in and having them attack from the west would the Spanish attention be diverted. Only then could the Knights of Satellus begin to restore their country according to their predetermined plan. France was a powerful nation, one that the Spanish did not dare to underestimate. Therefore, with the French joining the war, the Spanish would not focus all their forces on Portugal. The consul nodded. Okay. I'll convey your message to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. However, I won't be able to give you an answer for a while. After all, traveling from here to France takes some time. Please understand that. Lano knew this, so he wasn't too demanding. After discussing a few more matters with the consul, Lano took his leave. After Lano left, the geneticist consul in the concession summoned his subordinates and inquired about Zhao Hongayu's situation in France. The concession hadn't received much information about Zhao Hongayu's situation in France. Therefore, all they could do now was wait for Zhao Hongayu to proactively provide them with information. Fortunately, Zhao Hongayu had considered this before leaving Marseilles, France. He sent someone to Lisbon to inform the concession of the news. So, a few days later, the concession received news from Zhao Hongayu. Queen Marie of France had agreed to the cooperation, and conscription had already begun. According to estimates, it would take approximately 6 months for these newly recruited soldiers to be combat-ready and ready for combat. This meant that France wouldn't be able to launch an offensive on the Western Front for at least 6 months. Meanwhile, the concession needed to immediately provide a batch of food and funds, and send personnel to France to contact the royal family. A transfer point for the supplies had to be determined. With the Song Empire's material support, the French could begin their war against Spain. Upon receiving this news, the consul took no chances. He quickly organized personnel and contacted Manhattan, urging them to ship the goods to the Lisbon concession. Funding was no problem. With the booming sales of sugar and other commodities, the concession was in no shortage of money. Therefore, the consul immediately dispatched dozens of carriages with 1.5 million silver coins for overland transport to France. 300 elite genetic soldiers were also dispatched as escorts. As for the food, it could only be delivered to the French after the Manhattan cargo ship arrived in the concession. However, with 1.5 million silver coins, the French would likely be more forthcoming. The consul also informed Lano of the news about the French. When Lano learned that the French had agreed to cooperate and would begin their attack in 6 months, he began to tone down his attack and temporarily cancelled his plan to attack and capture Lisbon. He decided to train his current soldiers during this 6-month period. When the French began their action, he would also begin to restore his country. Everything was ready. Now all they had to wait for was the French. The consul of the concession also knew that Zhao Hongayu would be heading to Alexandria. The genetic consul did not feel anything about His Highness going to Alexandria. After all, Zhao Hongayu's identity and status were there for him. Moreover, Zhao Hongayu did not need to be in charge in person in Lisbon. Therefore, it made no difference whether he was there or not. Because the Satellus Knights had temporarily gone into hiding, the nervous Spaniards relaxed. In the eyes of the Spaniards, after plundering a fortune, the Satellus Knights must have disbanded to enjoy themselves. Therefore, the Spaniards began to live a life of debauchery again and gradually lost their vigilance. After several days of sailing, the Sea King finally arrived at the port of Alexandria, Egypt. Zhao Hongayu had never been to Egypt in his later life. His previous impressions of the country were merely from American blockbusters. Alexandria's harbor, built entirely of massive stone, was far more imposing than those found in Europe. This made Zhao Hongayu sigh, truly worthy of being a renowned port city with a 1,000-year history. Dozens of stone steps led directly to the sea, allowing merchant ships to dock directly at the steps. On the steps, vendors, both men and women, dressed in Arabic-style robes and traditional Egyptian clothing, gathered around each arriving ship, offering their wares to the sailors. Zhao Hongayu took a quick look. They only had a selection of tropical fruits and local Egyptian snacks. Meanwhile, the residents of Alexandria were intrigued by the massive Sea King, resembling a sea monster, and they kept pointing and gawking at it. You know, the hull of the Sea King is definitely the largest in this era. It has 5 masts, 4 decks and 108 guns. It is definitely a giant on the sea of this era. Therefore, it is no wonder that people are interested in the Sea King. Because they have never seen such a large ship. The 5-star red flag fluttered on the bow of the ship, and people speculated about where Zhao Hongyu and his companions came from. Alexandria is already located in the Arab world, and those who know the flag of the Song Empire are mostly European merchants. Therefore, it is normal that the people in Alexandria port did not recognize Zhao Hongyu's identity. Wow! This port is bigger than Manhattan Port. After Zhao Hongyu and his companions got off the Sea King, Emma looked around curiously and exclaimed in admiration. Alexandria is an ancient port, belonging to the Egyptian city of Cairo. It has been famous for 1,000 years, and it connects the trade between Europe and the Arab world. So it took so many years of construction to reach such a scale. Zhao Hongyu explained the history of Alexandria to Emma. While Zhao Hongyu was talking, the genetic soldiers disembarked one after another. They lined up neatly and stood on the stone steps of the dock. These spirited genetic soldiers attracted everyone's attention. Hey, look, these people are dressed very strangely. Are they soldiers dressed like this? Where are they from? Who recognizes the flag on the ship? People gathered together and whispered to each other. Of course, Alexandria is the port of maritime traders. Although many people don't know what the flag on Zhao Hongyu's ship represents, there are European merchants returning from America to Alexandria. This is the flag of the Song Empire in America. It seems this must be someone high up in the Song Empire. I don't know whose status, but judging by this massive warship, it must belong to someone of high rank. America? The Song Empire. The Song Empire was a well-known name to Europeans, but it was much less so in Egypt. Many European merchants, while bringing their wares to Egypt, were reluctant to disclose the origins of their goods to their Egyptian counterparts. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please vote on Kidian.com or subscribe to our monthly subscription. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 366 Cairo City. The Majesty of the Seas was a remarkably impressive ship wherever it sailed in Europe. Its massive hull, ferocious rams, and dense cannon muzzles betrayed its formidable power. Compared to the Majesty of the Seas, the ships of the era pale in comparison. Therefore, it's no surprise that people would gaze at the ship from afar in amazement. Alexandria was now a truly international port. Here, Zhao Hongyu saw Arabs, blacks, whites, and other people of all races from the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. Remember, the world wasn't as developed as it would be in later times, so seeing so many different people in one city was truly remarkable. After all, there were no airplanes, trains, or cars. Even with the age of exploration, ocean-going vessels still took a long time to reach their destinations. Furthermore, there were also the risks of storms, leukemia, and food shortages. It's safe to say that ocean voyages in this era were far from the easygoing experience depicted in later films. The reason Zhao Hongyu could easily cross the Atlantic and live so comfortably was because he had a cheat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have it so easy. With over a month's voyage and so many people on board, eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom were definitely a headache. If Zhao Hongyu hadn't been able to purchase food and vitamin supplements through the space-time trader, his life wouldn't have been much better. The people at the dock watched for a while before gradually dispersing. Everyone was just there to see the novelty and then go about their business. Cairo, like many cosmopolitan cities of later times, was a place with a concentration of merchants, so prices were a bit high. Consequently, the people here had to constantly work to earn money to survive. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to Zhao Hongyu and his companions. Unlike ordinary people, only the merchants were still paying attention to Zhao Hongyu and his companions. Unlike the local merchants in Cairo, the European merchants who had visited Manhattan, America, all gazed at Zhao Hongyu and his group with glints in their eyes. They wondered who Zhao Hongyu really was. After all, in Manhattan, the person they interacted with the most was Zhang Tai. However, Zhang Tai didn't appear often before the merchants. He mostly sent his subordinates to contact them, even officials from the European offices in Manhattan. It was for this reason that all the merchants regarded Zhang Tai as a mysterious figure. Furthermore, Zhang Tai, as the head of the umbrella company and the imperial minister of trade and economy, held a very high position in the minds of the merchants. Besides Zhang Tai, the next most important figure was Zhao Hongyu, the American Majesty. To let the Europeans know about the power and wealth of America, Zhang Tai deliberately had his subordinates reveal information about the crown prince's wealth to the merchants. Zhao Hongyu's land, estates, herds of cattle, sheep, horses, shipyards, and territory, including shares in the umbrella company, left the merchants stunned. According to the information Zhang Tai had deliberately spread, Zhao Hongayu's personal wealth surpassed that of all the kings of Europe. This instantly heightened the reverence of European merchants, who deeply revered money and wealth, for the imperial crown prince. Unfortunately, Zhao Hongayu didn't interact with merchants, so they never saw him. Even when he occasionally appeared on Manhattan's commercial streets, he was well protected, preventing them from approaching. As for Song Hu and Wang Shan, they had no connection to economics or trade, so the merchants weren't particularly interested. Even so, the merchants knew that to survive in Manhattan, they first had to cultivate good relationships with a few people. Of course, Umbrella Corporation was a top executive, and Zhang Tai controlled foreign trade quotas. He was someone they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Not only Zhang Tai, but even the lower-level employees at Umbrella Corporation were treated like royalty. Since Song Hu had gone to Lake Ontario, no one had any plans to pursue him. Wang Shan was the Crown Prince's most trusted confidant, but unfortunately, he had accompanied him to Europe. Furthermore, he was constantly beside the Crown Prince, making contact impossible. Fortunately, there was Zhao Hongayu's hospitable father-in-law, Black Bear, so the Europeans all set their sights on Black Bear. Black Bear was no fool, though. He accepted all the gifts, but when it came to handling matters, well, that was a bit of a bummer. What is this person's status in the Song Empire? He seems very young. I think he should be a nobleman, right? There are many words on the internet, it's hard to say. The coastal areas of America are the territory of the Crown Prince, and the inland areas have never been open. Maybe he is an imperial noble from the inland areas. It's really hard to say. What's the point of whispering here? Why don't we go up and make contact with him? If we are lucky, we can establish a relationship with him, which may be of great benefit in Manhattan in the future. Then go ahead. I hope you can get past the guards. Dividing line, Your Highness. Will we cause any misunderstandings if we enter Cairo with so many soldiers? Wang Shan, who was beside Zhao Hongayu, asked with some concern. Zhao Hongayu said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. Egypt has always been a target of other countries and has no confidence at all. And Egypt is still a city under the Ottoman Empire. What kind of trouble do you think we will encounter? Wang Shan thought about it, and it was indeed the case. Your Highness, although the Egyptians aren't very good, you should at least consider the Ottoman Empire. As you said, Egypt has now become a vassal state of the Ottomans, so we should at least give them some respect. Zhao Hongayu curled his lips upon hearing this. We don't have a major conflict of interest with the Ottoman Empire, so we don't have to worry about them. Besides, if they want to cause trouble, can they really cross the Atlantic to America? Besides, given my status, it's only natural for me to enter the city with hundreds of guards. I don't think they'll stop me. With a wave of his hand, the prepared genetic guards began marching in a steady pace up the steps to the dock. Wang Shan fell silent upon seeing this. Since His Highness had already made up his mind, any further comments would only upset Zhao Hongayu, wouldn't they? And Zhao Hongayu was absolutely right. The Crown Prince of America entering the city accompanied by hundreds of guards should be a big deal, right? However, both Zhao Hongayu and Wang Shan had forgotten one thing. In this era, a force of less than 1,000 men was already considered capable of conquering cities. Your Highness, I remember we met a merchant named Abdullah earlier. You gave him money to buy you a mansion here. Why don't we find out where he is? It's better than not even knowing where to go now. Wang Shan suddenly remembered the merchant he met on the way to Marseilles. Zhao Hongayu nodded. Send someone to find out. I also want to see if he ran away with the money. If he hasn't, I wouldn't mind making him rich. In Zhao Hongayu's mind, the huge sum of money he gave Abdullah was just a whim. Besides, many of the gems in the purse were artificial synthetic gems purchased through the space-time trader. Therefore, even if the man took them away, Zhao Hongayu wouldn't suffer a significant loss. With Zhao Hongayu's consent, Wang Shan summoned 5 translators hired from the temporary port of Crete and sent them to Cairo ahead of time to seek out the merchant named Abdullah. Zhao Hongayu and his companions leisurely made their way towards Cairo. The docks were bustling, but still some distance from Cairo itself. Here, the docks and the urban area were divided into 2 distinct worlds. This resembled the layout of Manhattan. The urban area was the urban area, the docks the docks. Walking up the steps to the bustling and lively area of the docks, Zhao Hongayu immediately saw the slave trade. Several Turkish merchants, their heads covered and dressed in fine red silk, engaged in incessant conversation with other dark-skinned merchants, either draped in white robes or bare-chested. Beside each of these stood a naked young woman with a dull gaze. In these young women's eyes, one could see no hope or desire for life, for they knew their fate. The merchants chatting would occasionally reach up to touch her, then pry open her lips to show them her teeth, as if they were inspecting livestock before trading. Standing beside them wasn't a living person. In the shade of a nearby corner, men and women crouched in handcuffs and leg irons, some women even holding babies. Emma didn't react much to this scene. In the Americas, many defeated tribes were also sold and distributed in this way. However, expressions of pity crossed the faces of Sarah and the women of Samuel's family. Wang Shan watched with interest, but there wasn't a shred of sympathy in his eyes, simply a sense of amusement. Zhao Honggai was numb. To Wang Shan and Zhao Honggai, these merchants weren't selling Chinese people, so what was it to them? To be continued. Chapter 367 Roadblock. We must maintain the strength of the Song Empire. I don't want our people to be captured and sold in places like this in the future because of our weakness. Zhao Honggai turned and spoke seriously to Wang Shan. Wang Shan nodded and replied, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I won't let that happen. We Chinese are the most noble race in the world. How could we possibly be like these people? And Your Highness, you have such powerful foreign monsters at your disposal. As long as we work together, such a thing will never happen." Seeing these slaves being sold, Wang Shan was moved. Deeply rooted in the ideals of Greater China, Wang Shan wholeheartedly agreed with Zhao Honggai's perspective. These slaves about to be sold had lost their souls. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were the walking corpse. This is because they all knew exactly what would happen to them and what their fate would be. They didn't hold high hopes for the future. If anything, it was simply the hope of meeting a better master who would spare them such a painful death. Some of these slaves were bought as servants, a life of slavery that offered some promise. However, many more were bought as sexual slaves or gladiatorial slaves. Consequently, their fates were often dire. Male gladiatorial slaves often perished at the hands of their opponents' swords or at the hands of wild beasts. The suffering was unimaginable. Women, on the other hand, faced inhumane abuse from their masters. Even if their masters were even slightly more lenient, they could only enjoy a good life for 2 or 3 years before being resold or even given away. After all, a woman's value depreciated with age and fading appearance. It was a cruel reality, a nightmare that slave women could not escape. When their value was lost, their fate was often tragic. Zhang Tai had come into contact with numerous slave owners in Manhattan. He had learned a great deal about this from them and shared it with Zhao Honggai. Therefore, Zhao Honggai knew something about these matters. But Zhao Honggai didn't consider himself a savior. Although these women were pitiful, he wasn't so arrogant as to buy them all and then let them go. "Respected sir, come and see my goods. My slaves, are the finest in all of Cairo. It seems this is your first time in Cairo, so you'll need a large staff, won't you?" The marching procession was suddenly stopped by a portly Turkish merchant. The genetics had fixed bayonets on their flintlocks and pointed them at him. If he made any dangerous move, the bayonets would plunge into his obese body in the next moment. It must be said that this man was very brave. As Zhao Honggai passed by, many merchants tried to approach him, but no one actually took the plunge. After all, the genetics gleaming bayonets were no joke. But there were still some who were brave enough. This fat Turkish man, calling himself stepped forward. In fact, these merchants could see that Zhao Honggai was definitely wealthy. Their attire was exquisite. The soldiers' clothing, both in material and craftsmanship, was hardly inferior. Zhao Honggai's attire, in particular, was similar to the soldiers, but with a golden fringe. The merchants, with their sharp eyes, immediately estimated Zhao Honggai's wealth. Moreover, surrounded by so many guards, he must have been a nobleman. How could a nobleman be short of money? While most European nobles were superficial, Zhao Honggai was clearly not. And judging by the number of guards surrounding him, he couldn't be much less well off. These merchants were quite clever. At this point, Hai bravely leaped forward. "Don't do it." At Zhao Honggai's signal, Wang Shan restrained the genetic soldiers. Otherwise, Hai's daring fate would have been tragic. The genetic soldiers paid no attention to the person before them. Even if someone claiming to be Jehovah stood before them and made such a dangerous move, they would still raise their bayonets. That's the advantage of genetically engineered soldiers. "Who are you? Why are you blocking our path?" Wang Shan rode up to Hai and asked coldly. The portly Turkish merchant, dressed in a black silk outer garment, a white one-piece robe over his face, and a hooded headband, bowed and replied, "Dear guest, hi means no harm. I'm truly sorry to have blocked your path. I'm just a merchant hoping to sell my wares. What are you selling?" At this moment, Zhao Hongyu also flicked the reins, approaching at a leisurely pace. "Hi's slaves are the finest in Cairo, and I want to sell you Hi's finest wares." Slave trader Zhao Hongyu rolled his eyes. "With so many of you, why are you blocking my path?" Zhao Hongyu was a little annoyed. "I'm not interested in your wares. Get out of my way." Honestly, Zhao Hongyu wasn't particularly interested in slaves. With the genetically engineered guards around him, buying slaves was pointless. This was different from the slave trade in Manhattan. Those black slaves were brought to the Americas by Europeans because the empire was short of manpower. Furthermore, with the establishment of manors and the allocation of land to the Huaxia genetics, they likely needed a large number of slaves to cultivate the land for themselves. Therefore, Manhattan didn't prohibit the slave trade. Even Zhao Hongyu's father-in-law, Black Bear, purchased a significant number of black slaves and regularly purchased them from European merchants, sending them to Zhao Hongyu's land to cultivate and grow crops. But Zhao Hongyu himself was actually quite dissatisfied with the idea of slavery. "Wait a moment, Your Excellency, please listen to what Hai has to say." The genetics began to try to shoo this guy away, but the Turkish merchant shouted. Zhao Hongyu frowned, finding this guy a bit annoying. He had no intention of buying slaves. Yet, he still kept trying to sell them to him, which was quite annoying. "Why did you choose us? There are so many merchants and wealthy people here. Wouldn't you have been better off talking to them?" The message was unrelated. Before Zhao Hongyu could speak, Wang Shan spoke to Hai with a hint of impatience. "My lords, you don't know. The goods I have on hand aren't something that ordinary merchants can afford. They require someone of considerable means. And I see you as a buyer of such power," Hai exclaimed to Wang Shan and Zhao Hongyu. "Interesting," Zhao Hongyu muttered, glancing at Wang Shan. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's glance, Wang Shan nodded knowingly and rode up to Hai. "Let me see your goods first. If I don't like them, then don't stop us. Our Highness is not someone you can mess with." "Wow, Highness, that title carries a lot of weight. Those with such a title are usually either kings or crown princes, aren't they?" From the subtle hints in Wang Shan's words, it was clear that the young man on horseback was of a very noble status. Hai couldn't help but feel overjoyed, believing his gamble had paid off. In reality, Hai had sensed the extraordinary nature of Zhao Hongyu and his group, and so he had come out to block their path. He was now at the end of his rope, and if he didn't sell the slaves he had, he would go bankrupt. Originally, these slaves had been reserved, but when he brought them to a client, he discovered that his client had been defeated and died. This left Hai with his goods in tatters. He could have sold them to someone else, but those interested, upon learning of Hai's situation, began to aggressively bargain down the price. At that price, Hai would have gone bankrupt as well. So, Hai hadn't let them succeed, and had managed to hold out until now. But now, he couldn't. Suddenly, he spotted Zhao Hongyu and his group. Judging by their appearance, demeanor, and attire, Hai felt they must be wealthy. Furthermore, they would surely be interested in his goods. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well try his luck. It was with this thought that Hai leaped forth, recreating the scene from earlier. Seeing the other party show a modicum of interest in his wares, Hai was thrilled. As long as he didn't rush to leave, Hai was confident he could pique their interest and ultimately buy his goods. "Please follow me. My goods are still in my residence, so please excuse me for not showing them to others." Hai bowed respectfully, extending the invitation in the most respectful tone. Wow! What a mystery. He wondered what kind of goods they were, yet they were being kept so secretive. Zhao Hongyu smiled and didn't take it seriously. "Wang Shan, take your men with you to take a look. If the goods are truly good, come back and let me know. Of course, you can handle this matter on my behalf. Remember to bring money." Zhao Hongyu, with his wealth and power, didn't care. Wang Shan nodded, then turned to Hai and said, "Let's go. Lead the way." The entire conversation between Wang Shan and Hai was handled by an interpreter. After all, Wang Shan couldn't speak Turkish. He wasn't like Zhao Hongyu, who had a language cheat. Luckily, they had plenty of translators accompanying them at the ports they stopped at along the way, otherwise it would have been really inconvenient. After Wang Shan and Hai left, Zhao Hongyu slowly continued to lead the team forward. After Wang Shan left, Emma and Sarah rode up to Zhao Hongyu's side. What was that guy doing just now? To be continued. Chapter 368, Curious about everything. Nothing, just a slave trader, Zhao Hongyu replied when Emma asked. Oh, a slave trader? If he has any good stuff, I'd like to buy some. Emma had no concept of human rights and freedom, so, when the girl spoke of buying slaves, her face remained calm. After all, what she had seen and experienced since childhood was completely different from Zhao Hongyu's. Zhao Hongyu knew this, so he couldn't force Emma to follow his own moral standards. Why do you have such thoughts? Zhao Hongyu was a little puzzled. Emma replied, those Europeans once gave you some dancers and eunuchs, but you didn't want them, did you? Finally, General Wang Shan trained these slaves and gave them to me. They've been very obedient and have done their job well, so I plan to buy some more. Zhao Hongyu was silent for a moment. He remembered what Emma had said about those people. Yes, at that time, the French came to Manhattan because of the Quebec incident. He also brought some slaves purchased from Arabia as gifts. However, I didn't want them at the time, so I gave them to Wang Shan. Unexpectedly, Wang Shan trained them and eventually gave them to Emma. It seemed Wang Shan's plan was to have eunuchs work in the harem. But from what Emma said, it seemed these eunuchs were quite capable, so there was no need to refuse. Besides, since the young woman was pleased, I'd just go along with her. You can ask around. If you find any suitable ones, buy some. Money isn't a problem, as long as you're happy, Zhao Hongyu said to Emma, having thought it through. Emma's face lit up with joy, and she looked at him sweetly. I knew you were the best. You definitely wouldn't refuse me. You know, those eunuchs are actually very loyal. If you treat them well, they'll be very dedicated to their work. Thinking of the eunuchs under her command, Emma explained their situation to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu understood this. Yes, these people's bodies are already incomplete, and all they ask for is a better master. If they meet a bad master, then their life will be miserable. Fortunately, Emma is not such a person. She is not as cruel to slaves as the Europeans. It can be said that slaves will not be beaten or scolded when working under her. And they have good meals 3 times a day. Working under such a master, how can they not work hard? And as long as you show them a little respect, these people will definitely sacrifice their lives for you. Think about the last emperor of the Ming dynasty, Chongzhen. When Li Zicheng broke into Beijing, it was a group of eunuchs who made the final resistance. Compared with those ministers who always claimed to be loyal, they were much more responsible and manly. So, Zhao Hongyu wondered if these eunuchs could be used. And what Wang Shan said was right. His harem really needed such special talents. Besides, even if he didn't buy them, there would be eunuchs in Egypt. If these people were to live elsewhere, wouldn't they still be living a life worse than death? So, why not come here and live a life free from abuse? And strictly speaking, doing this could be considered a kind act. After all, for these eunuchs in this era, what nation would be less despised than their own empire? In fact, Zhao Hongyu viewed the eunuchs of this era as the impotent men of later generations, not as some kind of evildoer. In other words, in Zhao Hongyu's eyes, they were equals to ordinary people. The empire would not discriminate against them. It was precisely because of Zhao Hongyu's perspective that Emma was influenced. Therefore, when Emma approached her Egyptian eunuchs, the way she treated them, with the same ordinary eyes, deeply moved them. Indeed, what did they seek? Simply to be treated without prejudice. Therefore, it was no surprise that Emma would say they were extremely loyal. These words were not random. Emma could sense it through subtle intrusions. When the eunuchs brought Emma food, they would secretly taste a small sip, confirming it was poison-free, before offering it to her. No one had ever taught or required them to do this, it was all done voluntarily. Wang Shan's instruction was limited to explaining Emma's status and some of the royal etiquette. After all, Wang Shan wasn't very familiar with the imperial system, so there wasn't much he could teach. But the eunuchs, however, had mastered this on their own, demonstrating their strength. Knowing Emma's identity and status, they protected her so fiercely. While they didn't necessarily believe someone would murder Emma, it was always a good precaution. After all, Emma, in their eyes, viewed them as ordinary women, good queens, and good masters. Emma had accidentally witnessed this happening, and, confused as she was, she approached Wang Shan to discuss it. Wang Shan, understanding, explained it to Emma. After understanding the meaning of these things, Emma was moved. Moved, she treated the eunuchs even better. It was a virtuous cycle. As she treated them better, the eunuchs became even more loyal. People are all made of flesh and blood. Despite language barriers, they can all sense kindness, right? Emma kept the Arab dancers, unsure what to do with them, but she kept them there. To Emma, it was just a few more people to feed. Zhao Hongai was unaware of this. The team continued on, but not at a fast pace. After all, the streets were bustling with people. Merchants walked back and forth, leading camels or horses. But Zhao Hongai looked carefully. Most of the merchants were leading camels. This probably had something to do with the fact that most of the merchants were either from Arabia or Africa. After all, camels were the primary means of transportation in these two regions. It could be said that in this era, the value of a camel was far greater than a dozen human lives. Dried fish and salt grains were sold on both sides of the street. Bananas, fruit, dates, meat, linen, ready-made clothes, and fabrics abounded. Greek olive oil merchants used containers similar to clay jars for their workers to constantly carry into their shops. Opposite the olive oil shops stood large shops run by Genoese merchants, presumably competing with each other. The people of Egypt dressed mostly in Arabic style. The women walking the streets mostly wore headscarves that obscured their faces, leaving only their eyes exposed. The remaining women wore what resembled modern-day miniskirts and small vests. Meanwhile, some women dressed in European clothing also appeared on the streets. White Greek dresses and tutus could be seen everywhere. Perhaps Cairo of this era was like the United Nations or an international metropolis of later times. 12 black slaves passed by carrying sedan chairs. Most of the passengers were women with veils covering their faces, though there were also the occasional portly man. Street jugglers constantly displayed their unique skills to attract more fans. Many mercenaries, clad in armor, stood on the street, waiting to be hired. These mercenaries hailed from various European countries, Africa, and the Arab world. Here, they would abandon their respective beliefs. If there was anything they still held on to, it was simply money. Egypt, a city renowned throughout world history. Caesar and Octavian left their legends here, as did Egypt's beautiful queen. Honestly, Zhao Hongayu's impression of Egypt stemmed from the later film The Tomb Raiders. The nearly naked Egyptian women in the film had captivated Zhao Hongayu for a long time. Cairo's locals rarely wore the clothing depicted in the movies. It was generally only seen in the palaces of the rulers of Cairo. Most ordinary people wore white, round-collared linen garments. These garments were a one-piece outfit. If anything, they resembled a modern-day women's dress. Yes, that's what Egyptian men wore. The difference between men's and women's clothing lies in the fact that men's skirts are shorter, while women's are longer. In front of some shops, Zhao Hongayu could see containers resembling pottery jars. These containers were everyday items used by Egyptians, such as water or food. Each jar was decorated with images. Zhao Hongayu examined the pottery used by ordinary people, which had simple designs. The more elaborate pottery with figures was likely used by wealthy families. Besides this, Zhao Hongai was also delighted by Egypt's urban environment. True to its reputation as a famous port city, despite its large population, it lacked the filth and clutter of European cities. Zhao Hongai even noticed that Cairo had independent water and sewage systems, eliminating the stench of sewage and foul smells common in European cities. Because Cairo connects Arabia, Africa, and Europe, it boasts a wide variety of goods. Zhao Hongai also noticed that some shops were selling goods entirely from Manhattan, America. And they were packed with people. It seemed that Manhattan goods were truly popular here. Zhao Hongai memorized them all. Like Zhao Hongai, Emma, Sarah, and the women from Samuel's family were also curiously looking around. Emma was simply curious, because she had never seen a city like this, or anything like it. What kind of style could the Mohawk tribe of the past have in the Americas? Basically, there wasn't much difference between Indian tribes. If there were any differences, they were in tribal names, population size, and clothing. It was only after crossing the Atlantic with Zhao Hongayu to Europe that Emma truly broadened her horizons, realizing the vastness of the world and experiencing its diverse customs and cultures. Now, Emma could be considered the most knowledgeable of all American Indians. No other Indian could be more knowledgeable than Emma, because the Indians of the Americas simply couldn't cross the Atlantic. Although the Spanish sent many Maya from Central America to Europe, their situation was completely different from Emma's. They were sent to Europe as spoils of war or captives, and their freedom was restricted. Therefore, they never got to experience what Europe was really like. Emma, on the other hand, was free. Following Zhao Hongyu, she had seen almost every city in Europe. This was a completely different experience for the Maya of Central America. The yellow earth of Cairo was a stark contrast to the lush forests of Manhattan. While there were some coconut trees, Emma felt they were not as sturdy as those back home. Also, here, one could see far into the distance. And the landscape was vast and empty. In a place like this, there wouldn't be much hunting. Emma still retained some Indian thinking. This wasn't surprising, considering that before meeting Zhao Hongyu, she had lived in a tribe. Now, as Zhao Hongyu's wife, she had only been living in the under-construction city of Manhattan for a year. How could a mindset that had been in place for more than a decade be changed in such a short time? Emma noticed many things. Camels in particular caught her eye. She had never seen such an animal in Manhattan. She had never even seen a horse before. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu had purchased some horses for free-range breeding on Manhattan Island through the space-time trader. Emma was no longer curious about horses. After all, her husband's ranch already had a lot of horses, didn't it? What is this animal with 2 bags on its back? I think it walks so slowly. Why do I see so many people here leading these animals? Finally, Emma couldn't help but ask the question that had always intrigued her, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Gideon. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 369 Abdullah's Servant. Camels don't exist in the Americas. So it's not surprising that Emma had never seen one. After all, the only sacred creature in the Americas is the alpaca, and that's only in Central America. So, it's no surprise that Emma was curious about the camels when they arrived in Cairo, Egypt. Zhao Hongyu briefly explained the situation to Emma, and the curious woman finally understood. Walking the streets with camels included Arabs, Europeans, and some African blacks dressed in extravagant clothing. Their clothing revealed their status, class, and wealth. In this era, the rich didn't pretend to be poor, as they do in later generations. Therefore, the wealthy here were eager to make their wealth known, so they dressed extravagantly. If gold coins could be made into clothing, they would probably do the same. As the procession slowly moved forward, Zhao Hongyu and his group attracted attention. However, compared to the port, they were much less noticeable. This relieved Zhao Hongyu from feeling like he was being treated like a rare animal. Most people simply glance up at Zhao Hongyu and his group before returning to their own business. Rather than looking at Zhao Hongyu and his strangely dressed group with dark hair and dark eyes, they had their own business to attend to. Just then, Zhao Hongyu's group was stopped again. What's going on this time? Just now, a slave trader showed up, and now who's this? Zhao Hongyu asked impatiently after seeing 2 black men in white linen robes and round Arabic hats stop the marching group. The 2 black men were gesticulating with the genetics, and their expressions showed no ill intentions. Unfortunately, their words were completely incomprehensible to the genetic soldiers. Indeed, the genetic soldiers didn't have the language skills Zhao Hongyu had, who could speak every language in the world. So, facing the 2 black men who had stopped their group, they had no idea what they were saying. Fortunately, the 2 black men who had stopped the group didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Therefore, they didn't provoke a violent reaction from the genetic soldiers. Otherwise, their bayonets would have stabbed them. Your Highness, we don't understand a word they say. They don't understand what we say either, Zhao Hongyu asked from the rear of the group. The captain of the genetic guard replied with a bitter face. I'll ask them. It's not your fault. Zhao Hongyu knew that the genetic soldiers could only speak Mandarin at best, and their English was not very good. Therefore, he couldn't expect too much from these genetic people. So, he shook the reins in his hand and slowly rode past. After the 2 black men who had stopped the group, Zhao Hongyu sat on his horse and looked down at them. When the 2 black men who had stopped the group saw Zhao Hongyu coming, they turned their attention to him and stopped fighting with the genetic soldiers. In their eyes, Zhao Hongyu was a young man riding a majestic horse, exuding a strong aura of superiority. His attire was exquisitely crafted, and while it might seem odd at first, it was still quite striking after a while. A scar marred his delicate face, a sight that drew a sigh of relief. However, it only added a touch of ferocity to the young man's aura. His hair and eyes were pure black. Such eyes were rarely seen in Europe, Africa, or the Arab world. They could only be found in the fabled East. Why are you blocking my path? Just as the two men were lost in their thoughts, Zhao Hongyu spoke. Recovering from their reverie, one of the older-looking black men bowed and asked, "Excuse me, are you the Crown Prince from America?" Zhao Hongyu was taken aback by the words. It felt like he was visiting Cairo, Egypt for the first time. How could he possibly know who he was? But after his initial surprise, Zhao Hongyu immediately thought that perhaps these two men were sea merchants who had visited Manhattan. So, Zhao Hongyu nodded, "Yes, it's me." After confirming Zhao Hongyu's identity, the two men's expressions became even more respectful. "Your Highness, we are Abdullah's men. After hearing that you landed in Alexandria today, he immediately sent us to find you, Abdullah." Zhao Hongyu immediately understood the name they mentioned. So, they were the men of the Arab merchant they encountered on the sea voyage to Marseilles. It seemed that these two men had intercepted his group at the behest of that man. That made sense. "Oh, I see. So you're Abdullah's men. Then I think I understand why you intercepted my group. Has the task I entrusted to Abdullah been completed?" Yes, Zhao Hongyu had originally entrusted Abdullah to purchase a mansion for him in Cairo, and had even given him a substantial sum of money for it. I suppose Abdullah had already completed the task I'd entrusted him with during my time in Marseilles. "Your Highness, my master has already fulfilled your request. We've come here to confirm it's you, and then we'll show you around your residence." The two men were Abdullah's trusted servants. Before they arrived, Abdullah had explained Zhao Hongyu's identity and his status in America. Therefore, they were extremely respectful to Zhao Hongyu. You'd have to understand that since Abdullah and Zhao Hongyu parted ways at sea and returned to Cairo, he'd been inquiring about the American Song Empire. This inquiry was significant. It completely captivated him. Currently, the most popular goods in Cairo, 13 spices, ceramics, tea, winter clothing, and so on, all originated from the American Song Empire. These products were highly sought after by the tribal chiefs of the Arab world, especially the 13 spices and ceramics. It could be said that Zhao Hongyu represented a passport to the world's most valuable commodities. Furthermore, the Song Empire's army was formidable, and the environment and living conditions of Manhattan, the Crown Prince's territory, were highly acclaimed. As Abdullah got to know Zhao Hongyu better, he felt fortunate to have met him. He also felt he should seize this opportunity. Perhaps he would no longer have to rely on the European merchants. Indeed, because Arab merchants lacked ocean-going vessels, they were restricted to trading within the Mediterranean. Unlike the Europeans, they couldn't engage in the more lucrative ocean trade. Abdullah knew the enormous profits from this round-trip trade. But what could he do? Europeans wouldn't sell their ships to Arabs, especially the Ottomans. It was impossible for Abdullah to resist such lucrative trade. However, he lacked ocean-going vessels, experienced sailors, and the threat of pirates. Therefore, Abdullah could only engage in small-scale operations in the Mediterranean. But this time, however, was different. He met the Crown Prince of the Song Empire in America. You have to know that the Crown Prince's trusted aides control foreign trade, and all commodities are subject to quotas. Therefore, a simple nod from the Crown Prince, a flick of the finger to grant a small quota, would be enough for Abdullah to live on. It was precisely for this reason that, after gaining a thorough understanding, Abdullah devoted himself to the task entrusted to him by Zhao Hongyu. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu had given him a substantial sum of money, so after selling some of it, he had enough to select the mansion he desired. First, Zhao Hongyu's status and position were evident. Ordinary land and mansions would not be suitable for him. If he failed in this task, it would undoubtedly leave a negative impression on Zhao Hongyu, which would be of no benefit to his future career. Therefore, Abdullah set his sights on the residential areas where Egypt's royal family and nobles gathered, and helped Zhao Hongyu secure a mansion there. This mansion was originally owned by a prominent Egyptian noble, but this noble, having offended a powerful figure in the Ottoman Empire, suffered the wrath of his family and the destruction of his family. This, however, proved a boon for Abdullah. The mansion's location was prime, nestled at the foot of the royal city and close to Alexandria harbor. The entire mansion covered approximately 50 acres, with the tallest building boasting 5 stories. Within, the mansion boasted gardens, coconut trees, and a pond, a classic example of Egyptian building within a building architecture, a truly luxurious experience. From the small garden on the top floor of the main building, one could overlook the harbor below. To put it in the terms of later times, this was a mansion overlooking the sea, surrounded by blossoming spring flowers, and adjacent to the aristocratic district at the foot of the imperial city. Abdullah was also clever. He sold his original residence and purchased a mansion next to Zhao Hongayu's, intending to become his neighbor. This way, he had the advantage of being right next door. You have to admit, Abdullah was quite clever. Furthermore, Zhao Hongayu's mansion was not far from the Egyptian royal city. If nothing else, just being in my own little garden, feeling the warm sea breeze and enjoying the sunshine, facing the blue sky, is worth it. To be continued. Chapter 370, The Mansion in Cairo. Read the novel The Great Lord the fastest on the Wangsu.com website. Welcome to read the full text. How did you know I arrived at Alexandria? Knowing the two black men who had stopped his group were Abdullah's servants, Zhao Hongayu had them lead the way to the prepared residence. Since he already had a house, why bother looking for one? The master has stationed a number of men in Alexandria to observe the ships entering and leaving the port daily. He described your vessel to them, so they easily recognized it. Zhao Hongayu thought so too. His own ship, the Sea King, was unique here. It would be impossible not to recognize it as soon as it appeared at the dock. How thoughtful, Zhao Hongayu nodded. So, those men immediately notified the master, and he immediately sent us to meet you. He himself made arrangements at the residence to welcome you. After hearing the two servants' words, Zhao Hongayu finally understood why Abdullah hadn't come. It seems that this guy is cleaning up the mansion for himself. Your Highness, the servants and slave masters for the mansion have been purchased for you. You don't have to worry about anything. Everything there has been arranged. Zhao Hongayu smiled. In this case, what is there for him to worry about? He likes things like this. He doesn't have to worry about anything and can just move in when the time comes. However, Zhao Hongayu thought that he, Emma, Sarah, and the women of Samuel's family were all easy to deal with. They just needed to move in. But what about the guards who followed him? A team of 800 people. I think the mansion would not be able to accommodate them all. Therefore, Zhao Hongayu frowned at the thought of this. The two black slaves who had been observing Zhao Hongayu's reaction saw Zhao Hongayu frowning and thought that he was dissatisfied with something. So, they became a little terrified. Your Highness, is there something you're not satisfied with? If so, please tell us and we'll correct it immediately. Abdullah had instructed that everything must be done to please Zhao Hongayu. Because Abdullah now placed all his hopes on Zhao Hongayu. Only by satisfying Zhao Hongayu could he hope to change his current fate and status. As Abdullah's trusted servants, these two black slaves, purchased from African merchants years earlier, surely knew this. It's not that I'm dissatisfied, I'm just wondering what to do with my guardsmen. They can't be left without a place to live, right? Zhao Hongayu explained to the two terrified servants, who thought he was dissatisfied with something. How are you? They breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't dissatisfied, that was all. If the American crown prince wasn't satisfied, who knows how his master would vent his anger on them when he returned. Although they were Abdullah's trusted servants, they were, after all, slaves purchased by Abdullah. Therefore, if Abdullah got angry, he could even beat them to death. In the Arab world, slaves were worth less than a horse or a camel. So, Your Highness is worried about this matter. Actually, it's easily solved, one of the domain slaves said to Zhao Hongayu. Oh, is there any solution? Zhao Hongayu asked curiously upon hearing that there was a solution for his guards' accommodation problem. If I remember correctly, there's a vacant former royal guard station next to your palace. It's been abandoned since the Ottoman Empire conquered Egypt. You can rent it to house your guards. Zhao Hongayu felt relieved. As long as there was a place to house his guards, where was not his concern. Besides, from what the slave said, it was quite close to his palace. That way, wouldn't everything be solved? Strictly speaking, Zhao Hongayu wouldn't stay in Cairo for long. He'd simply come here to experience the local customs and culture, as well as the atmosphere of 17th century Egypt. For Zhao Hongayu, America was his only foundation. Or perhaps, if the opportunity arose, returning to China was his true roots. Freed from his worries, Zhao Hongayu suddenly became cheerful. Along the way, he kept chatting with the two servants, asking them about Egypt. The two servants didn't answer Zhao Hongayu's questions, but told him everything they knew. Led by the two men, Zhao Hongayu and his companions wandered for about half an hour before finally reaching their destination. Your Highness, I've finally seen you, Abdullah called from a distance, then trotted over to Zhao Hongyu. Abdullah remained attired, a black woven robe covering his body, a white Arabian-style robe beneath, and a white turban with a feather and a ruby embellished on his head. This was typical Arabian attire. Zhao Hongyu exchanged a few pleasantries with Abdullah, and then, led by Abdullah, he arrived at the mansion he had purchased for himself. The gate was Egyptian style, and the entire structure was constructed of ochre-colored rammed earth interspersed with stone, giving it a remarkably solid appearance. From the gate, one could see the vast desert ahead, with its looming pyramids and city. Because this residential complex was built on a hillside near Alexandria, one could clearly see the city below. It wasn't as sweltering here as in the city. The elevated location and proximity to the sea provided a refreshing breeze, creating a pleasant and comfortable atmosphere. It must be acknowledged that the Egyptian royal family had wisely chosen this location for their noble residence. Servants lined the interior and exterior of their mansion. The servants wore white Arabian-style robes, some in Greek-style long skirts, and some in Egyptian-style clothing. It all depended on where the servants were from. These slaves were bought from the market. Your Highness has given me ample funds. Even after purchasing this mansion and these servants, there's still plenty left over. Abdullah, leading the way, whispered to Zhao Hongyu about the money's purpose. I'll send someone to bring you the savings right away. Zhao Hongyu waved his hand. No need. The rest is all yours. You must have put a lot of effort into buying the mansion and these servants for me, so consider this your reward. I'm planning to open a shop in Alexandria to supply American necessities. I think you're a good person, so why don't you become an agent? Abdullah was certainly willing. This was the reason he worked so diligently for Zhao Hongyu. Abdullah was instantly overcome with emotion, yet he remained prudent and modest. Your Highness, he said as Zhao Hongyu and Abdullah entered the mansion. Servants on either side bowed in greeting. An Egyptian slave girl? Such an exotic charm indeed, with large breasts, a slim waist, and a truly charming figure. Oh, a Greek slave girl, I wonder how she would look in a thinner costume? Holy crap, there's a black girl here too, with short hair, long legs, and alluring eyes. I love her. Female slaves generally outnumbered the male servants within the mansion. Even though there were some male servants, they lacked a certain masculinity. After Abdullah explained, he realized they were all eunuchs. Abdullah took Zhao Hongyu's status and position, as well as the women who surrounded him, into account. Therefore, after purchasing the mansion, the number of slaves he placed within it was carefully considered. The Egyptian royal family favored eunuchs as servants, as this reduced the risk of infidelity in the harem and prevented the risk of cuckoldry. With this in mind, Abdullah purchased a number of eunuchs and placed them in the mansion for Zhao Hongyu's service. It must be said that Abdullah was extremely thoughtful. He had considered every possible issue, and it made Zhao Hongyu's mind at ease. These servants are excellent. I can see you've carefully selected them. Zhao Hongyu nodded with satisfaction. Abdullah was relieved that Zhao Hongyu was satisfied. I bought these slaves from Cairo, and they've all been trained. They're not ordinary slaves. And I guarantee they're all virgins, Abdullah said mysteriously. Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but laugh. Abdullah's words made it sound like Zhao Hongyu was a pervert. But then again, Zhao Hongyu felt a little proud that all the women around him were virgins. Emma, these servants are all ours now. You'll be in charge of them, okay? Zhao Hongyu turned around and shouted to Emma. Hearing that these servants were the family's property, the money grubber Emma's eyes lit up. Are these slave girls ours? Wonderful, you're very thoughtful. I'm very pleased with all this, Zhao Hongyu said to Abdullah with a smile. By then, everyone had already filed into the mansion. Abdullah's heart softened when he heard Zhao Hongyu's words. As long as Zhao Hongyu was satisfied and happy, that was all that mattered. Have you thought about my earlier proposal? I don't think you should refuse. Although we can't give you ceramics, 13 spices, and other products, we do have some products that we've developed in America. Zhao Hongyu continued the previous topic. Chapter 371, Black Beauty with Special Skills. From the outside, the mansion Abdullah purchased didn't look particularly impressive. But upon entering, Zhao Hongyu was struck by a sense of wonder. The walls were painted a unique green lace material, giving the room a distinctly cool feel. In the center of the house stood an open-air hall. Inside, a pool was planted with plants unique to the desert. Sculptures of figures purchased from Greece were also placed throughout the room and corridors, making it feel less empty. Small channels were also constructed to bring still water from outside into the room to irrigate the plants. While these seemingly unremarkable features were insignificant, this was the 17th century. Inside the mansion, a slave girl could be found every 5 steps, and a servant every 10. It could be said that Zhao Hongyu lived a life of pure enjoyment. A slave girl approached, carrying a large silver tray filled with fresh fruit and grapes. The slave girl was black, wearing a form-fitting bikini. She also wore ornaments like rings and chains on her arms, forehead, ankles, and waist. These ornaments occasionally clashed, making pleasant sounds as she moved. This slave girl didn't look very tall, but she was 1.8 meters tall, with long legs, a plump chest, and a pert butt. Zhao Hongyu exclaimed, "Beauty, Cassandra is her name, and she's the most valuable of these slave girls." Abdullah spoke, noticing Zhao Hongyu's gaze fixed on the short-haired black slave girl. "Oh, what's the reason?" Zhao Hongyu peeked a little. The slave trader who sold her said she was captured from Central Africa by the Moors. A large number of men were sacrificed to capture her, as her father seems to be a tribal leader. Zhao Hongyu nodded, thinking to himself, in China, she'd probably be at least a princess. When the Moors captured her, she was still very young. But they saw her value, so they carefully trained her and tempered her character, considering her initially quite wild. Because of its high price, Abdullah had to inquire about the details. Zhao Hongyu curled his lips and said, "Even so, how much could it be? Besides, what could those Moors teach her?" Zhao Hongyu was completely dismissive of Abdullah's words. In his eyes, those Moors didn't teach anything at all. Even if they did, it would be nothing more than instruction in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, nothing surprising. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's reaction, Abdullah glanced back and saw that Emma and the other women were distracted by the room's amenities and hadn't noticed them. Abdullah then leaned over and whispered to Zhao Hongyu, "It's not very convenient here. You can go to a private room with her and try it out. I heard from the slave trader that Cassandra is not only a good woman, but also a very competent bodyguard." Zhao Hongyu also wanted to know what was so special about this woman. So, he nodded and agreed to Abdullah's proposal. How much did this woman cost? Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but ask. 30,000 ducats, that's almost the annual income of a small tribe. Speaking of the price, Abdullah shook his head. He was only helping Zhao Hongyu buy it. If it were him, he wouldn't have spent such a waste of money. After listening to him, Zhao Hongyu estimated the purchasing power of the time and knew that Abdullah's words were true. In Europe, this amount of money would be the annual income of a nobleman. But to him, it was nothing. He was the ruler of the Song Empire in America. He had nothing but money. "Emma, take a look around here. We're staying here for a while. Also, divide up the room so everyone can get to know each other," Zhao Hongyu instructed Emma, lest they follow him and inconvenience him. Then, accompanied by Abdullah, he ascended the stairs to the upper level. The mansion consisted of 8 buildings connected together, forming a cohesive whole. Courtyards connected to courtyards, houses connected to houses. Most of the buildings were 2 or 3 stories high, with only the main building boasting 5. The floor Abdullah led Zhao Hongyu to was located in the main building. Zhao Hongyu had no idea where Abdullah was taking him, so he followed him. Abdullah led Zhao Hongyu up the stairs to the top floor. Wow! When Zhao Hongyu reached the top floor, his eyes suddenly lit up. The entire top floor could be described as open air. Above, a single white curtain covered the entire floor, surrounded by 4 marble pillars. The canal below was connected here, and the trickling water was transported to the pool on the top floor, forming a swimming pool on the rooftop. Various plants were placed around the pool, adding a pleasant touch. Looking out from the front, you could see the azure Mediterranean. If you stepped onto the lounge chairs placed by the marble railing, you could easily enjoy the view of Alexandria harbor below. The harbor was bustling with sails, a scene of extraordinary bustle. After bringing Zhao Hongyu here, Abdullah apologized and retreated. Before leaving, he winked at Zhao Hongyu, giving him a look that any man could understand. After Abdullah left, Cassandra, like a black pearl, sauntered over to Zhao Hongyu and gently unbuttoned his clothes. Zhao Hongyu grabbed her hand as she was unbuttoning her shirt, grinning at her. "Abdullah says you're highly valued and possess some unique skills. I've always been curious about just how unique they are," he said. Zhao Hongyu spoke in Cassandra's native language, which startled the dark beauty for a moment. But she quickly recovered, realizing that the young man before her was her true master. Her future life depended on his will. She had been captured and trained by the Moors at a young age. Her rebellious and fierce nature as a child had long since faded. All that remained was obedience and the desire to please her master. Cassandra remained silent in response to Zhao Hongayu's curious questioning. She simply smiled at him with those alluring eyes. Then, she leaned over, performed a truly incredible move, and took Zhao Hongayu's penis into her mouth. Jiu-jitsu. Zhao Hongayu's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the black beauty thrusting into him with her body in positions that no one could imagine. Suddenly, a surge of heat surged within him. A contortionist's body could perform countless positions, more than enough to satisfy any man's needs. Zhao Hongyu had fantasized about it in his later life, but he had never imagined he'd actually encounter it in this era. Is this deep-throating? Zhao Hongyu felt the black beauty thrusting into him, savoring the warmth and softness. But this alone wouldn't do. This was too childish. Zhao Hongyu raised his hand and gently patted Cassandra's cheek. Is this all? I don't think this alone is enough. Cassandra had been trained in this field since she was a child, so she knew exactly what this young master, Zhao Hongyu, was thinking. About an hour later, Zhao Hongyu, a look of satisfaction on his face, walked over to a lounge chair by the marble railing and lay down, while Cassandra, with a lazy expression, lazily enjoyed the cool breeze in the pool. The surrounding female slaves were either sitting, standing, or playing around. The pool was filled with a variety of fresh fruits. Zhao Hongyu was truly pleased with Cassandra. Her judo skills were truly impressive. Using a variety of unusual angles and positions, Zhao Hongyu thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of comfort. Zhao Hongyu already knew about her bad skills. But Abdullah had once said that, in addition to her exceptional skills, Cassandra was also a personal bodyguard. Of course, at this moment, Zhao Hongyu had no way of verifying her skills. After all, he couldn't force Cassandra into a fight just to prove her abilities. Regardless, Zhao Hongyu was very satisfied with this dark beauty. Her judo skills alone were enough to excite Zhao Hongyu. After enjoying Cassandra's service, Zhao Hongyu had someone notify Emma and the others to come to the top floor to play. The view was incredible, and he was sure Emma would love it. Zhao Hongyu had just reclined on the lounge chair for a moment when Emma and Sarah, along with a group of other women, arrived at the rooftop. Wow! What a view! Emma exclaimed as they reached the top floor. The girl ran over to Zhao Hongyu and leaned over the marble railing to gaze out. The azure Mediterranean stretched out before her, a breathtaking sight that suddenly widened one's heart. Below, the bustling harbor of Alexandria, merchant ships coming in and out, their white sails adorning the landscape, made everything seem so beautiful. The scorching summer sun was shielded by the white clouds overhead, while the cool water in the pool radiated a subtle coolness, stirring with a breeze, making the rooftop feel incredibly cool. It was like a natural air conditioner. Sarah, stay here with Emma for a while. I have something to talk to Abdullah about. Seeing Emma looking around, fascinated by everything, Zhao Hongyu didn't disturb her. He called Sarah, gave her some instructions, and then turned to head downstairs. Sarah knew Zhao Hongyu had serious business with Abdullah, so she nodded in agreement. Seeing Zhao Hongyu about to leave, the dark beauty Cassandra emerged from the pool, donned her leather armor, and followed. Just enjoy yourself up there. You don't have to follow me in this heat, Zhao Hongyu advised, seeing Cassandra follow. After all, they were in close contact, and Zhao Hongyu's words softened. Cassandra could tell that Zhao Hongyu, her master, was different from what the trainers had described him as. She sensed his gentleness. Shaking her head, Cassandra said, "Master, I am your personal bodyguard. I will follow you wherever you go. It's my duty. If anything dangerous happens, I'll even protect you from swords." Zhao Hongyu smiled, but he couldn't refuse Cassandra's offer without hurting her. "I have so many guards around me, why would I need a woman like you to shield me from the sword? I do have a guard, but I've assigned him to other duties, and Abdullah is a harmless person." Despite Zhao Hongyu's words, Cassandra moved up behind him. She looked at him seriously and said, "From a young age, I've been trained and taught that if my master is taken away, I'll sacrifice my life. If he doesn't need me, then I have no meaning in living. That's very cruel to me." While it's unclear what kind of training Cassandra had gone through, her words hinted at a need to prove her worth and purpose to Zhao Hongyu, her master. She existed as a slave to please him, to bring him the highest pleasure of sex, and to protect him. If even that wasn't needed, then what was the point of her existence? Zhao Hongyu pondered this and understood why Cassandra said that. It was clear that her training had also included brainwashing. How old are you? Zhao Hongyu didn't continue to refuse Cassandra, but turned and walked down the stairs. 18. Seeing that Zhao Hongyu didn't refuse her again, Cassandra's face blossomed with a shy smile. When were you captured by the Moors? 5. As the two exchanged questions, Zhao Hongyu had a preliminary understanding of the Black Beauty's past. It was no wonder she'd been brainwashed for over a decade. If he rejected her, it would easily make her feel worldly. After all, how could a useless person deserve to live in this world? Moreover, as a carefully trained slave girl, she had been taught to be useful to her master. If she wasn't, she was doomed. Many people who purchased slave girls often left them with tragic fates when they no longer needed them. Cassandra had heard of and witnessed many of her sisters end up like this. To be continued. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Do You Believe in God? Accompanied by Cassandra, Zhao Hongyu found Abdullah, who had been waiting for him downstairs. Zhao Hongyu hadn't taken his money and run away, which made him look up to him. After all, in an era with limited communications, if Abdullah had run away with his money, it would have been difficult to track him down. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu felt that Abdullah was worth supporting. Egypt was close to the Gulf region, and by supporting Abdullah, Zhao Hongyu could slowly make the Gulf desert his own. The Arab sheiks of this era likely had no idea of the wealth hidden beneath the barren land they now inhabited. Therefore, if Zhao Hongyu was willing to pay a high price to purchase this desert, they wouldn't mind. However, he couldn't go there rashly, he had to go through an agent. And Zhao Hongyu found Abdullah to be quite good. However, this matter was still in the planning stages, and Zhao Hongyu didn't have the energy to devote to it. So, he had to put it aside for now. Now, he needed to focus on dealing with European affairs while simultaneously concentrating on seizing colonies in Central America. The Gulf region would always be there, anyway, it wasn't going anywhere. Once Zhao Hongyu finished his own work, he could return to this matter. Furthermore, Abdullah's current social status wasn't that high, so he needed to support him. Once Abdullah's standing in the Arab world was strengthened, things would become much easier, wouldn't they? Zhao Hongyu had a complete plan in mind. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Zhao Hongyu apologized upon arriving downstairs and seeing Abdullah sitting there. Seeing Zhao Hongyu coming down, Abdullah quickly stood up and said, "It's okay. It doesn't matter if it's a short or long time." Zhao Hongyu walked over, followed by Cassandra, clad in women's leather armor. Abdullah smiled knowingly. Ever since he'd bought Cassandra from the slave trader, the Moorish slave trader had told him that Cassandra, after undergoing special training, would become her lifelong guardian once she found her master. After all, Cassandra had been brainwashed this way since childhood, so when Zhao Hongyu and she had physical contact, this suggestion had already been subconsciously activated in Cassandra. The terms suggestion and brainwashing were unknown to people of this era. However, this did not prevent slave traders from training their slaves in this way. Otherwise, Cassandra's value would not be so high. "I have a set of women's chain mail at home. I'll have it delivered tomorrow," Abdullah said to Zhao Hongyu after seeing Cassandra in leather armor. Zhao Hongyu looked back at him, then imagined the scene of the Black Beauty female warrior and nodded. Such things were trivial to him, not worth his excessive attention. "Come on, do it. I need to discuss serious matters with you. I told you earlier that I'd like you to be my commercial agent in the Arab region. I wonder what you think of this." Zhao Hongyu spoke directly to Abdullah after sitting down. Zhao Hongyu had mentioned this to Abdullah when they met earlier, but Abdullah had been modest and declined. Abdullah himself was actually quite willing, but, fearing impropriety, he had shown unusual modesty and declined. "Your Highness, I am truly touched that you think highly of me and would like to collaborate with me on such a major undertaking." Abdullah dared not be modest any longer, as he could sense that His Highness's patience was running out. If he made a mistake, he'd be left with nowhere to cry. So, how could he continue to be modest? "I just wonder how your Highness wishes to work with me," Abdullah asked curiously. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, I plan to open a supermarket in the Arab region first, selling American daily necessities like oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. I'm asking you to be my agent." As Zhao Hongyu and Abdullah were discussing his plan, the slave trader who had left Zhao Hongyu earlier and followed the group that had blocked their progress arrived at a secluded residential area outside the downtown area. Led by the slave trader, Wang Shen and him entered a relatively luxurious mansion. Upon entering, Wang Shen was greeted by a large number of tall warriors, fully armed. Meanwhile, shackled slaves occasionally passed by Wang Shen. The warriors, dressed in black Arab warrior uniforms with their heads covered, expressed respect for Wang Shen, who was following the slave trader. Soon, the slave trader led Wang Shen to a dungeon. "Why are you being so secretive? It's just a slave." Wang Shen felt the slave trader was being a bit too much. He'd only been talking about an expensive slave, yet he'd brought him to this dungeon. "It's not secretive, it's that this slave's identity is extraordinary. If word of her presence gets out, I could be in big trouble," the slave trader said to Wang Shen in a serious tone. Hearing this, Wang Shen curled his lips in disdain. "If that's the case, why did you bring me here in the first place? You know, if I don't like her, I'll know the secret. And if I tell anyone, it'll get you in trouble, too." Wang Shen was completely dismissive of the slave trader's words. While he'd claimed the identity of his commodity was sensitive and couldn't be disclosed, he'd brought him here to inspect it, a rather contradictory situation. Obviously, if he didn't like her and learned the details of the commodity, wouldn't that be a huge problem? Could this guy even kill him to keep it secret? Wang Shen couldn't help but suspect that the other party would do such a thing. His Highness knew he had followed this fellow here. If he lost contact, His Highness would surely send out a search for him. Therefore, he didn't believe the slave trader would do anything to him. Upon hearing Wang Shen's words, the slave trader gave a wry smile and said, "You're quite right. This is indeed risky. But I, Heimer, consider myself a good judge of character. Your master must be someone in high position and wouldn't do such a thing. And you don't appear to be European, so the danger isn't great. Let's see the goods first. You boast so much, I have to take a look." Wang Shen had no desire to chat with a slave trader named Heimer. He assumed His Highness had already settled down. Therefore, he had to finish his business here and then rejoin His Highness. After all, he, Wang Shen, was His Highness's personal bodyguard and trusted lackey. "Okay," the slave trader, Heimer, nodded in agreement, then ordered his men to open the dungeon's massive iron door. With a creak, the iron door swung open, and Wang Shen finally got a clear view of the dungeon. Inside the dimly lit dungeon, a nun, clad in a nun's attire and laid with silver-white armor, stood with her back to the others, whispering something in the dim candlelight. A nun? Wang Shen frowned slightly upon seeing the person imprisoned in the dungeon. "Yes, my cargo is a nun. But her identity is extraordinary. And she has a few peculiarities. I lost many men trying to acquire her, and who knew the buyer would be dead by the time I got her." Heimer's face lit up as he spoke of this. Yes, he had spent a fortune and lost many warriors for this nun. But somehow, he had succeeded, hadn't he? He seemed on the verge of success, but then something went wrong with the buyer. Suddenly, the cargo was a disaster. He had originally thought of eliminating the nun to avoid trouble. But what about the money he'd lose? Heimer calculated that if he did that, he'd be bankrupt. Bankruptcy was the last thing he wanted. Accustomed to a life of luxury, he couldn't imagine living in such poverty. So, he had to find a buyer, sell this valuable item, and make a fortune. Who is this nun? Her price, her age. I also want to know what's so special about her. Wang Shen asked a series of questions, frowning. Heimer didn't answer immediately, but instead asked Wang Shen a question. "Dear guest, before I answer these questions, I have a question for you too. If you can't answer me, then we really can't do this deal." "Oh? You have a question too? Then go ahead." Wang Shen was stunned by Heimer's words. "Do you believe in God?" Wang Shen couldn't believe Heimer would ask him that. Although he didn't know why he was asked, Wang Shen shook his head and replied, "No, I don't believe in God. There are many gods in my country, but there's no such thing as God. And there's no benefit in believing in Him. You have to go to church to confess and tell secrets to the priests. They rely on these secrets to maintain their rule, don't they?" Wang Shen was very dissatisfied with the church and exposed its true nature. After hearing Wang Shen's words, Heimer relaxed and his expression became more relaxed. Chapter 373, Rich. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Shan, almost everyone in the American Song Empire didn't believe in God. Free ebook downloads. Those genetic people from the virtual world all knew what the church was like. Regardless, Wang Shan's answer relieved Heimer. So, I want to know, where exactly are you from, America, the Song Empire? We're not Europeans, and we're not afraid of the church. If you're worried about that, don't worry. We'll be back in America soon. Wang Shan saw Heimer's concern and offered words of comfort. Huh? Heimer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Secretly, he gestured, and the Arab warriors, hidden in the shadows, quietly retreated. Tell the truth, this nun is the chief inquisitor of the Inquisition, a secret organization of the church. Heimer revealed the identity of the nun, whose back was turned. What the hell was that? Wang Shan didn't know much about this, so he stared at Heimer blankly, waiting for an explanation. Seeing Wang Shan's questioning expression, Heimer realized he might not be clear, so he explained. The church has an underground organization dedicated to eliminating dissidents. Unlike the official organization, this is an armed force affiliated with the church. They specialize in assassinations and attacks against other organizations, as well as individuals and forces that disrespect the church. As Heimer explained, Wang Shan gradually gained an understanding. It's just that this organization isn't recognized by the church, and they remain hidden. Their members are skilled in combat, assassination, concealment, and other skills, and this nun is a leader among them. Heimer gave Wang Shan a meaningful look and continued, why else do you think there has been only one religion in the entire European continent for so many years? We have the Inquisition to thank for this. They eliminated other religions as they emerged. This allowed the church to dominate Europe without rivals, so, this is exactly what the Inquisition did. No wonder their enemies were labeled heretics and then eliminated. It was to maintain religious dominance. Whether it's religion or politics, behind the glitz and glamour lies a dark side. The world only sees its charming side, but they never see the bloody, dirty side behind it. Wang Shan, who heads the intelligence department and developed the faith plan, knows this all too well. It is precisely because of this that Wang Shan was not too surprised by what Heimer said. It's just the church's armed organization. It's nothing. We are far away in Europe and won't be afraid of them, so you don't have to worry about anything, Wang Shan reassured Heimer. Heimer could also tell from Wang Shan's expression, reaction, and tone that this distinguished guest claiming to be from America was deeply dissatisfied with the church. You know, some things can't be faked. Therefore, Heimer breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party didn't care about the church, everything would be easy to deal with. Her fighting skills are impressive, so we had to restrain her hands and feet to prevent her from doing anything dangerous. And you understand, those who come from the church are very devout in their faith. Wang Shan certainly understood this. According to Heimer, this nun must be a berserker. But he certainly had ways to deal with her thoughts. Now Wang Shan needed to determine if this nun was worth buying. After all, he was helping His Highness identify the property. Her age. And what makes her special? Wang Shan asked. 19. Adopted and taught by the church since childhood, she's very devout, Heimer replied. Her specialness lies in her inherent masochism, which can satisfy the sadistic tendencies of some powerful figures. The original buyer was a believer in Allah, but unfortunately, he's now gone. Masochist? Wang Shan's lips curled up. How do you know this? Wang Shan asked curiously. How do you think we caught her? She was betrayed by the church's higher-ups. For the sake of gold, those church members will do anything, even a devoted warrior, to trade for it. This nun's special character was revealed by the church's higher-ups. It turned out to be a revelation from the church's higher-ups, and Heimer hadn't verified it. However, Wang Shan figured it was probably true. She's a virgin. I guarantee that. I have women under my command to verify it, Heimer said to Wang Shan. Wang Shan nodded. He also hoped the nun was a virgin. Then, the two of them entered the cell and stood before the nun. Walking through darkness, across a thorny path. The devout fear no hardship, even bloodshed. Loyal warriors will eventually dispel darkness and usher in light. Demons and devils will be destroyed by the merciful Lord. Wang Shan looked down at the girl, her eyes closed, muttering to herself. She had a large chest, long legs, blonde hair, and blue eyes. Not bad, a good prospect. After a quick inspection, Wang Shan was certain this was the template His Highness favored. What's the price? Wang Shan turned his head and asked Heimer. 150,000 gold ducats. Heimer gritted his teeth and feigned a pained expression. Judging by his expression, someone uninformed might have thought he was truly heartbroken from a massive loss. In reality, this price had already allowed him to make nearly double his money. Well, it wasn't bad, considering her status. Wang Shan didn't find it outrageous, considering the girl's status. If, as Heimer said, she was the top assassin of the Inquisition, then 150,000 gold ducats was truly worth the price. Why would the church's leaders betray her? Even if it was for money, betraying such a capable warrior is a bit baffling. Frankly, Wang Shan couldn't comprehend the question at all. Indeed, the church would sell souls and bodies for money. Religion, cloaked in hypocrisy, deceives the people, plunders their wealth, and enriches itself without any effort. However, according to Heimer, this nun was clearly a very valuable warrior, a berserker at that. Wouldn't it be a shame to sell someone like that out? Wang Shan couldn't wrap his head around this question. If she were one of his men, he wouldn't have sold her out for money. How idiotic would one have to be to do such a thing? Upon hearing this, Heimer replied, the higher-up originally wanted to defile this nun, but unfortunately, he failed. After several attempts, he betrayed her out of spite, and this is why. Exactly because of this? Wang Shan's eyelids twitched at Heimer's words. It shouldn't be difficult for a church leader to secretly control a berserker, right? Aren't these bishops experts in this field? If they just brought out their lord and said it was the Lord's will, wouldn't the girl automatically reveal herself? Why couldn't the higher-up succeed? Wang Shan truly couldn't understand. The expression on his face was observed by Heimer beside him. Can't you understand why those higher-ranking church leaders, so adept at deceiving people, couldn't handle such a young girl with such steadfast faith? Wang Shan nodded in response to Heimer's question. Yes, he couldn't understand it. The question here was truly intriguing. Heimer smiled and said to Wang Shan, at first, I was just like you. I couldn't understand this question at all. You know, I thought the church leaders were very good at deceiving and misleading the people. And this girl is such a staunch believer, how could she not devote herself? Wang Shan agreed, yes. I can't understand this question, Heimer continued, because this girl has risked her soul and body to God. She won't let anyone touch her body except the true God. So, faced with such a believer, the church leader who was spying on her was helpless. Moreover, the girl had seen his ugly behavior on several occasions. He was worried that it would affect his position in the church, so he reached an agreement with me, and this girl was imprisoned in my dungeon. The story was complex yet simple. This girl was nothing more than a victim of profit. A devout believer, offering herself as a sacrifice to the Lord. Wang Shan let out a playful smile. Interesting. Such a person should be disciplined and then given to his own prince. Okay, I'll buy it. But I'm short on cash. Can I trade it for ceramics? Wang Shan immediately decided to buy the nun. Although she was a fanatic, Wang Shan was confident he could brainwash her and convert her. Ceramics? Are you talking about the most popular and best-selling ceramics in the Americas? Heimer's heart skipped a beat, and he asked uncertainly. Wang Shan nodded. Yes, trade it for ceramics. If possible, I'll even trade it for sugar. Hiss. Sugar. Heimer knew the value of sugar. This snow-white sugar first appeared in Lisbon. Some of it made its way to Cairo, where it immediately captivated the Arab nobles and wealthy. Don't look at me like that. I told you we're from the Song Empire in America. Don't you know that the American goods currently popular in Europe are all produced in our empire? Wang Shan said, smiling at Heimer's naive look. And do you know who's in the group you intercepted today? That young man is the crown prince of our Song Empire, the Lord of Quebec and Manhattan, rich as hell. This was Heimer's first reaction after hearing Wang Shan's words. To be continued. Chapter 374 Long-lived END. Heimer had been in Cairo for so long, how could he not know what the Song Empire in America was up to? Although Wang Shan had previously told him he was from the Americas, Heimer hadn't anticipated the extent of his status. Wang Shan's revelation immediately surprised Heimer immensely. Wang Shan's revelation was also a hint to Heimer, warning him not to worry about any trouble his purchase of the nuns might cause him. Indeed, no matter how powerful the church was, it was only in Europe. In the Americas, it wasn't the church's turn to dominate. I can't believe it, Heimer said sincerely. Rest assured, our transaction won't be troublesome. If there's any trouble, you can just put the blame on us. "I don't believe anyone from the church would find their way to America," Wang Shan said casually to Hammer. "Even if they come to America, what can they do? I don't believe they can still run rampant there. I'll make them rot." Wang Shan's swear words reassured Hammer. Regarding Wang Shan's proposed deal, Hammer ultimately decided to use sugar instead of gold coins. After all, while ceramics are nice, they will ultimately infringe on the interests of others. So, Hammer wisely chose sugar. Based on the current price of sugar, Wang Shan reduced the price by 20% to reach an agreement with Hammer. Zhao Hongyu only needed to pay 5 tons of sugar to exchange for the nun. 5 tons of sugar was nothing to Zhao Hongyu. The current price of sugar in Cairo was stable at around 20 ducats per pound, and it was showing a steady upward trend. Sugar was only available in America. It was the only one of its kind. The benefits of monopoly were obvious. Moreover, Zhao Hongyu hadn't considered letting the man from Lisbon monopolize the sugar trade. He needed to find several more sugar agents to share the profits. Wang Shan considered letting this man, who dared to trade with the church and acquire nuns as a slave trader, act as an agent. Wang Shan could see that this man would do anything for money. This is the kind of talent they need most right now. Although this man might betray him in the future for profit, Wang Shan believed that no one in the world could offer him greater benefits than he could. Of course, this was just an idea. The final decision would still fall to Zhao Hongyu. Wang Shan simply kept this man in mind and returned to His Highness. As for the final outcome, that was beyond Wang Shan's control. After reaching the agreement, Hammer was overjoyed. He no longer had to worry about bankruptcy. After all, he had offended many people over his years as a slave trader. If he went bankrupt, how could he afford to support so many warriors? Without these warriors, those former enemies would be reunited. They will surely seek revenge on him. Even with a glimpse of his fate, one could imagine how tragic his fate would be. Now, a major worry has been resolved. Truly, a relief. After reaching an agreement with Hammer, Wang Shan took his leave. The nun named Jenny, shackled and wearing a necklace, was escorted behind Wang Shan. Hammer thoughtfully prepared a carriage. The Lord of the Impossible will bring down the thunder of punishment. He will reduce you, the sinners who have violated his dignity, to ashes. Inside the carriage, Jenny, dressed in nun's clothing and armor, cursed Wang Shan coldly. Wang Shan and Hammer spoke in English. Hammer hadn't allowed the translator he had brought with him to accompany him. After all, the fewer people who knew about this kind of thing, the better, so, Jenny listened to every word of their conversation. Upon hearing this, Wang Shan smiled at Jenny, revealing his white teeth. "Your so-called God isn't a true God. How much do you know about the vastness of this universe? The world has 7 epochs. The true God appeared in the first, and your so-called God was merely a shepherd of the gods of the 6th epoch." Combining information he'd read online in the virtual world, Wang Shan added a few more details to his own story, then used them to deceive Jenny, the battle sister. Of course, Wang Shan didn't expect to successfully deceive the battle sister with just a few words. That was unrealistic. But his words were precise and well-founded. Though Jenny didn't believe him, she listened with wide eyes. Online novels in the virtual world have long since perfected this system. While there are some loopholes, they're still better than the flawed ones in the church. If I can't even deceive you, then all my knowledge from the afterlife has been wasted. As he spoke, Wang Shan thought to himself. Jenny listened to Wang Shan's story, and she'd be lying if she said she wasn't shocked. Though her expression remained stoic, a turbulent wave surged within her. The three-eyed tribe of the First Age possessed supernatural powers. True gods did not belong to this universe, but hailed from another dimension. Disputes arose among the gods over their ideologies, sparking war. The result was the gods' descent into profound slumber, and this world entered the Second Age. The Second Age civilization inherited the technology and fragmented knowledge of the First Age's servants. War, destruction, reconstruction, and inheritance continued until the Sixth Age civilization ended. A herder, a servant of the Sixth Age who had escaped destruction, inherited the ancient civilization's fragmented knowledge, ushering in the Seventh Age, the present civilization. Although she didn't want to believe it, Wang Shan's words were so coherent and logical that it was impossible to refute them. Especially the vocabulary and information he conveyed left Jenny a little confused. After all, the less you understand, the more fascinating it is. The carriage soon arrived at the place where Wang Shan had left, but unfortunately, Zhao Hongyu and the others were gone. Fortunately, The coachman from Heimer was quite capable. After asking around, he confirmed the direction Zhao Hongyu and his companions were heading. With a flick of the reins, he steered the carriage back in the direction Zhao Hongyu and his companions had taken, following them. Asking questions along the way, the carriage finally confirmed Zhao Hongyu's destination. This saved Wang Shan the trouble of asking for directions. Inside the carriage, Wang Shan recounted his fabricated ancient history. Arthas of the Scourge launched a volley, sending chain lightning blazing through the air. The entire sky darkened, and the expressions of the allied forces of the light changed dramatically. The nine-headed golden dragon queen of the Chaos faction unleashed her dragon breath, brimming with corrosive, toxic, confusing, and scorching flames. It annihilated all the demons attacking the dragon realm. Seeing his own men slain, Brad Pitt, the first great demon commander, roared and charged at the nine-headed golden dragon. The abyss, with its 888 layers, was a paradise for demons. Demons and devils are sworn enemies, and no one knows the reason for their feud. The source has been investigated. But the war between them has already drawn in all living beings and deities. It's a bloody battle. Low-level deities, possessing no more than 10 points of godhood, often appear on the prime material plane to attract worship and faith, providing faith that enhances their power. Powerful deities are different. Their divine power is too immense for the prime material plane to withstand, so they never manifest there, not even their incarnations. As far as I know, the god you worship is neither a prime god nor a lower-level deity. He hasn't even condensed his godhood. After a long, rambling conversation, Wang Shan suddenly addressed Jenny. No. That's impossible. God could be a prime god, because he hasn't manifested, Jenny responded immediately. Wang Shan smiled. Hasn't manifested? Then who did you stab with the spear you hold sacred? Battle sister Jenny fell silent. And after that incident, he simply hasn't performed any more miracles, has he? Wang Shan said to Jenny with a curled lip. I haven't seen anything like what you're talking about. Jenny suddenly looked up and retorted to Wang Shan. You will see it. The miracle is in America. Our master is one of the main gods, but he fell to the mortal world during the wars of the First Age and lost much of his divine power. But that's okay. Our master has close ties with many goddesses, and they're working to restore our master's divine power and allow him to ascend the throne of the God King. Wang Shan lied without hesitation. Jenny completely disbelieved him and simply closed her eyes. Wang Shan didn't care about Jenny's reaction. After all, he was confident that after returning to America, with the help of a series of advanced technologies, he could brainwash Jenny thoroughly and convert her to his side. A fanatic should be devoted to their own majesty. And they should also risk their body and soul for a living god, right? Furthermore, Jenny came from the church and was well informed about its secrets, which proved extremely valuable to Wang Shan. The Abyss cult in Manhattan was bound to clash with the church in the future. With a girl like her who knew the church's secrets, wouldn't the Abyss cult gain the upper hand? Haha. My N-series deities will be able to defeat certain sects in the future. Wang Shan couldn't help but smirk at the thought. After you become an agent, I'll provide you with a large supply of daily necessities. You'll simply be responsible for promoting and getting as many people as possible to use and purchase these products. You don't need any capital. I'll give you a commission based on sales. Zhao Hongyu's words tempted Abdullah. First, he didn't have to pay for the goods himself, they would provide the goods. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. But after the initial excitement, Abdullah began to wonder if it was a bit unreasonable not to pay for such a good deal. So, he shared his thoughts with Zhao Hongyu. In short, according to Abdullah, he had to invest at least a little, at least to prove his commitment to Zhao Hongyu. This would reassure Zhao Hongyu. If Zhao Hongyu refused, Abdullah wouldn't dare to cooperate with him. After all, according to Zhao Hongyu, the quantity of goods in the future would be staggering, and the value would be terrifying. In the end, Zhao Hongyu had no choice but to accept Abdullah's money, which reassured him. Opening a supermarket in Cairo. Yes, that was Zhao Hongyu's initial plan. He wanted to open a large supermarket in Cairo, becoming a 17th-century supermarket chain giant. Those greedy European merchants were currently reaping huge profits, and Zhao Hongyu had long been dissatisfied. They were making huge profits, but in the end, they would only benefit the European countries, not him. Zhao Hongyu would not allow them to continue this way. So, why not sell these goods himself? Therefore, starting a large supermarket became part of his plan. First, after the supermarket opened, Some goods would no longer need to be sold through European merchants. The profits from this can be completely controlled by himself. Meanwhile, while opening supermarkets in Europe and the Arab world, he can also gather local intelligence to meet future needs. Furthermore, if he starts a large supermarket now, he can definitely maintain a monopoly for hundreds of years. If anyone else wants to enter the business in the future, the successor to Umbrella can easily use his dominant position to strike back and maintain his monopoly. Everything must be done as soon as possible. If he doesn't establish a monopoly now, why wait until later? Zhao Hongyu now has both the money and the connections. He would be an idiot not to seize this opportunity to make plans. Opening a supermarket in European capitals and prosperous port cities is a must. He also needs supermarkets in major cities in Africa and the Arab world. The supermarket names are already chosen, and there are many options, like RT Mart, Walmart, or Jiajiao. If antitrust laws are enacted in the future successors can use these catchy names to spin off the company. Abdullah, filled with gratitude, left Zhao Hongyu's mansion and returned to his neighbor's house excitedly. To him, Zhao Hongyu was absolutely the most important person in his life. He could imagine how quickly the goods would sell after the supermarket was established. Even if he took a commission of 1/10,000th of the total, it would definitely be a significant sum. Besides, there was already a fat man in Lisbon selling American goods, and his monthly income was quite substantial. With such an example, what else did he have to worry about? Meanwhile, the carriage carrying Wang Shen and the slave nun Jenny stopped at the gate of the mansion. To be continued. Chapter 375, The Court. Interesting. Your Highness, I'm back. Huh? Who's this? The guards at the gate were now replaced by genetic guards, so Wang Shan walked in unobstructed. Wang Shan walked into the house, and Zhao Hongyu and Cassandra happened to be there. Zhao Hongyu looked up and saw a nun following behind Wang Shan, wearing a collar with a chain around her neck, and being grabbed by Wang Shan and led away. Yes, a nun. When Zhao Hongyu came to his senses, he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. He thought he had seen it wrong. After confirming it again, Zhao Hongyu was sure that he was not mistaken. The blonde girl following behind Wang Shan was indeed a nun. So, he asked, the slave trader who stopped our team wanted to sell you the goods. She belongs to the church's inquisition, and the slave trader said she is also a very powerful assassin, Wang Shan replied. Powerful? Even powerful can be like this. Zhao Hongyu curled his lips, a little unconvinced. Wang Shan said, the reasons are complicated, but I believe it's plausible. We'll know when we test her skills, but we can't do that now. We can't risk our own lives on this. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Wang Shan had already bought it, so he couldn't say anything. Even if the woman was a little expensive, it didn't matter, he had plenty of money anyway. So, Zhao Hongyu said nothing more. Your Highness, this mansion is quite nice. The style is very luxurious. In this scorching summer, it's surprisingly cool inside this room. Skipping the subject of the slave girl, Wang Shan looked around for a moment before speaking to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu nodded in response to Wang Shan's praise. Yes, especially in Egypt, houses like this are rare. Especially the top floor. You can even see the azure Mediterranean and the entire port of Alexandria. It's a truly stunning sea view. Speaking of this, Zhao Hongyu's face lit up with pride. Yes, in the future, houses like this might exist, but they were definitely not something someone like him could own. But in this day and age, Zhao Hongyu could achieve anything with just a little effort. Really? I've got to go up there and take a look. Stop, who are you? That's where the women are. How can a man like you go up there? Just as Wang Shan was about to raise his leg to take a look, he was unexpectedly stopped by the black girl next to Zhao Hongyu. Wang Shan couldn't understand what the black girl was saying, so he looked at Zhao Hongyu for help. Ahem. This is the chief of my imperial guards, my personal bodyguard, and my absolute confidant. Zhao Hongyu coughed and introduced Wang Shan to Cassandra. Cassandra shook her head at Zhao Hongyu. Master, those are all women up there. No man should be allowed up there, especially not a man besides you, so I don't recommend him. Honestly, Zhao Hongyu didn't think Wang Shan was interested in his women, but you couldn't say Cassandra was wrong. After all, she was acting in his own best interest. You couldn't discourage someone from going up there. This is the slave girl Abdullah bought me. Her name is Cassandra. She's quite skilled, trained as a personal guard, and possesses certain special abilities. Zhao Hongyu turned and watched as Wang Shan introduced the black girl to him. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's introduction, Wang Shan finally understood the identity of the black girl who had stopped him. He didn't look down on Cassandra simply because she was a slave. Instead, Wang Shan nodded to her, showing a certain goodwill. She doesn't want you to go up there. She thinks it's all girls, and they're all mine, so it wouldn't be a good idea for you to go up there. Zhao Hongyu shrugged and translated Cassandra's words to Wang Shan. Wang Shan was stunned by her words, then laughed. Yes, she's right. I'm usually a bit casual, but I guess I'll have to pay more attention to that in the future. Although your highness won't say anything, our relationship is, after all, that of a subject and a servant. Unexpectedly, Wang Shan wasn't angry. He actually agreed with Cassandra's words. Your highness, did you say she's your personal bodyguard? Wang Shan asked. Zhao Hongyu nodded sheepishly and admitted, yes, personal. Zhao Hongyu deliberately emphasized the word personal. Wang Shan couldn't quite grasp the meaning. He winked at Zhao Hongyu and made a playful expression. Wang Shan said, very good. Although I'm your bodyguard, there are times when I can't see you. Now that you have this girl by your side, you have 24/7 protection. Master, what are you talking about? Cassandra couldn't understand Chinese, so she could only whisper to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu then translated for Cassandra, telling her that he and Wang Shan had agreed that she was a good fit for their bodyguard. The clever Wang Shan had already figured out that His Highness and this black girl were definitely having an affair. Otherwise, the black girl wouldn't be looking at His Highness with such lingering affection. Little did he know that Cassandra had undergone inhumane training and brainwashing. A subconscious intuition had already been planted in her mind that this was her first man, the object of her lifelong loyal service. Otherwise, her value wouldn't be so high. Of course, compared to Sister Jenny's worth, Cassandra pales in comparison. After all, Sister Jenny's status was there, completely different from Cassandra's. Cassandra's expression softened when she realized Wang Shan had taken her advice and no longer wanted to go upstairs. She has special skills. It seems your highness is quite lucky. But this has nothing to do with me. I won't pry too deeply. Wang Shan raised an eyebrow at Zhao Hongyu in an ambiguous tone. At the same time, Wang Shan thought to himself, thank God, our highness has finally come to his senses. Your highness, from my observation, this nun is still somewhat dangerous. Therefore, I cannot risk her to you for the time being. I need to give her a rigorous brainwashing before I can let her serve you. When he mentioned service, Wang Shan's expression turned a bit lewd. Zhao Hongyu, knowing Wang Shan's intentions, rolled his eyes helplessly. Do you think I'm the type who thinks about women all the time? Zhao Hongyu asked Wang Shan, a mixture of laughter and tears. Wang Shan shook his head. Of course, he couldn't possibly mean that. Your highness, given your status, we, your subordinates, are bound to ensure your comfort. And as the ruler of a nation, you should be spending your days in debauchery and playing with women. Wang Shan's words made Zhao Hongyu shudder. If that were the case, why would we even continue to develop? Zhao Hongyu raised a hand to his forehead. Wang Shan said, everything would be fine if we were here. Otherwise, what's the point of us serving as subjects? We might as well cultivate some land in America and grow sweet potatoes. Wang Shan always had his reasons. In his mind, His Highness should continue to play with women and have children, leaving the empire with more heirs to choose from. That was his job. As for fighting wars, development, and all the other conspiracies and intrigues, he, Zhang Tai, and Song Hu could handle it. This was a way of repaying Zhao Hongyu for bringing them from the virtual world to the real world. Never mind. I wouldn't do that anyway, Zhao Hongyu said, raising his hand to silence the conversation. Since this nun says she's dangerous, you must keep a close eye on her. Just make sure she doesn't get into any trouble. We're just staying in Egypt for a few days to get a feel for the locals, and then we'll leave and return to America, Zhao Hongyu said solemnly to Wang Shan. Wang Shan replied, don't worry, Your Highness. I'd be a complete loser if I couldn't even keep this woman under control. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. By the way, Wang Shan approached Zhao Hongyu and whispered, I heard from the slave trader that this nun is a masochist. If I can successfully brainwash her, Your Highness, you'll get to experience a different kind of woman. Go away. I just said it, and you're at it again. Zhao Hongyu was left in a state of confusion after hearing Wang Shan's words. Still, his eyes couldn't help but wander over Sister Jenny's face and body. Large breasts, a slender waist, long legs, no older than 20, blonde and blue-eyed. Well, she was quite the beauty. Yet, her expression seemed a bit cold, with a hint of fearfulness. Inquisition, assassins. Zhao Hongyu muttered the information Wang Shan had given him, his lips curling slightly. Interesting. Then, Zhao Hongyu led Cassandra up the stairs to the top floor to admire the view. Before leaving, Zhao Hongyu reminded Wang Shan of the large dungeon within the mansion. Wang Shan smiled and nodded at Zhao Hongyu's suggestion. A dungeon was a good thing, he was just worried about how to house Sister Jenny. Wang Shan could sense that beneath this seemingly fragile woman lay an inhuman, terrifying lethality. If it weren't for the shackles on her hands and feet, she would pose a serious threat if she attacked him. Someone, take me to the dungeon. Wang Shan had made up his mind that he would never uncuff the nun until he succeeded in brainwashing her. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.